There is a kind of pain that no one can escape. It is the moment when everything you've built with your own hands, your dreams, your love, your devotion, is ripped away in a single breath of fate. Imagine 7 years of work scattered by the wind, a temple of 30 years reduced to ashes overnight, or watching the person you trusted most turn away, leaving you shattered. These are not just stories from the past. They are mirrors of the deepest suffering we carry in our hearts. But hidden inside these tragedies lies a mystery. Why did the masters smile when everything was lost? What secret did they know that turned despair into freedom? Tonight, you will discover it. If this message touches your heart, don't forget to subscribe to Buddhism in every moment so we can continue creating more inspiring videos to nourish your soul. Part 1. The doorway to stillness, entering the path of Dharma. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself sitting quietly, as if you were preparing for meditation. The room around you grows still. The restless movements of the day begin to slow down, and your breathing softens until it feels like the world itself has paused. In that silence, there is a doorway, a passage not to some far-off realm, but into the hidden sanctuary within your own heart. This doorway is not built of wood or stone. It is made of attention, presence, and the willingness to return to what has always been here. The stories we are about to journey through are not mere legends. They are living doors into the mystery of peace that the Buddha spoke of more than 2,000 years ago. 13 Zen stories carried through centuries, each one polished by the hands of monks, scholars, and wanderers, each one whispering the same eternal truth. Peace is already yours. Each story is a gate, and when you step through, you do not enter somewhere new, you come home. Why does this matter? Because suffering is real. This is the first noble truth the Buddha revealed beneath the Bodhi tree. Life is marked by dukkha, dissatisfaction, restlessness, grief, longing. It takes many forms: the quiet emptiness that settles in even when you succeed, the ache of relationships breaking, the weight of aging, sickness, and death. No one escapes it. The very texture of existence is woven with threads of impermanence and loss. And yet, here is the great paradox. Though suffering is unavoidable, freedom from suffering is possible. The second noble truth tells us why we suffer. It is not simply because of pain itself, but because of our clinging, our attachment, our thirst for what cannot last. We grasp at possessions, at people, at moments, at identities, as if we could hold them in place forever. But they slip away as wind scatters fallen leaves, as rivers carve new paths through stone. When we resist this flow, when we demand permanence from impermanence, the mind burns. The third noble truth is like a bell of hope. Suffering can end. Just as a fire dies when fuel is removed, the flames of dissatisfaction fade when we release craving and attachment. This is not an empty promise. It is the lived testimony of those who walked the path before us. Peace is not an abstract idea. It is the cool shade of a tree after walking under a merciless sun. It is the soft exhale when the struggle is set down. And so the fourth noble truth, the path itself, arises as a guide. Right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration. These are not commandments carved in stone, but gentle stepping stones across the river of confusion. They lead us from suffering to freedom, from illusion to clarity, from restless searching to stillness. Why begin our journey this way? Because before we can enter the 13 stories, we must understand that they are not entertainment. They are Dharma in disguise, carrying the pulse of the four noble truths in their every line. Each tale is a mirror, and if you listen with an open heart, you may glimpse your own struggles reflected back, along with the possibility of release. Stillness is not passive. It is not an escape from life, nor a denial of hardship. Stillness is the ground from which wisdom flowers. Imagine a lake stirred by wind. Its surface ripples, and the moon reflected there is broken into fragments. Only when the water calms does the moon appear in its fullness. So it is with our minds. As long as we are tossed by fear, anger, and craving, we see life distorted, fractured. When the mind rests, reality reveals itself, whole, luminous, complete. This doorway to stillness does not require you to abandon your life, shave your head, or enter a distant monastery. It asks only for presence. To be here now in this breath, in this body, in this moment. Too often we imagine that peace lies somewhere else. On a retreat in the Himalayas, in a temple in Kyoto, in the silence of a forest cave. But the Buddha never said you must travel across oceans to find liberation. He said it begins with knowing this suffering, understanding this craving, experiencing this release, walking this path. Everything is immediate, everything is intimate. Consider the life most of us live. From morning to night we chase deadlines, recognition, security, approval. Even in rest, our minds churn with plans and regrets. And yet, beneath that surface agitation, there is a quiet presence that has never left. It watches as we strive and stumble, as we laugh and weep. This presence is not born and it does not die. It is the still point of awareness, the unborn mind that Zen teachers speak of. To enter the doorway to stillness is to recognize that what we have been searching for is what has been searching all along. The stories that follow will not give you something new. They will uncover what you already carry. A monk loses his life's work to the wind and smiles. A temple burns and the master drinks tea beside the ashes. A childlike heart finds dharma in the laughter of games. Each moment is a finger pointing to the moon, and the moon is your own true nature. Let us not rush. To truly walk the dharma path is to walk as if kissing the earth with your feet. Each step is complete, each breath is whole. As you listen, allow these words to sink beneath the surface of your thoughts, into the deeper soil of your being. The seeds planted here are ancient. They have waited lifetimes to be remembered. In the stillness of this beginning, recognize that the Four Noble Truths are not distant philosophy. They are the story of your life. You know suffering. You have felt the sting of loss, the ache of longing, the fire of anger. You know craving. You have chased, clung, and feared letting go. You have glimpsed release, in moments of surrender, in flashes of clarity, in the rare peace of acceptance. And you are already walking the path in every act of kindness, every breath of mindfulness, every choice to turn toward rather than away. The doorway is here. Not tomorrow, not in the past, not in someone else's story. It is in this moment of listening, in the awareness that hears these words. Step through gently. The Buddha's light has been waiting for you all along. To step onto the path of Dharma is to turn toward the truth of suffering with courage, instead of running away. In the modern world where speed, achievement, and constant noise are celebrated, stillness can feel unnatural, even threatening. Silence exposes us to what we have hidden beneath layers of distraction. It uncovers the loneliness, the wounds of rejection, the fear of not being enough. But the Buddha taught that without facing suffering directly, liberation cannot begin. He did not promise comfort, he promised freedom. Consider how most of us deal with pain. When sorrow arrives, we drown it in busyness. When fear arises, we mask it with bravado. When anger surges, we project it onto others, blaming the world for our inner unrest. We treat symptoms, not causes. Yet the Dharma invites us to sit down in the middle of our discomfort and look directly into its eyes. The first noble truth is not meant to depress us. It is meant to wake us from the illusion that if we only rearrange life perfectly, we will never hurt again. The truth is radical. Life includes suffering. To deny this is to deny reality itself. And yet, in this acknowledgement lies the seed of freedom. For when we stop demanding life to be other than it is, we discover the beginning of peace. Acceptance is not resignation, it is clarity. The Buddha never asked us to pretend that pain is pleasant. He asked us to see it clearly without adding layers of resistance. Just as a doctor must first diagnose an illness before prescribing a cure, the Dharma begins with diagnosis. This is suffering. Only then can healing follow. The doorway to stillness opens wider when we examine the second noble truth, the cause of suffering, craving. Craving is not merely the desire for food, drink, or shelter. It is the deeper thirst to control reality, to make impermanent things permanent, to bend life into our expectations. It is the thought, If only I had this, then I would be happy. If only I didn't have that, then I would be at peace. Craving whispers in countless ways, through the wish for eternal youth, through the hunger for approval, through the endless pursuit of more wealth or status. Each promise is a mirage. The closer we chase, the further satisfaction slips away. This teaching does not condemn desire itself. The Buddha did not say we must abandon all natural inclinations or live devoid of joy. What he revealed is subtler. When desire hardens into clinging, when longing becomes obsession, when we refuse to let life flow as it must, then suffering arises. Craving is the chain that binds us to dissatisfaction, not because things are bad, but because our grasping blinds us to their impermanence. We try to trap water in clenched fists, only to feel it slip through our fingers. The third noble truth is the glimmer of dawn after a long night. If craving is the cause of suffering, then letting go of craving is the end of suffering. Liberation is not a distant reward for saints and sages. It is the natural peace that arises when the fires of grasping go out. Imagine carrying a heavy backpack for miles, shoulders aching, back bent. Then one day you set it down. Nothing external has changed. The road, the landscape, the weather remain the same. But your body is light, your breath free, your heart open. This is what release feels like. To let go is not to lose, it is to discover what cannot be taken away. The fourth noble truth is the path, the eightfold way, a living guide for how to embody freedom in every moment. It is not abstract philosophy. It is as practical as choosing words that heal instead of harm, as mindful as pausing before action, as compassionate as earning a livelihood that benefits rather than exploits. The path is not a ladder to climb towards some distant heaven. It is a circle, reminding us again and again to live with wisdom, ethics, and mindful presence. It is the art of aligning our lives with reality rather than fighting against it. But what does all this mean for you, sitting here in this moment? It means that the doorway to stillness is not locked. It is already open. The key is not to acquire more knowledge, but to pause and notice what is true right now. Beneath the layers of thought, beneath the noise of regret and anticipation, there is a quiet awareness watching. That awareness is not restless. It does not crave. It does not cling. It simply knows. That is your refuge, and it is always available. Think of a candle flame in a darkened room. Around it, shadows dance, shapes shift, and the mind may imagine ghosts. But the flame itself is steady, offering light without struggle. In the same way, your awareness is the flame. Thoughts, feelings, circumstances, they come and go like shadows on the wall. The doorway to Dharma begins when you turn your attention away from the shadows and remember the flame. The Zen masters preserved their stories not as entertainment, but as medicine. Each tale is a koan, a puzzle designed not to be solved, but to dissolve the grip of ordinary thinking. When you hear of a monk smiling as 7 years of work scatter into the wind, you may feel disbelief, even outrage. Yet that story is not about him, it is about you. It asks, how do you respond when life tears away what you cling to? Do you fight the wind, or do you trust that wisdom itself cannot be lost? Stillness is the soil in which these questions take root. Without stillness, the stories remain words. With stillness, they become mirrors. In the silence of meditation, in the pause between one breath and the next, these ancient teachings whisper their secrets. They show us that peace does not mean avoiding storms, but finding the unmoved center within them. As we begin this journey through the 13 Zen stories, hold this truth close. The Buddha did not create suffering, nor did he create its end. He only pointed to what has always been. Your own heart is the field where these truths play out. The pain you carry is the same pain he saw in the world around him. The freedom he discovered is the same freedom available to you now. The path is not behind you or ahead of you. It is beneath your feet. And so, the doorway to stillness is not a mystery to be solved, but a reality to be remembered. To enter it is to come home to yourself, to the boundless presence that has always been silently waiting beneath the noise of your mind. This is the beginning of Dharma. This is where the journey unfolds. The mind has been compared to a restless monkey, leaping from branch to branch, never satisfied with one fruit before reaching for the next. This image, though ancient, speaks perfectly to the modern condition. In a world overflowing with information, buzzing with constant notifications, and demanding endless productivity, the monkey mind is not only alive, it is exhausted. And yet, just as the monkey can rest in the branches when it chooses, our own minds can be stilled when we learn how to pause. The doorway to stillness is not a shutting down of life. It is the art of teaching the monkey mind to sit quietly, even in the midst of the forest's noise. Imagine yourself at the edge of a vast lake at dawn. Mist hovers over the surface and the water is perfectly still, reflecting the sky like a mirror. Suddenly, a stone is thrown and ripples distort the reflection. This is what happens when our thoughts and cravings disturb the natural stillness of the heart. We spend our days reacting to the ripples instead of gazing into the clarity beneath them. The Buddha's teaching invites us to notice the disturbance, not to fight it, but to allow it to settle naturally. Stillness is always waiting beneath the surface. This is why meditation is central in the Dharma path. When you sit and breathe, when you notice the rise and fall of your chest, you are not doing something foreign to your nature, you are returning to it. The mind, left alone without grasping, knows how to become still. It is like muddy water. Leave it untouched, and the dirt sinks to the bottom, leaving clarity above. The Four Noble Truths are not abstract words to be remembered, they are instructions to be lived. They tell us to recognize the suffering, to trace its roots in craving, to release the craving, and to walk the path that cultivates wisdom, ethics, and mindfulness. The stillness we speak of is not lifelessness. It is vibrant, awake, filled with presence. Consider the silence in a mountain monastery at midnight. The air is cool, the stars blaze overhead, and though no words are spoken, everything feels alive. Stillness does not mean emptiness, it means fullness without agitation. When we are still, the world does not disappear. It comes closer, shimmering with the sacredness we had overlooked. The song of a bird, the laughter of a child, the taste of water on a hot day, all are magnified, radiant. This is why Zen stories speak of enlightenment in the most ordinary details. They are not trivial. They are invitations to notice what we keep ignoring. One of the most profound aspects of the Dharma is the recognition that stillness is not opposed to movement. It is not fragile. A true still mind can remain peaceful even while acting, speaking, or engaging in the chaos of life. Stillness is not the absence of storms. It is the unshaken depth beneath the waves. The Buddha himself lived among people, teaching, walking, eating, and resting. He did not escape the world to find peace. He discovered peace that could exist in the world. This is what makes the Dharma universal. It belongs not to monks alone, but to anyone willing to pause and look deeply. The first noble truth, suffering, can be terrifying to face directly. Many people turn away at the threshold, believing that admitting suffering will overwhelm them. But in truth, to deny suffering is to multiply it. Think of someone carrying a wound but refusing to look at it. Infection spreads, pain worsens, and healing becomes impossible. To open the doorway to stillness, we must begin with honesty. We must dare to acknowledge the wound. When we say, "Yes, this hurts," "Yes, this is impermanent," "Yes, this is life," the doorway cracks open, we step closer to freedom. The second noble truth teaches us that craving is the root of our unrest. Craving is like fire, always demanding fuel. We feed it with possessions, relationships, status, experiences. But no matter how much we give it, it never says enough. It is always hungry. Recognizing this hunger is not about condemning ourselves. It is about understanding why we remain restless. Stillness begins when we stop feeding the fire. When we notice the craving without obeying it, something miraculous happens. Space appears. In that space, peace arises naturally without effort. This leads us to the third noble truth, the possibility of cessation. Here lies the heart of the Buddha's promise. Liberation is not a fantasy. It is a reality accessible in this very life. To taste this freedom, even for a moment, is to know that it is possible. Think of the instant when you finally let go of a long-held resentment. The weight lifts, the tightness in your chest dissolves, and you breathe fully again. That moment is a glimpse of nirvana, the extinguishing of the fire. And once you have tasted it, you know that peace is not something you must earn in the distant future. It is something you can return to again and again in each moment of letting go. The fourth noble truth, the Eightfold Path, is often described as a road, but it is more like a wheel, each spoke supporting the others, each part connected. Wisdom and ethics support mindfulness. Mindfulness strengthens wisdom. Compassion nourishes right action. The path is alive, dynamic, and perfectly practical. When you practice right speech, you choose words that heal instead of harm. When you practice right livelihood, you support yourself without exploitation. When you practice right mindfulness, you return again and again to the present, instead of wandering in past and future. Every step on this path is a step through the doorway to stillness. To walk the Dharma path is to discover that peace does not mean escape. It does not mean building walls against pain. It means opening to life so fully that pain loses its power to define you. A Zen master once said, "The obstacle is the path." This is the essence of Dharma, the very places where you suffer most. Loss, anger, fear are the same places where stillness can bloom. The doorway to stillness is often hidden in the places you least want to look. Think of the times when life has broken you open. Perhaps a loved one passed away and the grief was unbearable. Perhaps your career collapsed or a relationship you depended on dissolved. In those moments, everything you clung to was torn away. Yet sometimes, in the raw emptiness that followed, you glimpsed something strange. A quiet spaciousness, a freedom born of nothing left to lose. That glimpse is the Dharma revealing itself. It is the silence beneath the storm, the stillness that was always there, waiting. This is the paradox at the heart of the Buddha's teaching. Peace is not found by running away from suffering, but by walking straight into it with awareness. Only then do we see that suffering is not an enemy but a teacher. The Zen stories are filled with masters who smile in the face of loss, who laugh at the very moments we would despair. Their response is not denial. It is recognition that peace does not depend on conditions. When everything is stripped away, what remains is the unshaken heart. As you listen to these teachings, do not place them on a pedestal as if they were unreachable ideals. Let them touch the soil of your daily life. Notice the suffering you already carry, the stress of trying to meet expectations, the anxiety about the future, the sorrow of things not turning out as you wished. Recognize these as your own noble truths. Then notice the craving beneath them, the desire for control, the longing for permanence, the hope that life will always match your plans. See how clinging fuels the fire, and then, even if just for one breath, let go. Feel the space that opens. This is the beginning of cessation. This is the path already unfolding beneath your feet. The doorway to stillness is not somewhere far away. It is in the present moment, in the awareness that hears these words. Every time you pause, every time you breathe and notice, every time you choose compassion over anger, you step through. The Buddha is not calling you to become someone else. He is reminding you of what you already are, awareness itself, vast, luminous, and free. To truly understand the doorway to stillness, we must first understand why most people never step through it. It is not because the path is hidden, nor because the Dharma is difficult to comprehend. The real challenge is that silence frightens us. The moment we try to sit quietly, a flood of thoughts surges up, regrets about the past, worries about the future, judgments about the present. Instead of calm, we find chaos. And so we reach for our phones, turn on the television, or drown ourselves in endless activity. This is the tragedy of our age. Distraction has become our drug and silence feels unbearable. But silence is not the enemy. It is the doorway itself. When we stay with it, when we resist the temptation to run, the storm of thoughts eventually passes. Beneath the noise, there is a stillness more profound than anything we can manufacture. That stillness is not created by effort. It is revealed by patience. Just as clouds drift away to reveal the sun, the turbulence of the mind settles to uncover the luminous awareness beneath. The Buddha described this awareness as the mind's natural state. In the Satipatthana Sutta, he instructed practitioners to observe the body, feelings, mind, and mental objects with bare attention, not to judge or manipulate, but simply to notice. This act of noticing is the key. When we see our thoughts as thoughts, our feelings as feelings, our sensations as sensations, we are no longer chained by them. They rise and fall like waves on the surface of the ocean, while the depth remains undisturbed. That depth is the doorway to stillness. Consider the first time you truly realized that your thoughts are not you. Perhaps you caught yourself in a cycle of worry, imagining scenarios, replaying conversations, and suddenly you recognized, this is just the mind thinking. That moment of recognition, however brief, was freedom. It was as if you stepped back and saw the waves without being swallowed by them. That is the taste of stillness. It does not erase the waves, but it keeps you from drowning. The Zen masters often used paradox to shock students out of their habitual patterns. A question that cannot be answered logically forces the mind to stop chasing itself in circles. In that pause, stillness emerges. When a master says, "What is the sound of one hand clapping?" he is not playing a trick. He is pushing the student beyond thought, beyond the craving for intellectual answers, into the raw immediacy of awareness. That moment of bewilderment is not failure. It is awakening to the present. This is why the stories we will explore matter so deeply. They are not about exotic figures from distant lands. They are about you and the obstacles in your own heart. When you hear of a monk who loses his life's work to the wind and smiles, you are invited to ask, could I do the same when life tears away what I hold dear? When you hear of a temple reduced to ashes and a master calmly drinking tea, you are challenged. What would it mean for me to meet loss with equanimity? Each story is a mirror, reflecting not only our struggles but the possibility of transcending them. Stillness does not mean becoming numb. It does not mean suppressing emotions or pretending not to care. True stillness is alive with compassion. When you are no longer consumed by your own grasping, your heart naturally opens to others. This is why the Buddha's teachings on stillness are inseparable from the teachings on love and compassion. A quiet mind is not a selfish mind. It is a mind spacious enough to hold the suffering of the world without being destroyed by it. Think of a parent watching over a child who is crying. The parent does not panic or scold. They hold the child gently, allowing the storm of tears to pass. In the same way, the stillness of awareness holds all our inner storms. When anger arises, we do not push it away, we hold it tenderly. When fear comes, we do not fight it, we allow it to be, knowing it will pass. This is the practice of compassion toward ourselves. And when we cultivate this inward compassion, it naturally extends outward. We begin to meet others suffering with the same gentle acceptance. The doorway to stillness is also the doorway to wisdom. When the mind is turbulent, we see only fragments of reality distorted by craving and aversion. But when the mind is calm, reality reveals itself clearly. We see impermanence everywhere, in the falling of leaves, in the changing of seasons, in the rise and fall of each breath. Impermanence is not tragic, it is beautiful. It is what makes life precious. If everything lasted forever, nothing would be special. To recognize impermanence is to fall in love with the fleeting beauty of this very moment. The Buddha once said, "All conditioned things are impermanent." When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. This teaching is simple, yet it can transform the way we live. Instead of clinging desperately, we learn to savor gently. Instead of demanding permanence, we celebrate change. This shift in perspective is not intellectual, it is experiential. It happens in the stillness of a quiet mind, when we finally stop grasping and allow life to flow. But how do we begin? The doorway to stillness can feel intimidating, as if it requires years of practice or extraordinary effort. In truth, it begins with something as simple as a breath. Right now, as you sit here, notice the sensation of air entering your nostrils, filling your lungs and leaving again. Notice the rise and fall of your chest. Do not try to control it, just notice. In that noticing, you are already stepping through the doorway. You are already practicing Dharma. The great teachers remind us that the path is not about reaching some distant destination. It is about remembering what has always been true. You are not your thoughts. You are not your cravings. You are the awareness in which they arise and pass. That awareness is not restless. It is not broken. It is whole, luminous, and free. Every breath you take is an opportunity to return to it. As we move deeper into this journey, remember, the stories we explore are not instructions to be memorized. They are invitations to look within. The Buddha did not ask for blind belief. He asked for direct experience. Come and see, he said. The Dharma is not about faith alone. It is about tasting the truth for yourself. And that truth is waiting in the stillness of this moment, in the awareness that is listening right now. So pause. Take one breath fully. Feel your body resting where it is. Notice the play of thoughts, the sensations of the present, and recognize you have already stepped through the doorway to stillness. The Dharma is not far away. It is here in the miracle of this very breath, in the light of awareness that never leaves you. This is the beginning. This is the path. When we think about stillness, we often imagine silence in a cave, a solitary monk meditating on a distant mountain, or the quiet hush of a temple courtyard at dawn. But the doorway to stillness is not locked inside sacred spaces. It is present in the marketplace, in the office, in the chaos of raising children, in the uncertainty of illness, and in the heartbreak of loss. The Buddha did not promise a path that removes us from life. He showed us how to find liberation in the very heart of life as it is. This truth can be difficult to accept, especially in a culture that idolizes control. From a young age, we are taught that success comes from mastering circumstances, bending the world to our will, and eliminating discomfort at all costs. Yet no matter how carefully we plan, reality slips beyond our grasp. Jobs are lost, relationships fracture, bodies grow sick, and time takes everything we cling to. When we realize that control is an illusion, despair can rise like a wave. But here, right at this breaking point, the Dharma whispers, let go. When you release the need to control, you discover the freedom that control could never provide. Think about the moments in your life when everything seemed to collapse, when the structures you trusted suddenly dissolved. Perhaps it was the death of someone you loved, the end of a marriage, or the loss of security you thought would last forever. In those moments, the ground beneath your feet gave way. Yet sometimes, after the initial shock, you felt a strange clarity. You saw how fragile everything had always been, how impermanence had been present all along. That recognition, though painful, carried a quiet strength. It was as if you had been walking blindfolded, and suddenly the cloth was removed. That glimpse of truth, however fleeting, is the beginning of stillness. In the teachings, the Buddha often compared craving to a fire. We imagine that if we feed this fire enough fuel, it will finally be satisfied. But craving does not work that way. The more we give it, the hungrier it becomes. A new promotion at work leads to wanting more recognition. A new car brings temporary excitement, then a longing for the next upgrade. Even relationships can become objects of craving when we demand they fulfill every need or never change. The fire consumes endlessly. Only when we stop feeding it does peace arrive. This stopping is not passivity, it is wisdom. It is the realization that nothing external can ever complete what is already whole within us. Zen stories carry this truth in poetic form. A master might sweep the floor, drink a cup of tea, or watch leaves falling and declare, "This is it." What do they mean? They are pointing to the fact that stillness is not found by escaping life's ordinariness, but by entering it completely. To sweep the floor with full awareness is to touch eternity. To drink tea without distraction is to taste nirvana. The sacred is not elsewhere, it is here, if only we are present enough to see it. One of the greatest obstacles to entering this doorway is the belief that peace lies in the future. We tell ourselves, when I retire, then I will rest. When I find the right partner, then I will be happy. When I fix all my flaws, then I will be at peace. But the future never arrives the way we imagine. By chasing peace in what is not yet, we miss the peace available in what already is. The Buddha's path pulls us back from this endless postponement. It says, liberation is not tomorrow, it is in this breath, in this step, in this very moment of awareness. Stillness, then, is not a goal to be achieved but a reality to be remembered. This is why the Zen masters often laugh when asked about enlightenment. What you seek is not hidden. It has been here all along. You are like a person searching for their glasses while already wearing them. The practice is not about acquiring something new, but about realizing what has never been absent. When the craving stops, even for a heartbeat, you taste the completeness that has always been yours. The Four Noble Truths introduced so clearly by the Buddha are not distant doctrines. They are intimate reflections of human experience. The first truth, that life contains suffering, is something you already know. The second truth, that craving causes suffering, is something you can verify each time you grasp for what slips away. The third truth, that release is possible, can be felt in any moment you let go of resentment or soften your grip on control. And the fourth truth, the path, is nothing mystical. It is a way of living with wisdom, ethics, and mindfulness in the midst of ordinary life. These truths are not commands, they are descriptions of reality. They do not ask for belief, they ask for recognition. When you open to this recognition, the world begins to change, not because the world itself is different, but because your relationship with it transforms. Instead of fighting impermanence, you flow with it. Instead of resenting pain, you learn from it. Instead of clinging to joy, you savor it. Stillness becomes your companion, not because circumstances have become easier, but because you have stopped demanding that they be other than what they are. This is the quiet power of Dharma. To cultivate this stillness, practice can be as simple as pausing during your day. Stop for one breath before answering the phone. Notice the sensation of water on your skin as you wash your hands. Listen fully when someone speaks instead of planning your reply. These small acts of presence are not trivial. They are steps through the doorway. Each time you return to awareness, you strengthen the habit of stillness. Over time, it becomes natural, like returning home after a long journey. Remember this: the Buddha did not achieve peace by escaping humanity. He achieved it by embracing reality as it is. His path is not meant for some distant ideal of perfection. It is meant for ordinary people, people with families, jobs, and responsibilities, people who know both joy and sorrow, people like you. The doorway to stillness is wide enough for everyone. You do not need to change who you are to walk through it. You need only the courage to pause, the humility to notice, and the willingness to let go. And so, as you hear these teachings, allow them to settle into your heart. Do not try to memorize them. Do not try to analyze them. Instead, let them work on you like rain softening the soil, like sunlight opening a flower. The Dharma is not about what you know. It is about how you live. It is about finding the stillness that has been waiting all along and carrying it with you into every corner of your life. This is the invitation of Part 1. To recognize that peace is not far away, not hidden, not reserved for saints. It is here in this moment, in the awareness that listens, in the breath that rises and falls, in the stillness that is already yours. Step through the doorway. The path of Dharma begins now. Part 2. The wind of impermanence, learning from letting go. A storm rises in the night. The air shifts, the walls tremble, and in a single breath of wind, 7 years of work disappear. A master who had devoted himself to writing the truths of the Dharma watches as page after page, his carefully inked words are swept into the darkness. By dawn, the table is empty, the floor bare. The manuscript is gone. Most of us, faced with such loss, would collapse. We would cling to the memory of those pages, cursing the storm, weeping at the unfairness of fate. But the master did not. He looked at the emptiness where his manuscript had been, and instead of despair, he offered a smile. If the wind has need of these words, he whispered, let them belong to the wind. This story is more than a parable of loss. It is a mirror of life itself. Everything we create, everything we love, everything we believe belongs to us is subject to the law the Buddha named anicca, impermanence. All compounded things will change. Nothing, no matter how precious, is exempt. The body that carries us grows old, the relationships we cling to shift. The dreams we guard so carefully rise and fall like the tide. The Diamond Sutra captures this truth with startling beauty. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow like dew or a flash of lightning. Life appears so vivid, so solid, so undeniable, and yet like a dream at dawn it fades. Like a bubble on water it bursts. Like dew on the grass it vanishes in the morning sun. To see this clearly is not to fall into despair, it is to awaken. For impermanence is not only the law of endings, it is the law of beginnings. Without impermanence the child could never grow. Without impermanence winter could never become spring. Without impermanence even our suffering could never dissolve. What feels like loss is also the possibility of renewal. The same wind that scatters also clears the sky, but our instinct is to resist. We want permanence. We want the manuscript to remain safe, the love to stay unchanged, the body to remain strong. And so we suffer. We suffer not because the world changes, but because we demand that it should not. The Buddha's wisdom pierces this illusion. Clinging to what cannot last is the root of our pain. The master understood that the true Dharma could not be blown away. His pages were gone, but the insight remained. Wisdom is not ink. Compassion is not bound to paper. The wind could carry away his words, but it could not take away his realization. This is the heart of letting go. When we invest our lives in what cannot be destroyed, awareness, kindness, truth, we discover a freedom that storms cannot touch. Impermanence is not something to believe, it is something we see every moment. Each breath rises and passes. Each thought appears and dissolves. Each sound is born in silence and returns to silence. When we notice this constantly, we begin to soften our grip. We learn to love without trying to chain love, to enjoy without fearing its end, to live without postponing. Impermanence turns every moment into something sacred because it will never come again. The smile of the Master is the smile of one who knows this truth. He has let go of clinging, and in that letting go, he has found peace. The storm did not take anything essential from him because the essential was never in the pages. It was already alive in his heart. And so he smiled, not at loss, but at freedom. To walk with impermanence as a companion rather than as an enemy is to enter a new relationship with life. Instead of clutching, we learn to bow. Instead of demanding, we learn to receive. This shift does not happen overnight. It requires practice, the steady training of the heart. Yet each small act of letting go is a seed, and these seeds bloom into freedom when tended with patience. Think of the possessions that fill your home. Each one carries a story, a memory, a sense of identity. Yet if you look closely, you will see that every object is temporary. The clothes you wear fray, the furniture breaks, the devices become obsolete, even photographs fade. We surround ourselves with these things as if they will protect us from impermanence, but in truth, they only remind us of it. Still, there is nothing wrong with possessions themselves. The suffering comes when we confuse them with who we are. When the Master lost his manuscript, he did not lose himself. He knew that the truth he had realized was alive within him, untouched by the storm. Now think of relationships. We long for permanence here more than anywhere else. We want love to stay unchanged. We want friends to remain close. We want family to be with us forever. Yet relationships, too, are subject to the law of anicca. People grow, people change, people leave. Sometimes through choice, sometimes through death. If we cling to how someone used to be, we suffer twice. Once because they have changed, and again because we resist that change. The practice is to love without clinging, to allow others their freedom, to honor the impermanence that makes each moment of connection precious. The Buddha's teachings invite us to consider impermanence not only in the grand shifts of life, but in the smallest details. Each breath is impermanent. Each sound arises and fades. Each thought appears, lingers briefly, and vanishes. To train in seeing impermanence everywhere is to weaken our habit of clinging. When we notice the transient nature of even the smallest sensation, we are less likely to grasp desperately at the larger experiences. Impermanence becomes not a source of dread, but a source of wisdom. The Zen tradition has always loved metaphors of wind, rain, and sky to teach impermanence. The wind cannot be grasped, yet it moves all things. The rain nourishes the earth, but it cannot stay. The sky holds clouds that shift and dissolve, yet the sky itself is never harmed. Awareness is like the sky, unchanging, open, vast, while experiences are like the clouds. They form and vanish, sometimes gentle, sometimes stormy, but always passing. The more we identify with the sky rather than the clouds, the more we know peace. Impermanence also holds a profound ethical teaching. Because life is fleeting, our actions matter deeply. Each word we speak may be the last someone hears from us. Each gesture of kindness may never be repeated. Knowing impermanence sharpens our attention to the present, urging us not to waste our lives in anger, resentment, or distraction. This urgency is not anxious but compassionate. It tells us, do not postpone love, do not wait to forgive, do not hold back generosity. Tomorrow is not promised. The wind may come tonight. And yet we resist. The mind longs for stability, for a place to rest that will not change. We build careers, reputations, identities, hoping they will anchor us. But impermanence is relentless. The job ends, the reputation shifts, the identity crumbles. In those moments we can feel as though we are dying, and in a way we are. Each change is a small death, a dissolution of who we thought we were. But the Dharma reminds us that these deaths are necessary. Without them, the new cannot be born. Without them, growth is impossible. The Master's manuscript had to be scattered so that his realization could deepen. If he had clung to the pages, he might have mistaken them for the Dharma itself. But when the wind took them, he was forced to see the difference between the form and the essence. This is what impermanence teaches us again and again, to distinguish between what is temporary and what is timeless. The forms pass. The essence remains. In the Diamond Sutra, the Buddha urged his disciples to practice generosity without attachment. He said that giving with the idea of permanence is not true giving. True generosity arises when we give without clinging, without expecting return, without holding on to the act itself. In this way, impermanence becomes not just a teaching about loss but about freedom. When we know everything will pass, we can give freely, love freely, live freely. We are no longer weighed down by fear of losing, because we have already accepted that loss is the nature of all conditioned things. Letting go, however, does not mean we stop caring. On the contrary, it allows us to care more deeply. When we no longer demand that moments last forever, we can be fully present while they are here. When we no longer cling to people, we can love them more purely, without trying to mold them to our desires. Letting go makes space for true compassion, because it is not about possession but about presence. There is a practice in some Zen monasteries. Monks spend weeks creating intricate mandalas from colored sand, pouring patience and devotion into every grain. Then, when the mandala is complete, they sweep it away. Nothing remains. This ritual is not an act of destruction but of liberation. It is a reminder that beauty itself is impermanent, that even the most exquisite creation must pass, and that the true value lies not in clinging to the finished work but in the mindfulness of its making. We too can practice this in our lives. Create, love, work, give, all with full devotion. But when the time comes for the wind to scatter, do not resist. Smile as the Master smiled. The pages were never yours to keep. They were always destined to return to the sky. This is the invitation of impermanence, to live with open hands, to allow the winds of change to move through us without tearing us apart, to trust that what is essential cannot be lost, to know that the Dharma is not in the forms that pass but in the awareness that remains. When we live this way, impermanence is no longer a thief but a teacher. It becomes the very wind that carries us home. Impermanence is not an idea reserved for scriptures and monasteries. It is the pulse of our everyday lives. Every dawn announces it, every sunset confirms it. The seasons declare it openly. Blossoms that dazzle us in spring surrender their petals to autumn winds, and the warmth of summer inevitably bows to the chill of winter. Nothing holds still. To ignore this truth is to live in conflict with life itself. Yet we do ignore it, again and again. We cling to the illusion that our bodies will not age, that our careers will continue to rise, that the people we love will stay as they are. We even cling to our own emotions, believing our joy will last forever or that our pain will never fade. In doing so, we bind ourselves to the wheel of suffering. The Buddha saw this clearly. It is not impermanence that causes our pain, but our refusal to accept it. The practice of Dharma is to turn toward this truth, not away. To sit quietly and notice that every breath has its birth and death. To observe that every thought arises and dissolves. To watch as emotions surge like waves, peak, and vanish back into the sea. When we learn to see this clearly, clinging begins to loosen. It becomes unnecessary to fight the wind because we realize the wind has always been part of us. Consider grief. When we lose someone we love, it feels unbearable because we wanted permanence. We wanted more days, more laughter, more time. But grief itself is a teacher. It reveals just how deeply we cared, just how precious those moments were. It shows us that love cannot be owned, only experienced. To grieve is to recognize the truth of impermanence, and if we meet grief with awareness rather than resistance, it transforms us. It softens us, deepens our compassion, and makes us gentler toward the suffering of others. The Zen story of the scattered manuscript is an image of this truth. The master smiled not because he did not care, but because he saw beyond form. His life's work was gone, yet his heart was unshaken. This does not mean we should not care about what we create. On the contrary, it means we should pour ourselves into creation fully, but without the delusion that it will last forever. Like the monks who craft sand mandalas, we give our whole hearts to the process, then bow in acceptance when the wind carries it away. Impermanence is the reason beauty touches us so deeply. A rainbow enchants because it fades. A song moves us because it ends. A child's laughter pierces us with sweetness because we know it cannot last. The fragility of these moments makes them sacred. If they were permanent, they would lose their radiance. To live with awareness of impermanence is to live in awe, to treat each moment as a jewel because we know it will never come again. But how do we practice letting go in the midst of impermanence? The answer lies in presence. Letting go is not about pushing life away, but about holding it with open hands. When we drink tea, we know the taste will vanish, so we savor it fully. When we sit with a friend, we know the conversation will end, so we listen with our whole being. When difficulties arise, we know they too will pass, so we meet them with patience. Each act of presence is a training in letting go, and each act of letting go opens us more deeply to life as it is. The Diamond Sutra's teaching, that all conditioned things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows, is not meant to strip life of meaning. It is meant to give life its true meaning. When we see life as fragile, we stop wasting it. We stop postponing kindness. We stop living as though we have endless time. Impermanence teaches us urgency, not the urgency of panic, but the urgency of love. If this breath may be our last, let it be mindful. If this day may be our last, let it be compassionate. When we resist impermanence, we harden. We try to make the temporary permanent to keep the butterfly in our grasp. But when we embrace impermanence, we soften. We let the butterfly fly and we rejoice in its flight. We do not own life, we witness it. We do not possess love, we participate in it. We do not control the wind, we dance with it. And here is the great gift. Impermanence makes freedom possible. If everything were fixed, there would be no escape from suffering. But because all things change, ignorance can transform into wisdom, hatred can transform into compassion, confusion can transform into clarity. No storm lasts forever. No sorrow is permanent. The winds that scatter also carry seeds. In the very truth of impermanence lies the promise of awakening. So when the winds rise in your life, do not fight them blindly. Pause, feel them on your face. Remember that you are not what the wind scatters. You are the awareness that remains. The manuscript may be gone, the possessions lost, the relationships altered, but the Dharma within you cannot be taken. The wisdom you cultivate, the compassion you embody, these are untouched by storms. They are not subject to anicca, they are the treasures that last. Let the smile of the Master guide you. When the winds of impermanence sweep through, may you too remember, nothing essential can be lost. The pages were never yours to keep. They were always passing through your hands like water, like clouds, like dreams. The task is not to hold them, but to honor them as they pass. Impermanence, when seen through the eyes of awakening, ceases to be a thief. It becomes the greatest teacher. It strips away the illusions we cling to and exposes what is real. If everything we rely on can be taken, then what is left? The Buddha's answer was clear. Awareness itself, luminous and unshaken, is what cannot be destroyed. This is why letting go does not leave us empty, it leaves us free. Think of a mountain stream rushing over rocks. The water never stops moving, never holding the same form for even a second. Yet the stream is real, its song is constant, its life undeniable. Our lives are like this. We try to freeze the water into permanence, but in doing so, we miss its music. The practice of Dharma teaches us to sit at the bank of the stream and listen, to appreciate the flow instead of demanding that it stand still. The truth of impermanence is written even in our own bodies. Every 7 years, nearly every cell in the human body is replaced. We are not who we were as children, nor even who we were a decade ago. And yet there is continuity, an unbroken flow of consciousness that witnesses the change. If we cling to the illusion of permanence in our bodies, we suffer with every wrinkle, every ache, every decline. But if we embrace the truth of impermanence, aging itself becomes a teacher. Each line on the face, each change in the body is a reminder to live fully now. The same is true for emotions. Anger flares, then cools. Joy rises, then fades. Fear tightens its grip, then releases. When we forget impermanence, we believe emotions define us forever. I am an angry person, we say. I am a fearful person. But when we remember impermanence, we see emotions for what they are, visitors. They come, they stay briefly, and they leave. We do not need to identify with them. We need only to notice their arising and their passing, to rest in the awareness that remains untouched. Zen practice offers us koans, paradoxical riddles that break our attachment to ordinary thinking. The story of the manuscript is itself a kind of koan. It shocks us. How could someone smile when 7 years of work were lost? Yet this shock is the doorway. It forces us to question our assumptions about what matters. Was the value in the words or in the wisdom behind them? If the wisdom is intact, then what has really been lost? In pondering such questions, the mind loosens its grip. In that looseness, stillness appears. Impermanence also reshapes the way we love. If we believe love must last forever in its original form, we suffer when it changes. But if we accept that love itself is impermanent in expression, though eternal in essence, we can love more freely. We can appreciate each moment of connection without demanding it stay the same. When a child grows up and leaves home, the relationship changes. When partners evolve in different directions, the relationship changes. When death comes, the form of love changes. But the love itself, the selfless wish for the other's well-being, does not die. Impermanence teaches us to find comfort not in holding on but in continuing to love even as forms shift. The Diamond Sutra instructs us to view all forms as like stars at dawn, bubbles in a stream, lightning in a summer cloud, a phantom and a dream. This is not cynicism, it is compassion. For when we see everything as fleeting, we no longer cling to it with desperation. We allow life to breathe. We allow people to be free. We allow ourselves to flow with change. This is the peace of impermanence. It releases us from the burden of control. Still, the mind resists. It asks, if everything passes, then what is the point? Why build anything? Why create? Why love if all will vanish? The Buddha's teaching answers, precisely because all passes, it is precious. The fragility of a moment gives it value. The brevity of life makes it sacred. We do not need permanence for meaning. We need presence. To live as if each moment could be the last is not despair. It is gratitude in action. We see this truth embodied in the practice of mindful living. Washing the dishes, we know the bubbles will vanish, yet we wash with care. Drinking tea, we know the taste will fade, yet we drink with attention. Speaking to a friend, we know the conversation will end, yet we listen deeply. In this way, impermanence is not an enemy but the very reason to live with tenderness. The Dharma calls us to inhabit each fleeting moment fully, without clinging, without fear. When we forget impermanence, we take life for granted. We delay our love, postpone our dreams, neglect our presence. We imagine we have time. But impermanence whispers, you do not know how many breaths remain. This is not a threat, it is a reminder. Do not waste this moment. Use it to awaken. Use it to love. Use it to let go. And so the Master's smile becomes a lesson for us all. His pages were gone, but his wisdom remained. His loss was real, but his freedom was greater. The wind that scattered his work also carried his teaching into the hearts of those who would hear it. Nothing is permanent, and in that truth lies liberation. To embrace impermanence is to live without fear. It is to know that change is not the end but the nature of life itself. It is to see that the wind does not destroy, it transforms. And when we let go, when we allow ourselves to be carried, we discover that we were never truly losing anything. We were always being invited to awaken. To finish this journey through the teaching of impermanence, we must return once more to the heart of the story. The Master's manuscript swept away by the wind. The reason this story endures is not because it describes an unusual event, but because it is every human story. Each of us, in our own way, writes manuscripts with our lives. We spend years building careers, cultivating families, nurturing dreams. We pour ourselves into them with devotion, believing that they will hold firm against the passage of time. And then, as surely as night follows day, the wind comes. Sometimes suddenly, sometimes gradually, but always inevitably, it scatters what we thought would last. What matters is not whether the wind comes, it always will. What matters is how we meet it. Do we cling, scream, and collapse in despair? Or do we smile like the Master, knowing that what has been taken was never truly ours to keep? The Buddha's teaching on anicca is not meant to rob us of hope. It is meant to give us the deepest hope of all, the possibility of peace in the very midst of change. Impermanence shows us that there is no security in clinging, but there is freedom in letting go. When we release our grip, we discover that we do not fall. Instead, we find ourselves carried by a current larger than our own designs. This current is the Dharma itself, the law of reality, flowing through every moment, reminding us that to live is to change. One of the most powerful applications of this truth is in the practice of forgiveness. When we cling to past hurts, we believe they are permanent. We replay them, reinforce them, let them define us. But when we recognize impermanence, we see that even wounds change. Pain softens, memories fade, hearts open. Forgiveness is not forgetting. It is aligning ourselves with the truth of change. It is trusting that neither we nor those who hurt us are fixed in stone. Just as a manuscript can scatter into the wind, so too can anger, resentment, and hatred. Another application lies in facing death, the ultimate teacher of impermanence. We fear death because we imagine it as an interruption, a theft of permanence. But the Dharma reminds us that life has always been impermanent, that each breath is a small death and rebirth. To contemplate death is not morbid, it is liberating. It is to recognize that nothing can be held forever, and therefore everything must be cherished now. Death makes every act of kindness urgent, every expression of love essential. Impermanence also calls us to humility. When we cling to success, we forget that it too will fade. When we cling to failure, we forget that it too will pass. Neither triumph nor defeat defines us forever. Both are subject to the same wind. Knowing this, we learn not to inflate ourselves in pride nor to collapse in shame. We learn to walk the middle path, steady and compassionate, grounded in the truth that all things change. The Master's smile is not passive acceptance, it is active wisdom. He is not saying, "It does not matter." He is saying, "What matters cannot be lost." Wisdom cannot be torn from the heart. Compassion cannot be blown away. Presence cannot be stolen. These are the true treasures of life, and impermanence only serves to highlight their value. How, then, can we train ourselves to meet impermanence with such a smile? We begin small. We notice the impermanence of each day. The taste of a meal fading, the sound of laughter ending, the sun slipping below the horizon. We practice letting go of little things, an expectation, a grudge, a plan that did not unfold as we wished. Each small act of release is a rehearsal for the greater releases to come. Over time, we build the strength to face even the greatest losses with grace. Meditation is the laboratory for this practice. When we sit in silence, we witness impermanence directly. Thoughts arise and dissolve. Sensations come and go. Emotions surge and fade. In this space, we learn that we are not defined by what passes through us. We are the awareness that remains. This realization grows stronger the more we practice, until it becomes the foundation for how we live. Life itself becomes a meditation on impermanence. Walking, we feel the step rise and fall. Breathing, we feel the inhale and exhale, each one unique, each one gone forever once it passes. Listening, we hear sounds emerge from silence and return to silence. In every activity, impermanence reveals itself, and in every recognition, our clinging loosens. The Diamond Sutra invites us to contemplate life as like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Dreams are not meaningless simply because they fade. They are meaningful precisely because they are fleeting. So it is with life. The dream of today will vanish by tomorrow, but that does not make it less precious. It makes it sacred. To live with this awareness is to awaken within the dream, to see through its fragility to the timeless presence beneath. As part 2 closes, let us return to the image of the wind. The wind that scattered the Master's manuscript was not cruel. It was simply the nature of wind to blow, of paper to scatter, of life to change. The Master's wisdom was in not fighting what could not be stopped. His freedom was in recognizing that what he had truly gained could never be lost. So too, in our own lives, the winds will come. They will take from us what we thought we could not live without. They will strip away the illusions we clutch. But if we let them, they will also carry us into deeper freedom. They will teach us to hold life lightly, to love without fear, to live without clinging. The teaching of impermanence is not a burden. It is a blessing. It tells us that no sorrow will last forever, no joy can be hoarded, no self is fixed. It invites us to step into the flow of life with open hands and an open heart. And when the winds rise, may we remember the Master's smile. May we too be able to say, "What the wind takes was never mine to keep." What remains is the truth, unshaken, eternal, the wisdom of letting go. Part 3, transforming anger into compassion. There is a fire that can consume a lifetime in seconds. It does not burn wood or stone, it burns the heart. It is the fire of anger. Every one of us has felt its heat. The rush of blood, the tightening of the jaw, the sharpness of words that leap out before we can stop them. Anger arrives like a storm, fierce and sudden, and when it passes, it leaves behind ashes, broken trust, wounded relationships, a weary heart. The Buddha compared anger to holding a burning coal with the intention of throwing it at someone else. In the end, it is our own hands that blister. Yet within this fire lies the seed of transformation. What if anger is not our enemy but a messenger? What if, by meeting it with awareness, we can turn its destructive power into the fuel for compassion? This is the lesson of the Dharma, a lesson taught not only through words but through the lives of those who have walked the path before us. In Zen tradition, there is a tale of a monk who lost his temper easily. His teacher did not scold him, but instead gave him a simple instruction. Each time anger arises, bow. The monk resisted at first, but he obeyed. Whenever irritation flared, he stopped, folded his hands, and bowed deeply. In time, he noticed something remarkable. The bow itself created a pause. The pause allowed him to see that anger was not permanent. It rose like a wave and passed like a wave. In the stillness of the bow, anger transformed into humility. And in humility, compassion was born. This story reflects the heart of the Buddha's teaching on anger, that it is not to be suppressed nor indulged but understood. Anger is energy. If we feed it with thoughts of revenge, it scorches everything. If we ignore it, it festers, becoming bitterness. But if we meet it with mindfulness, we can redirect it. The heat of anger can soften into the warmth of empathy. The fire that destroys can become the fire that illuminates. The Buddha placed this teaching within the framework of the four immeasurables: metta, loving kindness; karuna, compassion; mudita, sympathetic joy; and upekkha, equanimity. Anger is transformed when it is bathed in these qualities. Loving kindness dissolves hostility. Compassion recognizes that the one who hurts us is also suffering. Sympathetic joy frees us from envy and resentment. Equanimity steadies us when the waves of emotion threaten to drown us. Together, they form the antidote to anger, a medicine for the heart. But transformation begins with awareness. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the Buddha instructed practitioners to observe feelings as feelings. When anger is present, he said, know that anger is present. This seems simple, but it is revolutionary. To notice anger without judgment, without resistance, is to step outside its grip. Instead of being consumed, we become witnesses. This witnessing opens the door to choice. We can choose not to speak words that wound, not to act in ways that harm. The pause between anger and response is where freedom lies. Think of the last time you were angry. Perhaps someone insulted you, or betrayed you, or failed to meet your expectations. Did you notice how quickly your mind created a story? How wrong they were, how right you were, how justified your rage? That story is the fuel of anger. Without it, the fire dies quickly. The practice is to see the story as just that, a story, not truth, not permanence, but a passing construction of the mind. When we see anger as impermanent, we loosen its chains. And when we look deeper, we often find that beneath anger lies pain. We are angry because we were hurt, or afraid, or ignored. The one who caused our anger is also often acting out of their own pain. When we recognize this, compassion arises naturally. To see the humanity of another, even in their cruelty, is to understand that they too are caught in the fire. And once we see that, the heart cannot help but soften. This does not mean we condone harm. Compassion is not weakness, it is strength. To transform anger into compassion is not to allow injustice, but to meet it with clarity rather than hatred. The Buddha himself spoke against wrong actions, but he did so without anger, with a mind rooted in wisdom. True compassion has the courage to set boundaries, to speak truth, to protect the vulnerable, but it does so without the poison of hatred. There is a story from the life of the Buddha himself. When a man, furious with the Buddha's teachings, came and insulted him, the Buddha listened silently. When the man paused, the Buddha asked, "If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?" The man answered, "To the one who offered it." The Buddha smiled. "So it is with your anger. I do not accept it, and so it remains with you." In that moment, the man's rage dissolved. The Buddha's calm did not inflame his anger further, it disarmed it. This is the power of transforming anger into compassion. To practice this in our own lives, we can begin with simple steps. When anger arises, pause, feel it in the body, the racing heart, the tightening chest, the heat in the face. Name it, this is anger. Breathe with it without pushing it away. Then, ask, what pain lies beneath this anger? What is the suffering of the one before me? Even if I cannot forgive in this moment, can I at least refrain from adding more harm? This is how the fire begins to cool. Over time, this practice becomes a habit. The bow of the monk, the calm of the Buddha, the pause of mindfulness, they become second nature. And in that habit, anger loses its power to control us. Instead, it becomes a doorway to compassion. Each time anger arises, we are given a choice to burn or to illuminate. When we choose compassion, we not only free ourselves, we free others. The world does not need more anger. It needs hearts strong enough to transform anger into love, to meet hostility with patience, to respond to cruelty with courage and kindness. This is not easy. It is the hardest practice of all, but it is also the most liberating. For in transforming anger, we discover the deepest truth of the Dharma, that hatred never ceases by hatred but only by love. Anger is seductive. It tells us that if we cling to it, we will be strong. It promises protection, power, and control. Yet the truth is that anger weakens us. It narrows our vision, blinds us to possibilities, and leaves us drained once the fire has burned out. Like drinking salt water to quench thirst, anger only increases the suffering it pretends to relieve. The Buddha understood this deeply. He taught that anger clouds wisdom the way dust clouds a mirror. If we want to see clearly, we must wipe away the dust. But here lies the paradox. We cannot wipe away anger with more anger. We cannot fight it with violence toward ourselves. We must meet it with gentleness, with mindfulness, with compassion. Only then can the mirror of the heart shine again. Think of a time when you were overcome by rage. Perhaps you shouted, slammed a door, or spoke words you later regretted. In that moment, did you feel strong, or did you feel consumed? Anger may surge with the illusion of strength, but it leaves us hollow. True strength is not in the explosion, but in the restraint, in the courage to pause, in the ability to respond with clarity rather than reaction. To choose compassion in the midst of anger is to wield the greatest power of all, the power to break cycles of harm. In Buddhist practice, one of the most powerful tools for transforming anger is metta bhavana, the cultivation of loving kindness. In this meditation, we begin by offering loving kindness to ourselves. May I be safe, may I be healthy, may I live with ease. Then we extend it outward to a friend, to a neutral person, to a difficult person, and finally to all beings everywhere. When practiced regularly, this meditation changes the heart. It softens the edges of resentment. It makes compassion natural, even toward those who have harmed us. But some resist this practice. Why should I send loving kindness to someone who hurt me? They ask. The answer is simple, because hatred poisons the one who holds it. To cling to anger is to drink poison and expect the other to die. Loving kindness is not a gift to the offender. It is medicine for our own hearts. It frees us from the prison of bitterness. When we wish well even for those who have wronged us, we reclaim our freedom. Another practice is mindful breathing. When anger arises, the body is the first to know. The heart races, the muscles tense, the breath shortens. By turning to the breath, we anchor ourselves. Each inhale brings awareness, each exhale releases tension. Breathing does not eliminate anger instantly, but it creates space. In that space, we can choose not to act on the impulse. We can choose compassion instead. Let us return to the story of the Buddha and the angry man. Imagine the strength it took for the Buddha to remain calm in the face of insult. Most of us would react instantly, defending ourselves, striking back. But the Buddha understood that anger offered to him was like a gift he could refuse. His refusal was not weakness, it was mastery. He taught us that the true victory is not conquering others but conquering ourselves. How can we bring this teaching into our modern lives? Consider the countless provocations we face each day: traffic jams, rude remarks, workplace conflicts, political divisions. Each one is an invitation to anger. But each one is also an invitation to practice. The driver who cuts us off is our teacher. The colleague who criticizes us is our teacher. The loved one who disappoints us is our teacher. Each one gives us the chance to see our anger, to pause, to breathe, and to transform it. This is not easy. Sometimes anger feels justified. Sometimes it feels righteous. But the Dharma asks us to look deeper. Even righteous anger, if clung to, can corrode the heart. The question is not whether anger is justified, but whether it is useful. Does it bring healing, or does it deepen division? Does it create peace, or does it perpetuate suffering? If it perpetuates suffering, then it is not aligned with the path of compassion. Compassion does not mean passivity. It does not mean allowing injustice. It means responding to injustice with clarity rather than hatred. It means standing firm but without venom. It means protecting what is right but with a heart free from poison. The Buddha himself spoke strongly against harmful actions, but his words carried no anger. They carried the strength of compassion, which seeks to heal rather than destroy. There is a saying in Zen, "The angry mind is always wrong." This does not mean that the cause of anger is always false. It means that when anger controls us, our perception is distorted. We cannot see clearly. But when we transform anger into compassion, we see more deeply. We see the pain beneath the aggression. We see the suffering beneath the cruelty. We see that those who lash out are themselves wounded. And once we see this, our response changes. Imagine a child throwing a tantrum. Would you respond with hatred? No. You would see that the child is overwhelmed, unable to regulate their feelings. You would comfort them, guide them, help them calm down. The same is true of adults. Behind the anger of others lies unhealed pain, unmet needs, unresolved fear. To meet them with compassion is not to excuse their behavior. It is to recognize their humanity. And in recognizing their humanity, we preserve our own. This is the power of transforming anger into compassion. It not only prevents harm, it creates connection. It turns enemies into teachers, conflicts into opportunities, wounds into gateways for healing. It reminds us that beneath the fires of anger, there is always the possibility of love. Anger, when it surges, feels as if it defines us. "I am angry," we declare, as though the whole of our being has been reduced to this one emotion. But the Dharma teaches us that anger is not our identity. It is an impermanent state, like a storm cloud drifting across the sky. The cloud is real while it lasts, but it does not define the sky. In the same way, anger is an experience within us, not the truth of who we are. The more clearly we see this, the more easily we can let it go. One of the great gifts of mindfulness practice is this shift from identification to observation. Instead of saying, "I am angry," we can say, "Anger is present." This small change in language has profound effects. It creates a space between ourselves and the emotion. It reminds us that anger is not permanent, not fixed, not who we are. It is something arising, staying briefly, and passing away. In that space, compassion can begin to grow. Consider how this works in daily life. Perhaps someone criticizes you unfairly. Immediately, anger flares. Instead of lashing out, you pause and name it. Anger is present. Already the fire cools slightly because you are no longer fully consumed. You notice the sensations in the body, the heat in the chest, the tightness in the throat. You breathe into these sensations, allowing them to be there without fueling them. Then you ask, what is beneath this anger? Perhaps it is hurt or fear or the longing to be understood. And suddenly, the person before you is no longer an enemy but a mirror, reflecting your own vulnerability. In that recognition, compassion arises, not only for them but for yourself. The Buddha often emphasized that anger harms the one who carries it more than the one it is directed toward. Holding on to anger is like carrying a burning torch against the wind. The flame turns back on us. Science confirms this. Anger is linked to high blood pressure, heart disease, and weakened immunity. It corrodes the body as well as the mind. To release anger is not only a spiritual act but a physical necessity. Compassion, by contrast, strengthens us. Studies show that compassion boosts resilience, lowers stress, and increases well-being. The Dharma and modern science point to the same truth. Compassion heals where anger harms. But what about the injustices of the world? Surely there are times when anger feels justified, even necessary. When we see cruelty, oppression, violence, how can we not be angry? The Buddha's teaching does not deny this. He acknowledged that anger arises naturally in response to harm. The question is not whether anger arises, but what we do with it. Do we let it harden into hatred, or do we transform it into compassionate action? Compassionate action is strong, clear, and firm. It protects the vulnerable, confronts injustice, and seeks change. But it does so without poisoning the heart. This is the difference between destructive anger and transformative compassion. Take, for example, the story of Angulimala, a feared murderer who had taken hundreds of lives. When he encountered the Buddha, Angulimala was filled with rage and violence. But the Buddha did not meet him with fear or anger. He met him with compassion. His calm presence disarmed Angulimala in a way that weapons never could. The murderer laid down his arms and became a monk, eventually attaining enlightenment. This story shows us that even the most hardened heart can be transformed by compassion. Anger could not have done this. Only compassion could. In our own lives, we may not face murderers, but we face people whose actions wound us deeply. A family member betrays our trust, a colleague undermines us, a stranger insults us. Our instinct is to strike back, to make them feel what we feel. But the Dharma asks us, what will this achieve? Will it heal the wound or deepen it? Will it bring peace or prolong suffering? To choose compassion instead is not to excuse harm, but to refuse to add to it. It is to say, I will not let your actions dictate my heart. I choose a greater freedom. This practice takes courage. It is far easier to give in to anger than to transform it. Anger gives the illusion of control, while compassion requires vulnerability. It asks us to see the humanity of the very person who hurt us. But in that vulnerability lies power, the power to break cycles that have lasted generations. When we meet anger with compassion, we stop passing the fire along. We let it die with us, and in its place, we plant seeds of peace. The path of transforming anger into compassion is not a one-time victory. It is a practice, renewed with every encounter. Some days we succeed, other days we fall short. The key is persistence. Each time we fall into anger, we notice it sooner. Each time we pause, even briefly, before reacting, we strengthen the muscle of compassion. Over time, the pause becomes longer, the compassion more natural. Slowly, the fire loses its hold. This transformation is not only personal, it is collective. Imagine what would happen if communities practiced this together. Conflicts would still arise, but they would not spiral endlessly. Violence would still exist, but it would be met with courage rooted in love, not retaliation rooted in hate. This is not naive optimism. It is the vision the Buddha carried, a vision that has inspired millions across centuries. It begins not with governments or leaders, but with each of us, in the small choices we make every day. The next time anger arises in you, remember this. It is a cloud, not the sky. It is a wave, not the ocean. It is a visitor, not your home. Greet it with awareness. Hold it with gentleness. And then let it teach you. Let it show you where you are hurting, where others are hurting. Let it open your heart rather than close it. This is the alchemy of the Dharma, to turn the fire of anger into the light of compassion. If we are honest, anger often feels satisfying in the moment. It surges with an intoxicating rush, convincing us that we are powerful, that we are standing up for ourselves, that justice is on our side. Yet, once the heat cools, a deeper truth emerges. Anger leaves us hollow, ashamed, or regretful. How many times have words spoken in fury created wounds we could not heal? How many times has anger fractured a relationship beyond repair? The temporary pleasure of release, too, often creates permanent scars. The Dharma gives us another way. Instead of feeding anger, we can look directly into its heart. We can ask, what is anger protecting? What is it trying to shield? Often we discover that beneath the fire is vulnerability, a hurt that longs to be seen, a fear that longs to be soothed, a longing for love that has gone unmet. When we realize this, anger no longer appears as an enemy but as a call for compassion, both for ourselves and for others. This perspective is beautifully illustrated in a story from Zen tradition. A monk once asked his teacher, "Why do I feel anger so often? I try to push it away, but it returns." The teacher replied, "Anger is like a crying child. You cannot silence it by shouting at it or ignoring it. You must pick it up, cradle it, and listen. Only then will it calm down." The teaching is clear. Anger must be embraced with mindfulness, not suppressed with force. When we cradle our anger as we would a child, it transforms into understanding. The Buddha himself modeled this practice when he said, "Hatred is never appeased by hatred in this world. By love alone is hatred appeased. This is an eternal law." The truth is timeless. Meeting anger with anger multiplies suffering. Meeting anger with compassion interrupts the cycle. It is not weakness, it is the deepest strength. We can practice this in everyday situations. Suppose someone cuts you off in traffic. Your body reacts instantly, heart racing, hands gripping the wheel, a surge of frustration. The instinct is to curse or retaliate. But if you pause and breathe, you might consider, perhaps this person is rushing to the hospital. Perhaps they are distracted by grief. Perhaps they are simply human, just like you, imperfect and vulnerable. This shift does not excuse dangerous driving, but it releases you from the prison of anger. It allows you to continue your journey with peace rather than poison. Or imagine a heated conflict with someone you love. Words rise quickly, tempers flare. In such moments, pausing may feel impossible, but even a breath can change the course of the storm. Instead of reacting, you breathe, you soften, you remind yourself, this person too suffers. This person too longs to be happy. With that awareness, your response changes. You may still speak firmly, but you do so with clarity, not cruelty. In this way, compassion enters where anger once reigned. This practice does not mean erasing boundaries. On the contrary, compassion often requires clear boundaries. If someone is harming you, compassion does not mean allowing the harm to continue. It means protecting yourself and, if possible, guiding the other away from harmful behavior without hatred. Anger wants to destroy. Compassion wants to heal. Sometimes healing means saying no, but it is a no rooted in love, not vengeance. The transformation of anger into compassion is not only for personal peace, it is for the healing of the world. Wars, conflicts, and cycles of violence are fueled by collective anger, each side convinced of its righteousness. The Buddha's path offers another way, to see the suffering on all sides, to cultivate understanding, to act from compassion rather than revenge. History has shown the power of this path in the lives of great leaders who embraced nonviolence, drawing directly from the well of Dharma. Their strength lay not in their anger, but in their capacity to transform it into love that moved entire nations. To practice this path ourselves, we must begin where we are. We must notice the small angers of daily life, the irritation in a grocery line, the impatience with a coworker, the resentment toward a friend. Each is an opportunity to practice transformation. If we cannot meet the small angers with compassion, how will we meet the great ones? Each moment is training, each breath is practice, each choice is a step on the path. Over time, as we cultivate this practice, we begin to see anger differently. It no longer frightens us, nor does it control us. It becomes a bell of mindfulness, a signal to return to awareness, to breathe, to open the heart. The very presence of anger becomes the invitation to compassion, and when compassion enters, anger dissolves like mist in the morning sun. The transformation of anger into compassion is perhaps the most radical act of freedom we can achieve. It frees us from being prisoners of our own reactivity. It frees us from cycles of blame and retaliation. It frees us from the illusion that strength comes from hostility. True strength comes from love, the kind of love that is vast enough to hold pain, wise enough to understand suffering, and courageous enough to forgive. So let us practice. Let us pause when the fire rises. Let us breathe when the storm begins. Let us cradle our anger as a teacher, a child, a messenger. And let us remember that compassion is not only possible, it is our true nature. Anger is a passing cloud. Compassion is the sky. To live in this truth is to live the Dharma fully, to embody the path of freedom, and to offer healing in a world that longs for peace. As we close this exploration of anger and its transformation, let us return to the essential truth. Anger itself is not a sin, not a stain, not a permanent flaw. It is a natural human emotion, arising when we feel threatened, hurt, or unseen. The problem is not that anger arises. The problem is when we allow anger to define us, to dictate our actions, to poison our hearts. The Dharma does not ask us to banish anger but to befriend it, to look deeply into its roots and discover the wisdom hidden within. When we pause and breathe in the midst of anger, we discover that it is impermanent. It rises, peaks, and falls like every wave in the ocean. To see this impermanence loosens our grip. To acknowledge, this is anger, without judgment, gives us space to choose. In that space lies freedom, the freedom to respond with compassion rather than react with harm. The transformation of anger into compassion is not merely about personal peace. It ripples outward, affecting families, communities, even nations. Each time we choose compassion over retaliation, we interrupt the chain of suffering. We stop the fire from spreading. We become a point of stillness in a restless world. This is how peace begins, not with grand gestures, but with small acts of love in the heat of ordinary moments. The monk who bowed each time anger arose discovered this truth. The bow created a pause, and in the pause he saw the anger clearly. Over time, the bow itself became an expression of humility and compassion. We too can find our own bow, a breath, a mantra, a moment of silence that allows us to transform. Each time we practice, we strengthen the muscle of compassion. Each time we succeed, even a little, we create a life less governed by fire and more guided by love. The Buddha's teaching echoes across centuries. Hatred never ceases by hatred. Only love can end hatred. This is not naive, it is revolutionary. To meet anger with anger is easy, but to meet anger with compassion is the work of the awakened heart. It requires courage greater than violence, strength deeper than force. And yet, it is within our reach. The seed of compassion is already planted in each of us. We need only to water it with mindfulness, with patience, with practice. So when the next moment of anger comes, as it surely will, may we pause, may we breathe. May we cradle our anger gently, listening to its cry, and then let it soften into understanding. May we remember that compassion is not something we must create, but something we uncover, something that has always been our truest nature. Anger is the passing storm. Compassion is the clear sky that remains. And with each act of transformation, we not only free ourselves, we offer freedom to others. We show a different way, a path of peace in a world too often ruled by fire. This is the gift of the Dharma, that even in the heat of anger we can find the coolness of compassion. And in that coolness we find the deepest peace. Part 4. Fire and the Two Arrows of Suffering. There is an old image from the Buddha's teaching that has echoed across centuries. He said that when we are struck by misfortune, it is as though we are pierced by an arrow. This first arrow is unavoidable. The pain of sickness, the sting of loss, the ache of disappointment, the certainty of death. But then, almost without noticing, we take another arrow and drive it into our own wound. This second arrow is not fired by fate. It is fired by our minds. It is the arrow of resistance, of anger, of blame, of why me. The first arrow brings pain. The second arrow multiplies it into suffering. The Zen story of the burning temple captures this truth vividly. A master's temple, built through years of labor and devotion, caught fire one night. Flames consumed the wooden beams, smoke filled the sky, and everything was reduced to ashes. When his students rushed to him, panicked and heartbroken, they found the master sitting quietly, drinking tea as the fire raged. "Why do you not grieve?" they asked. He replied, "The fire has already taken the temple. Why should I give it my peace as well?" This is the heart of the teaching of the two arrows. The first arrow, the fire, was real. The loss was undeniable. But the master refused the second arrow. He would not wound himself further with despair, anger, or clinging. He understood that suffering is not only what happens to us, it is how we meet what happens. In our own lives, the first arrows are many. A diagnosis that shatters the illusion of health. A betrayal that breaks trust. A dream that collapses in failure. These pains are part of being alive. To deny them is to deny reality itself. But the second arrows, those we add ourselves, are what turn pain into torment. Why me? This shouldn't have happened. It will never get better. These thoughts tighten the wound, inflame it, keep it raw. We cannot stop the first arrow, but we can refuse the second. The Buddha's teaching here is profoundly practical. He did not promise a life without pain. No teaching could make such a promise. But he did show us how to meet pain with wisdom so that it does not consume us. Mindfulness is the shield against the second arrow. When pain arises, we breathe, we notice. This is pain. We do not deny it, but we also do not add the story of blame or despair. We allow it to be what it is, unpleasant, real, but impermanent. In this way, we honor the truth of the first arrow without stabbing ourselves with the second. Consider how this works in the small sufferings of daily life. You spill coffee on your shirt before an important meeting. That is the first arrow, but then you add, "I'm such an idiot. This always happens to me. Now the whole day is ruined." That is the second arrow, or a friend forgets your birthday. The first arrow, disappointment. The second arrow, they don't care about me. I must not matter to anyone. Over and over, we turn simple pains into heavy burdens by the arrows we fire at ourselves. The fire that consumed the temple was no different from the fires that sweep through our lives. We lose homes, jobs, relationships, dreams. But loss itself does not dictate despair. The master drinking tea in the glow of flames teaches us that peace is not the absence of loss, but the refusal to let loss take everything. He still had his calm. He still had his wisdom. He still had his breath. These were treasures the fire could not burn. The Buddha once said, "Holding on to anger is like grasping a burning ember with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned." This is another form of the second arrow. Pain is inevitable. Anger is optional. To meet pain with anger is to add fire to fire. But to meet it with awareness is to keep the wound from festering. This teaching also reshapes how we view resilience. We often think resilience means never being hurt, never being shaken. But true resilience in the light of the Dharma means being able to face the first arrow without firing the second. It means saying, "Yes, this hurts, but I will not make it worse by clinging, blaming, or despairing." This is not indifference, it is wisdom. It allows us to feel pain fully, to honor it, but not to drown in it. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. Pain itself, as intense as it feels, is also impermanent. It arises, peaks, and fades. If we can rest in awareness, the pain passes more quickly. But when we add the second arrow, when we keep replaying the story, we trap ourselves in suffering long after the original pain has gone. The practice of letting go is therefore essential. Letting go does not mean pretending pain does not exist. It means refusing to give it more power than it already has. It means acknowledging the first arrow, tending to the wound, and then putting down the bow that fires the second. This is the freedom the Buddha offers, not freedom from all pain, but freedom from unnecessary suffering. As we move deeper into this part of the journey, keep this image close. The master sitting in front of his burning temple, drinking tea. He has lost everything, yet he has not lost himself. His calm is not denial, it is victory. Victory over the second arrow. Victory over the fire of despair. Victory that comes not from controlling the world, but from mastering the mind. This is the invitation of the Dharma, to live with open eyes, to accept the inevitability of the first arrow, but to lay down the second. To meet pain with wisdom, and in doing so, to discover a peace that cannot be burned. The image of two arrows is so powerful because it reveals the mechanics of our suffering. The first arrow pierces quickly, without warning. A phone call brings bad news. An accident changes our plans. A harsh word cuts us. This is life. Pain is part of the human condition, but the second arrow is fired by us. It is the endless mental commentary that says, "This should not have happened. This is unfair. I cannot bear this." We think the commentary is helping us understand the pain, but it is actually intensifying it. The Buddha's insight was radical. We cannot avoid the first arrow, but the second arrow is optional. This means that much of what we call suffering is self-created. Not because we are weak or foolish, but because the mind, left untrained, clings to stories, to blame, to control. The untrained mind takes a wound and scratches it raw. The trained mind allows the wound to heal. Consider grief. The loss of someone we love is the first arrow. The ache is real, the emptiness undeniable. But then the mind adds, I should have done more. Why did this happen to me? I will never be whole again. These thoughts prolong and deepen the suffering. They are not the grief itself, they are the second arrow. If we can grieve without the second arrow, we feel the pain, but we also feel the love, the gratitude, the preciousness of what was shared. The grief softens into compassion rather than hardening into bitterness. Or consider failure. A project collapses, a plan does not unfold, a dream ends. The disappointment is the first arrow, but then we add the second, I am worthless. I will never succeed. Everyone must think I am a failure. In truth, the failure itself was already gone like the temple in flames. What remains is the story we keep telling ourselves, and that story keeps the fire alive. The Zen master who drank tea while his temple burned was not blind to the loss. He knew the pain of what had been destroyed, but he refused to add the second arrow. His calm was not denial, it was clarity. He understood that the fire had already taken the building. He would not let it take his peace as well. His tea was not indifference but mindfulness. It was a declaration that even in loss one can remain whole. The practice of mindfulness is precisely this, to notice the arising of the second arrow before it pierces too deeply. When pain comes, we breathe. We notice, this is the first arrow. We feel it directly, sharp, unpleasant, undeniable. But then, instead of reacting, we observe the thoughts that begin to form. We see the blame, the regret, the despair, and we remind ourselves, this is the second arrow. The recognition itself loosens its grip. With practice, we can choose to put down the bow. In the Satipatthana Sutta, the Buddha gave clear instructions. Observe feelings as feelings, unpleasant as unpleasant, pleasant as pleasant, neutral as neutral. Do not add to them, do not subtract from them, simply see them as they are. This is the heart of the teaching. Pain is pain, suffering is the story we tell about it. To see this clearly is to take the first step toward liberation. The metaphor of fire deepens this teaching. Fire, like pain, consumes what it touches, but fire also depends on fuel. Without fuel, it dies. The second arrow is the fuel we keep adding: anger, blame, clinging, resistance. When we stop feeding the fire, the flames die down. What remains is the ash of experience, but not the torment of ongoing suffering. We cannot prevent the spark, but we can prevent the wildfire. This does not mean we should become numb, quite the opposite. To meet the first arrow without the second is to feel pain more purely without distortion. It is to let the grief be grief, the disappointment be disappointment, the loss be loss. We honor it fully, but we do not let it define us. This honesty opens the door to healing. Suppression adds another arrow. Denial adds another arrow. Acceptance alone allows the wound to close. There is a subtle but profound shift that happens when we practice this teaching. Instead of asking, why me, we begin to ask, why not me? Pain is not a punishment, it is part of being alive. To live is to be pierced by the arrows of change, loss, impermanence. When we accept this, the suffering is no longer personal. It is simply the human condition. This acceptance does not make pain pleasant, but it makes it bearable. More than that, it makes it meaningful. Pain becomes the teacher, showing us where we cling, showing us where we can let go. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, so should you view this fleeting world, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud. Pain itself is fleeting. Even the sharpest grief softens with time. Even the deepest wound changes. To remember this is to find hope in the midst of struggle. The first arrow may pierce, but it does not stay forever. And if we do not add the second arrow, the healing begins sooner. The fire and the arrows are metaphors, but they are also daily realities. Each time we meet frustration with anger, we fire the second arrow. Each time we meet disappointment with despair, we fire the second arrow. But each time we pause, breathe, and notice, we choose differently. We choose peace. We choose clarity. We choose the freedom of a mind that refuses to wound itself further. To practice this is to learn the art of living with open hands. We cannot stop the winds, the fires, the arrows that life brings, but we can stop adding to them. We can drink tea while the temple burns. We can breathe while the arrow pierces. We can remain whole even as the world changes. This is not escape, it is awakening. The image of two arrows may appear simple, but it is one of the most practical tools we can carry into our daily lives. It gives us a map of the mind, a way to discern where pain ends and where we begin adding to it. Without this clarity, we confuse the two. We think that our suffering is only from the first arrow, when in fact most of it comes from the second. Recognizing this distinction is the beginning of wisdom. Imagine a child learning to walk. She falls often. Each fall is the first arrow, real physical pain. But children rarely add the second arrow. They cry briefly, then get up and try again. Their pain does not turn into identity. They do not say, "I am a failure at walking. I will never succeed. Everyone must think I am foolish." They simply fall, feel, and continue. In this way, children embody the wisdom the Buddha taught. It is adults who fire the second arrow, layering pain with judgment, turning events into heavy stories. The practice, then, is to return to this childlike clarity, to feel pain without entangling it in blame or self-condemnation, to let the fall be just a fall, the loss be just a loss, the disappointment be just a disappointment. This is not detachment, it is freedom from unnecessary suffering. Consider how often we resist change. A beloved object breaks. The first arrow, inconvenience, perhaps sadness. But then comes the second. Why am I always so clumsy? Why can't things last? Nothing ever goes my way. The object was already gone, like the temple in flames, but we continue to burn ourselves with thought after thought. If we could meet the breakage with acceptance, the pain would pass quickly. Instead, we carry it for hours, days, sometimes years. The same is true in relationships. Someone speaks harshly to us. The sting is the first arrow, but then we replay the words over and over, feeding them with our imagination. We assign motives, we dig up old wounds, we spiral into resentment. Soon, the second arrow hurts more than the first. The original words fade, but the story we tell about them grows larger than life. This is how we imprison ourselves in suffering. The Zen master with his cup of tea teaches us another way. He shows us that it is possible to feel the fire of the first arrow without being consumed by the second. His calm presence is not indifference but mastery, the mastery of one who refuses to add to what life has already taken. His example is not beyond us. It is an invitation. We too can cultivate such calm, step by step, breath by breath. One way to do this is through the practice of equanimity, upekkha. Equanimity is the steady heart that neither clings to pleasure nor resists pain. It is the wisdom that knows, "This too shall pass." When we cultivate equanimity, we do not deny the first arrow, but we also do not fire the second. We allow life to flow through us without being shattered by its changes. Equanimity is not coldness. It is warmth without attachment. It allows us to love deeply without being destroyed when love changes. It allows us to work diligently without despair when results do not last. It allows us to grieve honestly without drowning in grief. It is the balance that turns life's fires into teachers rather than tormentors. The Buddha once compared the mind to a lute string. If the string is too tight, it snaps. If it is too loose, it will not play. In the same way, if we cling too tightly to pleasure, we suffer when it ends. If we avoid pain completely, we miss the lessons it brings. The middle way is to hold life gently, like a well-tuned string, steady enough to play, flexible enough to endure. This is the practice of meeting the arrows with wisdom. Let us not forget that the second arrow is not always obvious. Sometimes it hides in subtle forms: self-pity, cynicism, constant rumination. We may believe we are simply acknowledging our pain, but in truth we are feeding it. The fire burns quietly, draining our strength. To catch this requires mindfulness, the gentle awareness that notices when we are rehearsing pain rather than releasing it. Mindfulness does not scold us. It simply wakes us up. Ah, here is the second arrow. I need not fire it again. Over time, this awareness reshapes our entire relationship with suffering. We begin to see that the world's pains are not punishments but natural events. Illness, aging, loss, disappointment, they are the first arrows, part of the human condition. Our freedom lies not in escaping them but in meeting them without adding the second arrow. This is where resilience is born. This is where peace becomes possible, even in the midst of fire. And so, the teaching of the two arrows is both humbling and empowering. It humbles us by reminding us that pain is inevitable. No practice, no wisdom, no wealth, no power can spare us from the first arrow. But it empowers us by reminding us that suffering is not inevitable. The second arrow is in our hands. We may not control the fire, but we can control whether we pour oil onto it. We may not stop the wind, but we can stop stabbing ourselves with our own arrows. The master's tea, sipped calmly as the temple burned, is therefore more than a story. It is a model of how to live. It tells us that the peace we long for does not depend on circumstances. It depends on how we meet circumstances. It depends on whether we add the second arrow or lay it down. And each time we lay it down, we discover a freedom deeper than anything the world can give or take away. The wisdom of the two arrows does not ask us to become passive. It does not mean we simply accept every wound without response. Rather, it invites us to respond from clarity rather than reactivity. To refuse the second arrow is not to ignore injustice. It is to meet it without poisoning ourselves further. When the temple burns, the master does not deny the fire, he acknowledges it fully. But he chooses not to let it consume his inner peace. That calmness becomes the ground from which wise action can arise. This distinction is crucial in our modern world, where suffering takes so many forms, personal, collective, even global. Wars, climate disasters, inequality, broken systems, all are arrows piercing humanity. The pain of these realities is undeniable, but if we add hatred, despair, and blame without end, we fire countless second arrows. They do nothing to heal the world. They only multiply suffering. The practice of the Dharma calls us to a different way, to face the first arrows of the world with courage, but to refuse the second arrows that make healing impossible. Think of a community struck by disaster, homes destroyed, lives uprooted. The first arrows are everywhere, but what determines whether that community heals or falls apart is not the disaster itself, it is the response. If people fire second arrows of blame and division, the wound deepens. If they refuse those arrows, if they meet one another with compassion and solidarity, the community becomes stronger than before. Pain becomes the ground of renewal. This is the same truth the Buddha revealed, played out on a larger scale. On the personal level, this teaching reshapes our relationships. Conflicts are inevitable. Misunderstandings, disappointments, disagreements, all are first arrows. But often we respond by firing the second arrow, harsh words, silent resentment, withdrawal of affection. These prolong and intensify the conflict. If instead we refuse the second arrow, we create space for reconciliation. We acknowledge the hurt without multiplying it. In that space, empathy can grow, forgiveness can become possible, and the relationship can be restored. The practice is simple in form but profound in effect. Notice the first arrow, refuse the second. This noticing requires mindfulness, but it also requires compassion. We must be gentle with ourselves when we realize how often we have added second arrows in the past. To condemn ourselves for firing them is simply to add another arrow. Instead, we can bow to our humanity, learn from our mistakes, and practice again. The Buddha compared life to a burning house. The flames of greed, hatred, and delusion consume us if we remain unaware. The two arrows are part of this fire. The first arrow is the flame that touches us from outside. The second arrow is the flame we light within ourselves. To escape the burning house, we must refuse to feed the flames. We must walk calmly with awareness through the smoke. This calmness is not indifference, it is liberation. Let us look at anger again in this light. Anger often feels like the first arrow, but it is actually the second. The first arrow is the hurt, the insult, the betrayal, the injustice. Anger is how we stab ourselves again. We think anger protects us, but it actually keeps us tied to the wound. To lay down the second arrow of anger is to let the wound begin to heal. And when the healing begins, compassion has space to grow. In meditation, this teaching becomes visceral. Sitting quietly, the body may ache, the legs may tingle, the mind may resist. These are first arrows, but then we add, I can't do this, I'm failing, I'll never be good at meditation. Those are second arrows. If we notice them and let them go, the practice softens. The pain may remain, but it does not dominate. This is why meditation is a perfect training ground for life. Every sit becomes a rehearsal for meeting the arrows with wisdom. Equanimity is the fruit of this practice. When we stop adding second arrows, we discover a stability that nothing can shake. Life continues to send first arrows, but they do not destroy us. We feel them, we acknowledge them, but we do not multiply them. This balance is not cold detachment. It is a warm, steady presence that can meet both joy and sorrow with equal clarity. Equanimity is the fire transformed into light. When we embody this teaching, others notice. They see in us a calmness that does not deny pain, but refuses to be ruled by it. They see that it is possible to live in a world of impermanence without being shattered by every change. Our presence becomes a teaching in itself, a reminder that peace is possible even in the midst of fire. The story of the master sipping tea as the temple burned endures because it shocks us. We imagine ourselves in his place and know how we would react, with panic, grief, despair. His calm feels almost superhuman, but he was not a god. He was a human who practiced the Dharma. His calm is not beyond us, it is within our reach. Each time we pause instead of reacting, each time we lay down the second arrow, we step closer to his freedom. The two arrows are with us every day. Life will keep firing the first, but we hold the bow of the second. Each time we choose not to raise it, we affirm our freedom. Each time we put it down, we discover that peace is not the absence of arrows. It is the refusal to wound ourselves again. And in that refusal lies the beginning of liberation. The lesson of the two arrows is not meant to live only in philosophy books or temple walls. It is meant to live in our daily breath, in the way we carry ourselves when life does not go as we planned. Every person, no matter their background, encounters the first arrow. Pain does not discriminate. It visits the wealthy and the poor, the young and the old, the strong and the weak. In this way, the first arrow unites us as human beings. But the second arrow, that one is our choice. And it is this choice that determines whether pain becomes unbearable suffering or a teacher of wisdom. When we truly take this teaching into our hearts, something changes in the way we live. We no longer expect life to be free of arrows. We no longer build our peace on the illusion that nothing painful will ever happen. Instead, we cultivate a peace that survives pain, that survives loss, that survives fire. This is the resilient peace of the Dharma, born not of control but of surrender, not of resistance but of clarity. Think again of the master drinking tea as his temple burned. To the untrained eye, his calm may look like indifference, but it was not indifference, it was liberation. He saw clearly that the temple, like all things, was impermanent. It had arisen and now it had passed away. To add despair would not rebuild it. To add anger would not restore it. He chose instead to keep what the fire could not touch: his peace, his presence, his wisdom. His tea was not a denial of pain, it was an affirmation of freedom. This teaching invites us to examine our own lives. What temples have burned in us? What manuscripts have been scattered by the wind? What first arrows have pierced us? And more importantly, how many second arrows have we added? How much suffering have we multiplied by clinging, blaming, regretting? If we are honest, we see that many of our deepest wounds were not only from the arrows of fate, but from the arrows we fired at ourselves. The path forward is gentle. It begins with mindfulness. To notice when the second arrow is about to fly, to pause and breathe, To remind ourselves this is pain, but it need not become suffering. It continues with compassion, to forgive ourselves for the times we have added arrows, to forgive others for the arrows they shoot in their ignorance. And it culminates in wisdom, the clear recognition that life is fleeting, that all conditioned things are impermanent, and that our freedom lies not in escaping arrows but in refusing to add to them. The Diamond Sutra's words shine here. All conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. The temple was always a bubble. The manuscript was always a dream. The loss was real, but its permanence was an illusion. To see this is not to dismiss the beauty of what once was, but to honor it more deeply. For bubbles, though fragile, glisten with light. Dreams, though fleeting, touch us with wonder. Shadows, though impermanent, remind us of the sun. So what is the practice the Buddha offers us? To live each day with the awareness that arrows will come, but to meet them with equanimity. To stop multiplying our pain with stories of injustice, with endless loops of blame, with chains of resentment. To let the first arrow be the last arrow. To choose again and again the path of clarity, the path of compassion, the path of peace. If we can practice this, even in small ways, our lives begin to transform. We find ourselves less reactive, more patient, more tender. We find that pain still comes, but it does not consume us. We find that losses still pierce, but they do not define us. We discover a strength that does not come from fighting the world, but from refusing to fight ourselves. This is the freedom the Buddha spoke of, the freedom of a mind that lays down the second arrow. And in this freedom lies the seed of compassion for all beings. When we see how much unnecessary suffering we create for ourselves, we also see how much unnecessary suffering others carry. Instead of judging them, we feel compassion. We know what it is like to be pierced, to add arrows, to burn. And so we wish for them what we wish for ourselves. May you be free from unnecessary suffering. May you lay down the second arrow. May you find peace even in the fire. This is the closing gift of the teaching. Pain is part of life, but suffering is not inevitable. The Buddha did not promise us a world without arrows. He promised us the wisdom to meet them differently. And that wisdom, once lived, turns every fire into a teacher, every wound into a doorway, every loss into a reminder of what cannot be lost. So let us drink our tea in the glow of impermanence. Let us sit calmly even as the temple burns. Let us feel the sting of the first arrow but refuse the second. For in that refusal lies the unshakable peace of the awakened heart. Part 5. The patience of time. Seeds of Dharma ripen slowly. There is a story told of the great Zen master Joshu, who began his path of practice not as a young man, but in the later years of his life. While others often started their journey in the vigor of youth, Joshu took his first real steps toward awakening when many would have already considered their lives nearly complete. His story is a reminder that the Dharma does not measure us by age, nor does it close its doors on those who think they are late. The path of awakening is not bound by time. It ripens according to the patience of our practice. The Buddha compared practice to the sowing of seeds. A farmer cannot shout at a seed to grow faster. He cannot force a tree to bear fruit before its season. All he can do is cultivate the conditions, prepare the soil, water the ground, give light and protection, and wait. The seed will sprout when it is ready, blossom when the time is right, and bear fruit according to its nature. So it is with the seeds of Dharma planted in the heart. They require patience, steady care, and faith in the unseen process of growth. Patience in Buddhism is not mere endurance. It is not a grim waiting, gritting our teeth until the storm passes. True patience, K. Santi Paramita, is one of the perfections, the paramitas that carry us across the ocean of suffering to the shore of awakening. Patience is active. It is the ability to remain calm and open in the face of difficulty, to trust that even suffering can become soil for wisdom. It is the strength to wait without despair, to practice without demanding results, to walk the path with confidence that every step matters. In modern life, we are conditioned to hurry. We seek instant results, immediate gratification. We want our efforts to pay off now, our practice to yield enlightenment tomorrow. Yet the Dharma unfolds differently. It asks us to slow down, to let go of urgency, to embrace the rhythm of life itself. Awakening cannot be rushed. Like the opening of a lotus, it happens petal by petal in its own season. Impatience only tears the flower before it blooms. Joshu's story teaches us that it is never too late to begin, and that even late beginnings can bear profound fruit. His teachings became some of the most enduring in Zen history, precisely because he understood the depth of patience. His words were not rushed, nor his presence hurried. He embodied the quiet strength of one who had walked long enough to see that all things ripen in their time. The practice of patience is not confined to meditation cushions or monastery walls. It is woven into every aspect of our lives. Parents practice patience with children, teachers with students, friends with one another, and communities with their challenges. Each moment of waiting, each choice not to lash out in frustration, each breath taken in mindfulness waters the seeds of patience within us. Consider the way anger dissolves in the light of patience. When someone wrongs us, the impulse is to react immediately, to return harm for harm. But if we pause, if we wait, we often see more clearly. We notice their suffering, their confusion, their humanity. We may still act, but our action comes from compassion rather than rage. This is patience at work, not passivity, but wisdom born of time. Patience also transforms our relationship with ourselves. Many people grow discouraged when they stumble in practice. They say, "I have meditated for months, but my mind is still restless." Or, "I still fall into anger. I still feel fear. I still repeat my old habits." But the Dharma is not a quick cure. It is a lifelong path. Just as a tree takes years to grow strong roots, so too does the mind take years of steady practice to grow steady and free. To be patient with ourselves is to recognize that every effort counts, even when results are not visible. The seed is still germinating, even when hidden beneath the soil. The Buddha's metaphor of drops of water filling a jar speaks here. He said, "Do not think that small acts of goodness are wasted. Just as a jar is filled drop by drop, so is virtue filled little by little." The same is true of patience. Each moment of restraint, each breath of mindfulness, each act of endurance fills the jar. Slowly, quietly, without fanfare, the jar of awakening fills. And one day, without warning, the mind sees clearly, the heart opens, and the fruit of patience ripens. Patience does not mean inactivity. It means right activity, done without clinging to immediate results. A farmer still tills the soil, waters the crops, protects the plants, but he does not demand the harvest today. In the same way, we practice mindfulness, compassion, and wisdom diligently, but without grasping at enlightenment as if it were a prize to be won. Enlightenment is not a trophy. It is the natural flowering of seeds well cared for. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, the mind of a bodhisattva is like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. This teaching applies to patience as well. To be patient is to release our attachment to rigid timelines, to illusions of control, to the bubble of urgency. When we see that everything unfolds in its own time, we find peace in the present. We no longer demand that life obey our schedules. We learn to trust the unfolding of causes and conditions. In a world addicted to speed, patience is a radical act. It is the refusal to be swept away by the current of hurry. It is the courage to rest when the world shouts, "Do more." It is the wisdom to know that depth matters more than speed, that steady progress matters more than instant results. The seeds of Dharma ripen not through force but through quiet faith and gentle perseverance. And so, Part 5 reminds us, whether young or old, whether seasoned in practice or just beginning, the path of awakening is always open. The seeds of Dharma are already within us. What matters is not how quickly they sprout, but that we tend them daily with patience, compassion, and trust. One day, perhaps when we least expect it, those seeds will blossom. And when they do, we will see that nothing was wasted, not a single breath, not a single step, not a single act of patience. This is the gift of patience, To know that every moment matters and that in time all things ripen. To walk the path without hurry, without despair, is to already taste the freedom of awakening. Patience is often misunderstood as passivity, as if it were merely waiting for life to change on its own. But in the Dharma, patience is deeply active. It is a steady flame that endures through storms, a deliberate choice to remain centered while the world sways. It is the refusal to give up on the seeds we have planted, even when no green shoots are visible yet. True patience is the art of nurturing without clinging, of persisting without despair, of trusting that growth unfolds according to its own mysterious rhythm. The Buddha himself embodied this principle. He practiced for years, experimenting with austerities, with meditation, with countless methods of training the mind. Even in moments of discouragement, he did not abandon his search. His enlightenment beneath the Bodhi tree did not come in an instant. It came as the fruit of countless lifetimes of practice, watered by patience. His life reminds us that the most profound transformations are not rushed. They are the ripening of seeds sown long before. In our own practice, patience means giving ourselves permission to be imperfect. When we sit in meditation, the mind wanders. Thoughts scatter, emotions rise, restlessness tugs at us. Impatience whispers, "I should be better at this by now. I should be calmer, wiser, more focused." This voice is the enemy of patience. The Dharma invites us to smile at our wandering minds, to bring them back gently, again and again, as one might guide a child back to the path. Each return is an act of patience. Each return waters the seeds. Joshu's late start on the path carries this same lesson. Many of us feel it is too late to begin, too late to change, too late to heal, too late to awaken. But Joshu proves otherwise. The Dharma does not expire. The heart can blossom at any age. Patience is the trust that even if the path feels long, each step is still worthwhile. Even if we never see the full flowering in this life, the seeds are carried forward. Nothing is wasted. Think of the way nature embodies patience. A tree does not sprout to full height in a season. It grows ring by ring, year by year, silently, invisibly. Beneath the soil, roots deepen long before branches reach for the sky. The most important work happens where no eye can see. So it is with us. Much of our growth happens in silence, hidden within our struggles, unnoticed by the world. Patience trusts this unseen process. Patience knows that roots are forming even when no blossoms appear. This teaching is especially important in times of suffering. When grief grips us, we want it gone immediately. When anger burns, we want instant peace. When confusion clouds the mind, we crave clarity now. But the Dharma reminds us, healing takes time. Insight takes time. The fruit ripens slowly. To rush the process is to tear the fruit before it is sweet. Patience teaches us to breathe through the pain, to give space to the healing, to trust that clarity will come in its season. Patience is also the soil of compassion. Without patience, love withers at the first sign of difficulty. Without patience, kindness collapses under stress. But with patience, we learn to stay present even when others falter, to continue loving even when love is not easy, to endure with gentleness when others are difficult. Patience gives compassion its strength. It keeps us from giving up on people, from giving up on ourselves. One of the paramitas, or perfections, patience is considered as noble as generosity, morality, and wisdom. Why? Because without patience, the others cannot flourish. Generosity requires patience to give without expectation. Morality requires patience to endure temptation. Wisdom requires patience to ripen. Patience is the thread that weaves the virtues together. It is the quiet power behind every noble act. We see this in the story of a bodhisattva. A bodhisattva vows to remain in the cycle of rebirth until all beings are liberated. This vow is immense, spanning lifetimes beyond count. Only patience can hold such a vow. The bodhisattva is not discouraged by the slowness of the task. Each act of compassion, no matter how small, is meaningful. Each being helped is a seed watered. The bodhisattva's heart is vast because it rests on the foundation of infinite patience. In our fast-paced culture, this teaching can feel countercultural. We are trained to value speed, results, productivity. We measure progress by immediate outcomes. Yet the Dharma invites us to a different measure, not speed but depth, not results but sincerity. A single act of patience performed with mindfulness may be more transformative than 100 hurried deeds. A single step on the path taken with steady trust may carry us further than a sprint driven by impatience. We can practice this in simple ways. When standing in line, instead of fuming at the wait, we breathe and smile. When caught in traffic, instead of cursing, we turn the car into a meditation hall. When someone irritates us, instead of reacting, we pause and remember that they too are learning, they too are suffering, they too deserve patience. Each moment of daily life is a chance to cultivate the perfection of patience. Patience also reshapes how we view our failures. When we stumble, we often grow discouraged. We imagine that one mistake erases years of practice. But patience sees differently. Patience sees that failure is not the end but part of the process. Each mistake is compost for growth. Each fall is another chance to rise. Patience keeps us walking even when the road is rough, reminding us that the seeds of Dharma ripen slowly but surely. Above all, patience connects us to time itself in a new way. Instead of fighting time, we flow with it. Instead of resenting its slowness, we honor its rhythm. Time becomes not an enemy but an ally. Each passing day is another drop filling the jar, another root deepening, another petal opening. To live with patience is to live in harmony with the universe, to align ourselves with the truth that everything unfolds according to conditions, and that forcing conditions only leads to harm. In this way, patience is not resignation, it is wisdom in action. It is the wisdom of the farmer who plants seeds and trusts the rains. It is the wisdom of the master who begins late yet blossoms fully. It is the wisdom of the Buddha who sat beneath the Bodhi tree, vowing not to rise until enlightenment dawned, no matter how long it took. There is a line often spoken in the monasteries. The bamboo grows slowly, but once rooted it cannot be shaken. This image captures the essence of Dharma practice. At first, it seems like nothing is happening. We sit in meditation and the mind still wanders. We chant and the heart still feels restless. We practice compassion and anger still rises. We wonder, am I failing? Am I wasting my time? But what we cannot see is the rooting beneath the surface. Like bamboo, we may appear stagnant on the outside, while inside, unseen foundations are growing strong. Then when the time is ripe, transformation bursts forth seemingly all at once. Patience allows us to trust this hidden growth. This is why the Buddha taught that progress on the path is often gradual, like the wearing down of a rock by dripping water. No single drop seems to matter, yet drop by drop, even the hardest stone is shaped. Our efforts in mindfulness, compassion, generosity, and meditation may seem small and insignificant. But patience reveals that each act accumulates, each drop contributes, each breath counts. Without patience, we abandon the practice too soon, never realizing that the rock was already softening beneath the steady rhythm of our drops. In Western culture, we glorify speed, fast food, fast results, fast success. But spiritual growth laughs at speed. It ripens on its own timeline, like fruit that cannot be rushed. An apple plucked too soon is bitter. A peach forced to ripen in artificial heat lacks sweetness. In the same way, wisdom forced before its time is shallow, compassion rushed without depth is fragile, and awakening demanded urgently collapses like a fragile shell. Patience protects the ripening of the fruit. It ensures that when wisdom blossoms, it is deep, lasting, and sweet. The practice of patience also frees us from comparison. Often, we look at others and say, "She is more advanced than I am. He understands more than I do. Why am I not there yet?" This envy is poison. It is another form of impatience. We forget that each seed ripens according to its own conditions. The soil, the sun, the rain, no two seeds share the same journey. Joshu began late, yet his fruit was profound. Others may begin early and still ripen slowly. The Dharma does not keep score. Patience teaches us to honor our own pace, to trust that the path unfolds as it must. Consider the farmer again. He plants many seeds, but not all sprout at the same time. Some emerge in days, others in weeks. Some fail altogether, yet still nourish the soil. The wise farmer does not despair. He continues to water, continues to tend, continues to trust. We too are called to be wise farmers of our own hearts. Not every meditation will bear fruit today. Not every act of compassion will be noticed. Not every effort will be rewarded in the way we hope, but all of it matters. All of it prepares the soil for awakening. Patience keeps us tending the garden when the field still looks barren. This teaching is especially vital in times of doubt. Doubt is the whisper that says, "Nothing is changing. You are wasting your effort. Give up." Without patience, doubt takes root and grows like a weed. But with patience, we see doubt for what it is, another passing cloud. We recognize that even when change is invisible, it is still occurring. Just as we cannot see the roots beneath the soil, we may not see the roots of our own practice. But patience allows us to keep going, trusting that growth is happening unseen. Patience is also the antidote to despair. When we look at the suffering of the world, wars, injustice, cruelty, it is easy to feel overwhelmed. The first arrow pierces deeply. Then comes the second arrow of despair. Nothing can change. Humanity is hopeless. Why bother trying? Patience refuses this despair. Patience reminds us that great transformations are slow. Empires rise and fall. Hatred reigns, but then compassion breaks through. Progress may not be immediate, but it is real. Patience allows us to keep working for good, even when results seem far away. In the teachings of the Bodhisattva, patience is essential. To vow to save all beings is an immense undertaking. No single lifetime is enough. No single act completes the vow. Without patience, the Bodhisattva would despair. With patience, the Bodhisattva endures, step by step, life after life, sowing seeds that may not ripen for centuries. This patience is not resignation, it is love stretched across time. The practice of patience is tested most in our relationships. With loved ones, we long for immediate harmony. With children, we want instant maturity. With friends, we want instant understanding. But people ripen like seeds in their own time, according to their own conditions. Impatience fractures relationships. Patience allows them to deepen. When we wait, when we give others space to grow, we water the seeds of love. When we demand, when we force, we uproot them before they are ready. Even in our relationship with ourselves, patience is love. How often do we berate ourselves for not being enlightened yet, for still making mistakes, for still feeling anger or fear? This harshness is the opposite of Dharma. The Buddha did not scold us for being human. He showed us a way to embrace our humanity, to transform it slowly, gently, with compassion. Practice patience with ourselves is to walk in the Buddha's footsteps. It is to say, "Yes, I stumble, but I rise. Yes, I fall, but I continue. Yes, the seed is still hidden, but it will bloom in time." The Diamond Sutra reminds us that the mind of a bodhisattva does not abide anywhere. This includes not abiding in impatience. When we release the demand for quick results, we abide in the freedom of the present moment. We discover that the path itself is the destination. Each step of practice is already awakening. Each act of patience is already enlightenment unfolding. So let us practice like farmers, like bodhisattvas, like bamboo. Let us root deeply, unseen, trusting that what is hidden will one day burst forth. Let us water our seeds with patience, knowing that the harvest will come not when we demand it, but when the time is right. For in the slowness lies the sweetness. In the waiting lies the wisdom. In patience lies the promise of awakening. Patience is often tested most severely when we are confronted with suffering that seems endless. Chronic illness, financial hardship, loneliness. These conditions can feel like unrelenting winters with no spring in sight. In such moments, impatience creeps in like frost. Why hasn't this ended? Why haven't my prayers been answered? Why has my practice not brought relief? Yet the Dharma reminds us that even winters serve a purpose. Beneath the frozen ground, seeds are alive, gathering strength for the moment of thaw. The patience of time means trusting that unseen work is happening, even when all appears barren. The Buddha illustrated this through the parable of the farmer who, after planting his seeds, does not dig them up each day to check their growth. He tends the soil, waters when needed, and then trusts the process. Impatience is like the farmer who cannot stop disturbing the soil, killing the very seeds he longs to see grow. Patience is the quiet confidence that life unfolds with its own intelligence. Just as the farmer knows that rain will come in its season, so we learn to trust that wisdom ripens when conditions are ready. Patience also reveals itself in the long arc of transformation. Think of the oak tree. From a tiny acorn, buried and forgotten, grows a tree that can withstand centuries of storms. But this does not happen in a year or even in a decade. Its greatness lies in its slow growth. Each ring of wood represents a year of endurance, a season of patience. Our spiritual lives are like this oak. The strength to endure suffering, the wisdom to face impermanence, the compassion to embrace others, these do not appear overnight. They are rings formed by years of practice, by the patient acceptance of countless seasons. In meditation, patience is the very breath of practice. The mind wanders again and again. We bring it back again and again. Sometimes we feel no progress at all, but patience whispers, keep going. It is not the spectacular breakthrough, but the steady returning that builds strength. Each return is like a drop of water on stone. Alone, it seems insignificant. Together, over time, it reshapes the rock itself. Without patience, we abandon the cushion too soon, missing the quiet miracle unfolding in our hearts. Patience also nurtures our ability to endure injustice without falling into hatred. When wronged, we crave immediate vindication. We want the world to correct itself now. But history teaches us that justice often moves slowly. Great changes, freedom, equality, peace, are born of decades, sometimes centuries of patience. This does not mean passivity in the face of wrongs. It means working tirelessly for good while trusting that the fruits of our labor may ripen in future generations. Patience keeps our hearts soft while our efforts remain strong. The Bodhisattva vow is the highest example of this. To remain in the cycle of rebirth until all beings are liberated requires a patience beyond imagination. A Bodhisattva knows that the task cannot be completed quickly. Yet with boundless love they continue. Each act of compassion, however small, is enough. Each being saved, however few, is enough. The patience of the Bodhisattva is rooted in faith, that no act of kindness is wasted, that every seed planted will one day bear fruit, even if we are not here to see the harvest. This teaching softens our relationship with time. We no longer view time as an enemy, reminding us of what we have lost or how little we have left. Instead, time becomes our ally. Each day is another chance to practice, another chance to water the seeds. Each setback is another ring in the tree. Each delay is another season ripening unseen growth. When we live this way, we discover that there is no wasted time. All of it, every moment, contributes to the great unfolding of our awakening. Patience also deepens gratitude. When we stop demanding that everything happen instantly, we begin to notice the quiet miracles of daily life. The slow unfurling of a flower, the steady rise of bread in the oven, the gradual deepening of trust in a friendship. We see that beauty itself depends on time. A rose that never opens is no rose at all. A friendship without trials is fragile. A practice without struggle is shallow. It is the slowness that gives them depth. Gratitude arises when we realize that patience has made everything precious. In the Diamond Sutra, the Buddha speaks of reality as like dew, lightning, dreams, and bubbles. These images remind us of impermanence, but they also remind us of patience. Dew forms slowly through the night, vanishing in the morning sun. Lightning flashes in an instant, yet is born of slow, unseen shifts in the sky. Dreams come and go each night, shaped by countless impressions of the day. Bubbles rise from water only after time gathers them. All of reality, fleeting as it is, emerges through the patience of conditions ripening. As practitioners, embracing patience means aligning ourselves with this truth. We no longer fight against time, demanding results. We learn to trust the ripening of causes and conditions. We recognize that every step matters, even when unseen. We honor the process rather than rushing to the outcome. This is the wisdom of Joshu, who began late but bloomed deeply. This is the wisdom of the Buddha, who sat beneath the Bodhi tree night after night until enlightenment dawned. This is the wisdom we are invited to embody. Patience is not weakness. It is strength. It is not passive waiting but active endurance. It is not resignation but trust. It is the quiet power that keeps us steady through storms, that keeps us walking even when the path feels endless, that keeps us loving even when love is not easy. Patience is the soil of awakening, the cradle of compassion, the womb of wisdom. Without it, no seed can ripen. With it, every seed holds the promise of fruit. Patience is not the art of waiting idly. It is the art of living wisely. As we close this reflection on the seeds of Dharma, we must recognize that patience is the invisible thread running through every step of the path. Without it, we abandon practice before it ripens. With it, we learn to trust the unseen, to rest in the present, to allow time itself to become our ally rather than our enemy. Think again of the farmer. He tills, plants, waters, and waits. His patience is not passive, it is active care. He does not demand fruit before its season, nor despair when weeks pass without sprouting. He knows that growth takes place in secret, in silence, beneath the soil. When the green shoot finally breaks through, it is not magic. It is the patient result of conditions cultivated with care. So it is with the Dharma in our lives. Each act of mindfulness, each moment of compassion, each return to the breath is a seed. Patience is the faith that these seeds will blossom in their time. The Buddha named Santiparamita, the perfection of patience, as a cornerstone of awakening. It is not glamorous, it is not swift, but it is enduring. Patience gives us the strength to endure suffering without hatred, to face delay without despair, to love even when love requires waiting. It is patience that keeps the Bodhisattva walking the endless path of compassion, lifetime after lifetime, watering seeds for beings they may never meet. In our daily lives, patience becomes the bridge between our intentions and our actions. We intend to be kind, but kindness requires patience. We intend to live mindfully, but mindfulness requires patience with our restless minds. We intend to forgive, but forgiveness ripens slowly, requiring patience with our wounded hearts. Every virtue rests on patience. Without it, the jar remains empty. With it, each drop accumulates until the jar overflows with goodness. Patience also transforms how we see time. Instead of racing against it, we learn to flow with it. Instead of lamenting delays, we find meaning in them. Instead of demanding instant results, we find joy in steady progress. Patience makes every moment enough. The path itself becomes the fruit. Awakening is no longer a distant prize. It is here, in the patient act of walking, breathing, loving. And so the teaching of Joshu becomes clear. It is never too late. The seed planted today may bloom tomorrow, or years from now, or in lifetimes ahead. What matters is not the speed but the sincerity of planting. What matters is that we tend the soil of our hearts with patience, trust, and care. One day the blossom will surprise us with its fragrance, and we will realize that every moment of waiting was part of the beauty. The Diamond Sutra tells us, all conditioned phenomena are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows. If this is true, then why hurry? Dreams unfold at their own pace. Shadows lengthen with the setting sun. Bubbles rise in their own rhythm. Illusions dissolve when conditions change. Patience is the wisdom that honors this impermanence, that bows to the truth that nothing can be rushed, and that within this slowness lies freedom. So let us cultivate patience as a daily practice. When the mind wanders, let us patiently return. When others falter, let us patiently forgive. When life delays our hopes, let us patiently trust. Each act of patience is a watering of the seeds, a step toward awakening. Each act of patience is already the fruit itself. In closing, remember, the seeds of Dharma are alive within you. They do not need forcing, they need tending. They do not demand urgency, they ask for faith. They will ripen slowly, but they will ripen surely. Patience is the hand that waters them, the heart that protects them, the wisdom that trusts them. And when the time is right, they will blossom into peace, compassion, and awakening. This is the gift of patience, to know that nothing is wasted, that time is not our enemy, and that every breath, every step, every act of care is already part of the harvest. The Dharma ripens slowly, but it ripens perfectly. And in this ripening, we discover that patience itself was the fruit we sought all along. Part 6. Beyond the Robes, the Truth of Non-Self. There is a Zen story about the wandering monk Ikkyu, known as much for his sharp wit as for his deep wisdom. One day, he was invited to a grand banquet held by the emperor. When Ikkyu arrived, dressed in his simple robes, the guards at the palace gate turned him away. They looked at his rough garments, his dusty feet, and assumed he was unworthy of entering such a refined gathering. Ikkyu returned home, changed into an elaborate robe lent by a noble patron, and came back. This time the guards bowed and ushered him in with respect. When the feast was served, Ikkyu did something startling. Instead of eating, he carefully placed the fine food on his robe, pouring tea and wine over the silk. The other guests gasped, and the emperor himself asked in shock, "Master Ikkyu, why are you feeding your robe instead of yourself?" Ikkyu bowed and replied, "It was not I who was invited here, but these robes. If I had worn my monk's garb, I would have been sent away hungry. Therefore, let the robe eat and drink its fill." The lesson in this story is piercing. The world often values appearances more than essence. It bows to robes and crowns, to status and wealth, while ignoring the person beneath. Yet in the Dharma, the truth is the opposite. What matters is not form but mind, not garments but heart, not reputation but the purity of one's awareness. The Buddha taught the doctrine of anatta, or non-self. It is one of the most profound and challenging teachings in all of Buddhism. We cling to identities, our names, our roles, our status, our possessions, as if they were solid, permanent realities. But they are not. They are like Ikkyu's robe, borrowed garments that deceive both ourselves and others into believing they define who we are. The truth of non-self reveals that beyond the labels and layers, there is no permanent I to cling to. There is only a flow of causes and conditions, ever changing, like a river that never holds the same water twice. To realize non-self is to be free from the tyranny of appearances. It is to see that our worth is not determined by what we wear, where we stand, or how others perceive us. Our true value is measured in wisdom and compassion, in how we meet suffering with understanding, in how we live with kindness regardless of circumstance. Ikkyu's robe could impress the palace, but only his wisdom could reveal the truth hidden beneath the charade. The Buddha said, "Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." Appearances can deceive for a while, but the truth always reveals itself. The robe may command respect, but only for a moment. The reality of who we are, our mind, our actions, our integrity, shines through in the end. No garment can cover it, no title can conceal it, no palace can change it. This teaching challenges us in the deepest way, for we live in a world obsessed with the robes of identity. We are taught from birth to seek validation through status, through wealth, through beauty, through recognition. But these are fragile and fleeting. Titles can be stripped, riches lost, appearances faded. If our sense of self rests on these robes, we will always be vulnerable, always afraid of loss, always chasing more. But if we root ourselves in non-self, in the understanding that we are not our robes, not our titles, not even our passing emotions, we find a freedom that cannot be shaken. Non-self is not a void, nor is it a negation of existence. It is the recognition that we are more vast than any label can hold. We are not isolated beings, but interdependent processes. Our body is sustained by air, food, and water, none of which we created ourselves. Our thoughts are shaped by language, culture, and countless encounters with others. Our very sense of I is woven from threads we did not spin. To see this clearly is to realize that the boundaries of self are illusions. We are not solitary flames. We are sparks of a great fire, drops in a boundless ocean. From this realization, compassion flows naturally. If there is no solid separation between me and you, then your suffering is not separate from mine. Just as Ikkyu reminded the court that robes cannot eat, we are reminded that ego cannot truly live. Life is lived only in connection, only in compassion, only in the flow beyond self. The lesson of Ikkyu at the Emperor's banquet speaks directly to us today. We live in an age of appearances, where success is measured by followers, where self-worth is tied to careers, where robes are replaced by brands and status symbols. Yet beneath the robes of our era, the truth remains. None of it defines us. None of it can conceal our essence. We are not what we wear, what we own, or what others say about us. We are the awareness that watches, the compassion that responds, the wisdom that endures. When we begin to live from this place of non-self, life becomes lighter. We no longer chase endlessly after recognition, for we know recognition is a robe that frays. We no longer fear loss, for we know we were never what we clung to. We no longer compare ourselves, for we know all robes are temporary costumes in the play of impermanence. Instead, we root ourselves in what cannot be lost, the stillness of awareness, the clarity of wisdom, the warmth of compassion. This is the great freedom of the Dharma. When we let go of the robe of self, we discover the vastness of the ocean beyond it. The robe may impress the emperor, but it is truth that liberates the heart. And that truth is radiant, undeniable, eternal, as certain as the sun and moon. So let us remember Ikkyu's lesson. Let us honor not the robes of the world, but the hearts that beat beneath them. Let us seek not the approval of the court, but the clarity of the Dharma. Let us wear our identities lightly, as garments borrowed for a season, knowing that beneath them we are boundless, timeless, free. For the robes will fade, but the truth of non-self will always shine. The story of Ikkyu and the banquet opens a doorway into a truth that we often resist. Appearances govern much of human life, yet they are ultimately empty. We live in societies that measure worth by clothing, by titles, by credentials, by wealth. But when we reflect deeply, what is the substance of these things? They are like robes, symbols granted value by agreement, not by essence. A robe can change the way others treat us, but it cannot change the reality of who we are. And if robes cannot define us, then what can? The Buddha's teaching on anatta, or non-self, cuts to the heart of this question. Non-self is not a denial of our existence. It is a liberation from the delusion that we exist as fixed, independent entities. To believe in a permanent self is to mistake the robe for the person wearing it. The robe comes and goes, changes shape, wears thin, but we cling to it as if it were our essence. When we see through this illusion, we begin to understand that we are not the robes we wear, literal or metaphorical. We are the awareness that notices them, the presence that remains when they are gone. This realization does not strip us of meaning, it gives us freedom. If I am not confined by my social role, then I am free to meet others without judgment. If I am not imprisoned by my past mistakes, then I am free to grow beyond them. If I am not limited by my possessions, then I am free to give generously. The truth of non-self is not a void but an opening, a space wide enough to embrace the whole of life. Ikkyu's robe at the banquet is a mirror for our daily struggles. How often do we dress ourselves in identities for the sake of acceptance? We wear the robe of the successful professional, the robe of the devoted parent, the robe of the accomplished student, the robe of the pious believer. Each robe has its place, but none of them is us. They are roles we play, garments we put on and take off. Problems arise when we forget this, when we mistake the garment for the essence, when we cling so tightly to the robe that we lose touch with the body beneath. The Buddha once explained that just as a cart is not a single entity but an assembly of wheels, axle, and frame, so too the self is not a single permanent being but an assembly of body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness. None of these parts alone is the self, and together they do not form a fixed entity. Like the cart, the self is a convenient designation for a process in motion. To cling to it as permanent is to suffer. To see its emptiness is to awaken. This teaching is difficult because it challenges the deepest habit of the mind, the habit of I and mine. From childhood, we are taught to say, "This is my toy, my name, my body, my achievement." We build towers of identity on the foundation of I, and then spend our lives defending those towers. When someone insults us, it feels as though our very being is attacked. When we lose status, it feels as though our essence has been diminished. But the truth is simpler and kinder. There is no tower, no solid I to defend. There is only the flow of experience, ever changing, ever free. The wisdom of non-self does not mean neglecting our responsibilities or discarding our humanity. On the contrary, it allows us to engage more fully. When we no longer cling to the robe of self, we can act with clarity and compassion. We can wear the robes of our roles, parent, teacher, worker, friend, lightly without letting them harden into prisons. We can shift between them gracefully, knowing that none defines us forever. We become fluid, adaptable, responsive to the needs of each moment. This is true freedom, not the absence of identity, but the absence of clinging to identity. There is also profound humility in non-self. When we recognize that our talents, our knowledge, our opportunities all arise from countless conditions beyond our control, arrogance falls away. The robe of superiority slips off. We realize that just as the body needs food and air it did not create, so too our minds are nourished by teachers, culture, and countless beings who support our lives. Gratitude takes the place of pride. Compassion takes the place of competition. The illusion of standing apart dissolves, and we see ourselves as part of the ocean of interbeing. Ikkyu's act of feeding his robe reminds us not to bow to illusions. How often do we bow to robes in our own lives? We respect someone for their title but ignore their cruelty. We admire wealth but overlook greed. We follow appearances but miss truth. The Dharma invites us to look deeper, to see that robes fade, crowns tarnish, reputations crumble, but the heart of wisdom and compassion endures. The Buddha said, "Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth." Appearances may dazzle for a season, but truth shines through. Non-self is not hidden forever. It is revealed each time we look beyond the robe. We see it when a child, unadorned and honest, shows us joy that no title could bestow. We see it when a simple act of kindness outweighs any robe of prestige. We see it when, stripped of all our roles and possessions, we discover that what remains is enough. Living with the awareness of non-self is a practice of liberation. It frees us from the fear of loss, for there is no permanent self to lose. It frees us from envy, for others' robes do not diminish our essence. It frees us from pride, for our robes are not truly ours. And it frees us from despair, for even when robes are torn away, the awareness that sees remains untouched. When Ikkyu poured tea on his robe, he was offering us a mirror. Will we keep feeding our robes, hoping they will define us? Or will we feed our hearts, tending to the mind of compassion and wisdom that no robe can conceal? The choice is ours. The truth of non-self is waiting, like the sun and the moon, to shine through every illusion we cling to. To embrace non-self is to learn the art of letting go. It is to stop clutching at the robes we believe define us and instead rest in the vast openness beneath them. Yet this is not easy, for the robes feel safe. They give us identity, belonging, and recognition. Without them, we fear we will be invisible, irrelevant, or lost. But the Dharma reassures us. What we are beyond the robes is not emptiness in the sense of nothingness. It is emptiness in the sense of freedom, a fullness that is not confined to a single role or form. Ikkyu's robe at the emperor's banquet was an invitation to awaken. It revealed the absurdity of a world that bows to clothing while ignoring truth. How often do we do the same in our lives? We judge people by their appearances, the car they drive, the job they hold, the clothes they wear. We judge ourselves by our resumes, our social status, our reflections in the mirror. We spend our days polishing robes while the heart beneath remains neglected. Ikkyu's robe forces us to ask, are we feeding the robe or feeding the soul? The Buddha's teaching of non-self is the answer. When we realize that the self is not a fixed entity but a flowing process, we no longer need to cling so tightly to our robes. Our worth is not in how the world sees us, but in the clarity and compassion with which we see the world. We are not here to dazzle the court. We are here to awaken. The implications of this teaching are profound. If there is no permanent self, then there is also no permanent barrier between self and others. The suffering of another is not their suffering. It is the suffering of the world which flows into us as surely as air flows into lungs. The joy of another is not their joy. It is joy arising in the shared ocean of life. Compassion arises naturally when we see this. We are no longer separated drops of water. We are the sea itself. Consider the anger we feel when insulted. The insult strikes at the robe we wear, our pride, our status, our carefully maintained identity. But if we see through the robe, the insult loses its target. There is no solid self to wound. Anger fades, replaced by understanding. The one who insults is caught in ignorance, striking at illusions. Why should we feed our robes with anger when the truth is untouched? To realize non-self is to discover unshakable peace. Non-self also transforms our relationship with death. We fear death because we think it is the end of me. But if there is no permanent self, what is there to end? Death is simply the shedding of robes, the dissolution of condition, the transformation of forms. Just as Ikkyu removed his simple robe and put on another, so too life changes garments. The awareness that sees is not bound by a single costume. To realize this is to loosen the fear of death and to live more fully, more freely in the time we have. In daily life, the practice of non-self is subtle. It is not about abandoning our responsibilities or refusing to play our roles. It is about wearing them lightly, knowing they are robes, not essence. When we succeed, we enjoy the success without clinging. When we fail, we learn without despair. When praised, we smile without arrogance. When criticized, we bow without resentment. The robe is honored, but the heart is free. The Diamond Sutra offers a guiding image. A bodhisattva should develop a mind that does not abide in anything. This is the mind of non-self, not clinging to identity, not bound by robes, not caught in appearances. Such a mind can move through the world with fluid grace, responding to suffering with compassion, to change with equanimity, to life with freedom. Ikkyu's act of feeding his robe may seem humorous, but it is deeply radical. It exposes the emptiness of status, the absurdity of appearances, the fragility of illusions. It reminds us that the world's recognition is as fleeting as a banquet, as shallow as a robe. What endures is the truth of non-self, the clarity of wisdom, the compassion of the awakened heart. The Buddha said the truth cannot be hidden like the sun and the moon. We can cover it with robes of illusion, but the light still shines. Eventually, robes wear thin, crowns slip, appearances fade, and the truth breaks through. When that happens, we see that all along we were not the robe, we were the light beneath it. To live with this realization is to live beyond the robes. It is to bow not to appearances but to truth. It is to measure worth not by status but by compassion. It is to discover that freedom lies not in possessing more robes but in shedding them altogether. This is the invitation of the Dharma, to live as Ikkyu did, not feeding the robe but feeding the heart. The robe in Ikkyu's story is more than a piece of silk. It is a symbol for everything we cling to in order to feel worthy. In his time, it was the garment of rank that gained him entry to the emperor's banquet. In our time, the robes may be wealth, degrees, beauty, or social status. They are the outer coverings we believe will open doors, win respect, and prove our value. Yet the Dharma whispers that these coverings are not who we are. They are borrowed, fragile, and temporary. To identify with them is to live in illusion. The Buddha taught that the self is like a flame on a candle. It burns brightly, but the flame is not a fixed entity. It changes moment by moment, fed by wax and air, never the same from one instant to the next. If we mistake the flame for something solid, we misunderstand its nature. Likewise, if we mistake our roles, appearances, and identities for something solid, we suffer when they change. And change they must, for impermanence is the law of all things. Ikkyu's robe became the focus of attention at the banquet because it represented status. But Ikkyu's act of pouring food and wine over it exposed the absurdity of worshipping appearances. What good is a robe if it cannot eat? What good is status if it cannot satisfy the hunger of the soul? We too often feed our robes, devoting energy to appearances while neglecting the deeper hunger of the heart. We polish our resumes, update our profiles, pursue recognition, all while the inner self cries out for peace, compassion, and meaning. The truth of non-self dismantles this delusion. It reminds us that beneath every robe there is only awareness, only the ever-changing flow of life. Our true nourishment does not come from the approval of others but from the cultivation of wisdom and compassion. When we remember this, we stop feeding the robe and start feeding the heart. We stop chasing validation and start practicing liberation. To embody non-self is to wear the world lightly. We still fulfill our responsibilities, but we no longer confuse them with our essence. We still play roles, teacher, parent, leader, friend, but we know they are temporary garments, not permanent truths. This lightness brings freedom. It allows us to step into roles fully and gracefully, and to step out of them without despair when they end. It frees us from the fear of failure and the intoxication of success, for both are only garments we wear for a season. There is also a deep compassion that arises from non-self. When we let go of the illusion of separateness, we see that every being is wearing robes just as we are. The arrogant robe of power hides a heart afraid of weakness. The polished robe of beauty hides a fear of aging. The proud robe of achievement hides a longing for love. To see beyond the robes is to see the vulnerability we all share. From this recognition, compassion flows naturally. We do not envy others' robes or despise them. We understand them. The Buddha's words echo here. 3 things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. The truth is that beneath the robes, every being longs for the same peace, the same freedom, the same love. When we recognize this, the walls between us crumble. The banquet of life is no longer about impressing the emperor. It is about sitting together as humans, stripped of illusion, sharing what nourishes the heart. In practice, non-self calls us to mindfulness. Each time we catch ourselves saying, "I am this" or "I am that," we pause and remember this is only a robe. The anger I feel is not me. The pride I feel is not me. The role I play is not me. They are passing garments. I am the awareness that notices them, the presence that wears them lightly. This shift may be subtle, but it transforms the way we live. It loosens the grip of ego, softens the edges of fear, and opens the heart to compassion. Ikkyu's robe drenched in food is a parable for us. We may continue to feed our robes, but eventually we will ask, what about the hunger of the heart? When we stop feeding the robe and turn inward, we discover a nourishment deeper than any banquet. We discover the truth that no robe can hide. We discover the freedom of non-self, where we are no longer bound by appearances but anchored in wisdom and compassion. This is the great invitation of the Dharma, to see beyond the robes of life, to live without clinging to illusions, to awaken to the truth that cannot be hidden. And in doing so, we find that the banquet of awakening is already here, waiting not for our robes but for our presence. The banquet of the emperor, Ikkyu's robe drenched in tea and food, and the startled silence that followed, all of it was more than a scene of mischief. It was a Dharma teaching enacted in real life. Ikkyu was not mocking the emperor nor scorning the court. He was holding up a mirror for all to see. How easily we mistake robes for reality, how quickly we confuse appearances with essence. His robe was respected, while his person was ignored. Yet robes cannot eat, nor can titles bring true peace. Only wisdom and compassion can nourish the heart. The truth of non-self dismantles the illusions we hold most tightly. We are not our titles, our garments, our accomplishments, or even our failures. We are not our passing emotions or our fleeting thoughts. We are the awareness that notices them, the presence that endures beneath the constant change. To awaken to this truth is to free ourselves from the fear of loss, the hunger for status, and the endless comparison that gnaws at the human heart. The Buddha's words resound. Three things cannot be long hidden: the sun, the moon, and the truth. Robes fade, crowns tarnish, reputations crumble, but truth shines on. And the truth is that we are not separate selves locked in competition. We are part of a vast flow of interbeing, waves on the same ocean, sparks of the same fire. To recognize this is to dissolve envy, pride, and hatred. To live this is to embody compassion. When we stop clinging to robes, life becomes lighter. We can step into roles fully, but step out of them without despair when they end. We can enjoy praise without arrogance, endure criticism without collapse. We can succeed without intoxication, fail without devastation. For these, too, are only robes, garments worn for a season, not the essence of who we are. Beneath them, the heart remains free, steady, luminous. Ikkhyu's lesson calls us to ask, what robes are we feeding? Are we pouring our energy into appearances, into images, into illusions? Or are we nourishing the heart with wisdom and compassion? The banquet of awakening does not honor our robes, it honors our truth. To be present, to be mindful, to be compassionate, these are the true garments of the awakened. The teaching of non-self is not meant to strip us of humanity, but to deepen it. When we see beyond the robes, we also see more clearly the suffering of others. The one wearing the robe of arrogance is hiding fear. The one wearing the robe of wealth is haunted by insecurity. The one wearing the robe of cruelty is lost in ignorance. When we see beyond the robe, we can meet them with compassion rather than judgment. We can touch the humanity beneath the garment. This is why the path of non-self leads naturally to the path of love. To let go of self is not to become cold or detached. It is to open the heart so widely that it can hold all beings. It is to recognize that our liberation is bound up with the liberation of others, that our peace is tied to theirs. Beyond the robes there is no me and you, only us, only life, only truth. The robe may gain entry to the emperor's banquet, but the heart of compassion gains entry to the banquet of awakening. That banquet is not served on golden plates, but in the simple moments of daily life. A kind word spoken, a burden shared, a silence honored, a truth embraced. When we live from non-self, every act becomes a feast of wisdom, every breath becomes a sip of freedom. And so, Part 6 closes with this reminder: do not feed the robe, feed the heart. Do not chase appearances, seek truth. Do not cling to self. Embrace the vastness beyond it. For the robes will fade, but the truth shines eternal. Like the sun, like the moon, like the Dharma itself, it cannot be hidden. To live beyond the robes is to live free. To live in the truth of non-self is to live awakened. And to live awakened is to see that all along, the banquet was not in the emperor's hall. It was here within us, waiting to be tasted with every mindful breath. Part 7. Silence as the highest teaching when words fall away. There is a story in the Zen tradition of a master who was asked to explain the essence of the Dharma. Instead of speaking, he simply held up a flower. The assembly was silent, confused, except for one disciple, Mahakasyapa, who smiled. In that smile, the teaching was transmitted, wordless and complete. This was the first Zen transmission, known as the flower sermon. The Buddha's silence was not emptiness, it was fullness. It was not absence, it was presence. Sometimes silence conveys what words cannot hold. The Dharma teaches us that truth is beyond language. Words are fingers pointing at the moon, but they are not the moon itself. To cling to words is to mistake the finger for the moon. Silence, however, directs us inward to the direct experience of reality. When words fall away, what remains is presence, raw, unfiltered, and alive. In silence, we encounter the truth of things as they are. In our lives, silence often feels uncomfortable. We rush to fill it with chatter, with noise, with distraction. Yet silence is not emptiness, it is spaciousness. In silence, the restless mind settles. In silence, the heart listens. In silence, we discover what is always here but drowned out by the clamor of thought. The Buddha himself often sat in silence, radiating peace. His silence was not withholding, it was teaching. It said, "Look within. The truth is not in my words, but in your own awakened awareness." Silence is the highest teaching because it bypasses the conceptual mind. Concepts divide, self and other, good and bad, success and failure. Silence dissolves these divisions. In silence, the illusion of separation fades. We are not separate beings making noise at each other. We are one vast stillness, manifesting as countless forms. To touch this stillness is to touch the Dharma directly. This does not mean words are useless. The sutras, the chants, the teachings, all are skillful means, but they are rafts, not destinations. They carry us across the river, but once we reach the other shore, they are no longer needed. Silence is the shore. It is the arrival. When words fall away, the truth remains. The practice of silence is powerful in meditation. Sitting quietly, we let thoughts arise and fall without clinging. Gradually, the mind quiets, and in the gaps between thoughts, silence opens. This silence is not the absence of sound. It is the presence of awareness. Even if birds sing or traffic hums, the silence is there, holding everything. It is the silence beneath all noise, the silence that is never broken. To rest in this silence is to rest in the Dharma itself. Silence is also a form of compassion. When we listen deeply to another without rushing to speak, we give them the gift of being heard. Our silence says, "Your words matter. Your presence matters." Often, what heals is not our advice but our quiet attention. Silence becomes a vessel of love. It holds space for the other without judgment, without interruption. This is why listening is one of the greatest forms of compassion and why silence is its foundation. In the Diamond Sutra, the Buddha reminds us that the Tathagata has no teaching to give. At first glance, this sounds strange. Wasn't the Buddha a teacher? But the point is clear. Ultimate truth cannot be captured by words. The Buddha's teachings are guides, not the truth itself. The truth is wordless, timeless, beyond concepts. Silence is where it lives. Ikkyu, the same Zen master who once fed his robe, was also famous for his paradoxical teachings. When asked to sum up the Dharma in a single phrase, he said nothing at all. His silence was not evasion, it was expression. The truth cannot be boxed into a phrase. To force words is to shrink what is boundless. Silence leaves the truth whole. In our noisy world, cultivating silence is a radical act. We are bombarded by voices, opinions, arguments, advertisements. To sit quietly, to turn off the noise, to rest in stillness. This is an act of rebellion against the culture of constant distraction. In silence, we rediscover ourselves. We reconnect with the stillness that is never absent. We remember that peace is not something to be found, but something to be uncovered, already present beneath the noise. The Buddha once said that the greatest teaching is the one beyond words. This is why Zen often uses silence, paradox, and direct experience to point toward awakening. When words fall away, the truth shines forth. When we stop speaking, we start hearing. When we stop seeking, we start seeing. And so, silence is not emptiness but fullness, not void but presence, not nothing but everything. It is the highest teaching because it does not divide, does not distort, does not cling. It simply is. To sit in silence is to sit with the Buddha. To rest in silence is to rest in truth. In the end, perhaps the most profound thing we can say about silence is nothing at all. The teaching of silence is not about withdrawing from the world or refusing to speak forever. Rather, it is about remembering that words are tools, not the truth itself. They are useful, but they are limited. We use them to describe, to guide, to encourage, yet there comes a point when words reach their boundary. Beyond that boundary lies silence. And in silence, truth shines with a clarity that no phrase can capture. In the flower sermon, when the Buddha lifted the lotus without a word, Mahakasyapa smiled. Why? Because he understood that awakening is not conveyed through language but through direct experience. Words can point, but only silence reveals. This is why Zen teachers often use gestures, paradoxes, or simply silence to awaken their students. A single moment of wordless clarity can pierce through years of intellectual debate. Our own lives give us glimpses of this truth. Think of the times when silence spoke louder than any speech, standing in awe before a sunrise, holding the hand of a dying loved one, sitting with a friend who grieves, watching snow fall in the still night. In those moments, words would only lessen the depth. Silence speaks by allowing the heart to feel without interference. Silence also teaches humility. When we are silent, we recognize the limits of our knowledge. We no longer pretend to have all the answers. Instead, we bow to the mystery of existence. This humility is not weakness, it is openness. In silence, we let the world reveal itself to us instead of imposing our concepts upon it. The greatest scientists, poets, and sages have all confessed that their deepest discoveries arose not from noise but from silence, from a still mind that could receive what words had not yet touched. In the practice of meditation, silence is the ground from which all insight arises. Thoughts come and go like passing clouds, but silence is the sky that holds them. Even when the mind chatters, even when sounds surround us, silence is still there, steady and vast. To cultivate awareness of this silence is to find an anchor that cannot be shaken. It is the silence that holds every word, the stillness that holds every movement, the presence that holds every moment. Yet silence is not only inward, it is also outward in the way we relate to others. How often do we rush to speak when another is sharing their pain? We try to fix, to advise, to solve. But often, what is needed most is not our words but our presence. To sit in silence with someone, to truly listen without interruption, is one of the deepest gifts we can give. Silence becomes a vessel of compassion, allowing the other to feel seen, heard, and safe. The Buddha himself often answered questions with silence. When asked metaphysical puzzles about the eternity of the universe, about the existence of the self after death, he remained silent. His silence was not ignorance, it was wisdom. He knew that such questions did not lead to liberation but only to speculation. By remaining silent, he pointed the questioner back to the direct experience of suffering and its cessation. His silence was a reminder. The truth is not in theories but in practice, not in debate but in awakening. In our modern lives, silence is rare. We are surrounded by noise, phones buzzing, televisions blaring, constant chatter online. This noise is not only external, it seeps into our minds, leaving us restless and fragmented. To choose silence in such a world is a radical act of resistance. It is to reclaim our attention, to anchor ourselves in presence, to remember who we are beyond the noise. A few minutes of silence each day, sitting, breathing, simply being, can transform the mind and open the heart. Silence also heals. Trauma, grief, and pain often leave us speechless. Words cannot contain the depth of what we feel, but silence can. Silence holds space for the unspeakable. In silence, we grieve without needing to explain. In silence, we heal without needing to justify. In silence, we find that what cannot be spoken can still be embraced. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, the Dharma is beyond words and letters, it is directly transmitted. This is why silence is the highest teaching. When we rest in silence, we are no longer caught in the net of language. We encounter the Dharma directly, without mediation, without distortion. We experience reality as it is, unfiltered and whole. In the end, silence teaches us to listen, not only to others but to life itself. It invites us to hear the sound of the wind, the rhythm of our breath, the beating of our hearts. It teaches us that beneath the noise of thought, there is a stillness that has never been disturbed. This stillness is our true nature, our refuge, our liberation. And so, to practice silence is not to run away from life, but to enter it more deeply. It is to sit with the flower until the smile arises naturally. It is to sit with suffering until compassion blossoms. It is to sit with the mystery until wisdom dawns. Silence is the space where words fall away and truth remains. Silence is not only a practice of monks and sages, it is something we can live in the midst of ordinary life. The stillness that the Buddha revealed in his flower sermon is available even in our homes, workplaces, and busy streets. To live in silence does not mean abandoning words altogether. It means cultivating a heart that is not enslaved by them. It is the art of speaking when speech is needed, and remaining quiet when silence speaks more clearly. Consider the way silence changes our relationships. Arguments often escalate because we rush to respond, to defend, to prove our point. But if we can pause, breathe, and allow silence to enter, the fire cools. Silence gives us space to listen not only to the words spoken, but also to the pain beneath them. When someone lashes out, their anger is often a mask for hurt. Words may clash like swords, but silence opens the door to compassion. In silence, we hear not only what is said, but what is unsaid. Silence also reveals the depth of beauty in life. When we stand before a mountain, when we walk along the ocean shore, when we gaze at the stars, our words fall away naturally. To say how beautiful is true, but it is also insufficient. Beauty reaches us most deeply when we stop naming, stop analyzing, and simply allow it to wash over us. In silence, beauty enters the heart fully. The mind does not need to label the sunrise. It only needs to bask in its light. In meditation, silence is both the path and the fruit. At first, we sit to cultivate silence. We notice the chatter of the mind, the constant hum of thought. But as we patiently observe without clinging, silence begins to reveal itself. We realize that silence was always here, like a clear sky hidden behind clouds. Thoughts pass through, but the silence remains untouched. Eventually, the silence itself becomes our refuge. We no longer struggle to make the mind quiet. We simply rest in the silence that has been present all along. Zen often speaks of no mind, a state where thoughts do not bind us. This is not the absence of thought, but the absence of clinging to thought. It is silence in the midst of sound, stillness in the midst of movement. A Zen master once said, "When I am silent, the world sings." This is the essence of silence, not shutting out life, but opening so fully that we hear everything, unfiltered, unjudged, ungrasped. The practice of silence also reshapes our relationship with time. In silence, the past and future fall away, and only the present remains. We no longer replay old conversations or rehearse future ones. We are simply here, breathing, being. In this present silence, time itself loses its grip. A single moment expands into eternity. This is why silence feels sacred, because it reveals the eternal in the ordinary. The Buddha's silence in the face of speculative questions was also a teaching about priorities. Instead of wasting energy debating what cannot be known, whether the universe is eternal, whether the self continues after death, he turned people back to the practice of liberation. Silence redirected attention from theory to experience, from speculation to transformation. This is a lesson for us too. So much of our energy is spent in endless debates about politics, identity, belief. Yet silence asks, how are you living? Are you free? Are you compassionate? Are you awake? There is also a healing silence that lives in community. In monasteries, monks often eat in silence, work in silence, walk in silence. Far from being oppressive, this shared silence creates harmony. Each person's presence is felt more deeply. The noise of ego diminishes, and what remains is unity. Imagine if more of our communities embraced silence, not as repression, but as reverence. What peace would grow if we learned to sit together quietly, to feel each other's presence without the need to fill every moment with words. Even in moments of profound grief, silence carries us. Words fail when someone we love dies. We stumble to express condolences, but often the deepest comfort comes not from words, but from sitting quietly together, holding hands, allowing tears to fall. Silence honors the depth of loss without trying to explain it away. It gives space for the heart to break, and in that space healing begins. The Diamond Sutra's reminder that the Dharma is beyond words and letters returns here with full force. Language can guide us, but it cannot contain reality. Silence, however, is vast enough to hold it. Silence is where we meet the Dharma not as an idea, but as lived truth. In silence, we awaken to the interbeing of all things, the impermanence of all forms, the boundless compassion that flows when the self falls away. Perhaps this is why, in so many traditions, sacred moments are marked by silence. The hush before prayer, the pause after chanting, the stillness before the ringing of a bell, these silences are not empty. They are full, brimming with presence. They are reminders that beyond every word lies the truth, waiting to be felt. To live in silence is not to withdraw from life, but to live it more fully. It is to carry a still heart into every conversation, every task, every moment. It is to listen more than we speak, to feel more than we explain, to be more than we display. Silence is the highest teaching because it points us back to ourselves, to the truth that was here all along. When words fall away, the flower remains. And in the simple act of seeing it, smiling at it, resting in it, we are already free. The silence of the Dharma is not an absence. It is a presence more profound than any speech. When Ikkyu scribbled his poems, when Bodhidharma sat gazing at the wall for 9 years, when the Buddha held up a flower, each was pointing to the same truth. Silence is not emptiness but fullness, not nothing but everything. Words carve the world into pieces. Silence returns it to wholeness. To practice silence is to step into this wholeness. It does not mean avoiding conversation or retreating from society forever. It means cultivating a mind that is not dominated by noise. We learn to notice the chatter of the ego, the endless commentary of thought, and instead of following it, we let it dissolve into silence. Slowly, we realize that silence is not created. It was always here. Like the sky, it holds every sound, every word, every thought without being disturbed. Silence teaches us to see beyond dualities. With words, we divide the world, self and other, success and failure, joy and sorrow. In silence, these opposites melt into one. The bird's song and the sound of traffic both arise in the same vast stillness. Our laughter and our tears both echo within the same silence. We discover that life is not a clash of opposites but a dance within a single whole. This insight transforms how we live. When we embrace silence, we are no longer quick to judge. We hear beyond the surface, beyond the words. When someone criticizes us, we listen to the pain beneath their voice. When someone praises us, we hear the longing in their admiration. Silence gives us the patience to look deeper, to feel deeper, to respond not with reflex but with wisdom. In silence, compassion flowers. We see that every being struggles with noise, the noise of fear, desire, and confusion. We recognize our shared humanity in the restless minds around us, and in recognizing it, we soften. Our silence becomes a refuge not only for ourselves but for others. We carry a calm presence that soothes without words, that heals simply by being. The Buddha's silence in the face of metaphysical questions reminds us of another truth. Not every question needs an answer. The mind craves certainty, but silence teaches us to live with mystery. When we can sit quietly with the unknown, we discover that uncertainty is not something to fear but something to honor. The vastness of silence holds both the known and the unknowable, inviting us to rest in trust rather than control. In our modern world, silence is often feared. People fill every gap with sound, music in the store, chatter on the phone, scrolling through endless feeds. We are addicted to distraction because silence confronts us with ourselves. Yet that confrontation is exactly where liberation lies. In silence, we face our fears, our emptiness, our longing. And in facing them, we discover that beneath them all is a stillness that cannot be shaken. Imagine a community that embraced silence, meals eaten mindfully, with the sound of utensils and breathing instead of chatter, meetings beginning with a minute of quiet to ground the heart, families pausing together in silence before speaking, honoring the presence of one another. Such silences would transform our relationships. They would remind us that before we are talkers, we are beings. Before we are roles, we are presence. Silence also reveals the sacredness of the ordinary. Sweeping the floor, washing dishes, walking in the rain, these simple acts become profound when done in silence. They no longer serve merely as tasks to be finished, but as doorways into awareness. Silence strips away distraction, leaving only the raw beauty of being alive in this moment. In this way, silence is itself a form of prayer. The Diamond Sutra's wisdom shines here. The Dharma cannot be captured by words and letters. To seek it only in texts is to miss its essence. But to sit in silence, to breathe, to open, is to encounter the Dharma directly. It is to see reality not as a concept, but as an experience, immediate and whole. The highest teaching, then, is not spoken. It is lived. It is embodied in the quiet smile of Mahakasyapa, in the still gaze of the Buddha, in the shared silence between friends, in the unspoken compassion that radiates from the awakened heart. Words may inspire us, but silence transforms us. When words fall away, silence remains. And in that silence, we find that nothing is missing, nothing is lacking, nothing needs to be added. Silence is enough. Silence is the Dharma itself, unbroken, unbound, eternal. As we draw part 7 to its close, the thread that has woven itself through every story and reflection becomes unmistakable. Silence is not a void but a vessel, not absence but presence. It is the highest teaching because it reveals what no language can capture. Words, like maps, can point us toward truth, but silence is the direct experience of standing on the mountain peak, seeing with our own eyes. The flower sermon remains the perfect symbol of this. When the Buddha lifted the lotus and said nothing, Mahakasyapa smiled. In that smile, the Dharma was transmitted without syllable, without sound. No doctrine could have conveyed it more clearly. That smile was born from silence, and in silence it continues to speak across centuries. It teaches us that the essence of awakening cannot be written down or argued into existence. It must be seen, tasted, and lived. Silence is also the great equalizer. Titles, roles, and robes fade away when we sit together quietly. In silence, emperor and beggar breathe the same breath. In silence, the divisions of self and other soften. We see each other not as roles but as beings, not as competitors but as companions in the same vast stillness. This is why silence has always been at the heart of monastic life. When monks eat in silence, work in silence, meditate in silence, they cultivate not isolation but unity. Silence is the language of interbeing, and silence is healing. When grief cuts too deep for words, silence holds us. When anger burns too hot for speech, silence cools us. When joy overflows, silence allows us to bask in it without diminishing its radiance. Silence has a wisdom that speech often lacks. It knows when to stop. In a world that endlessly shouts, silence restores balance. It reminds us that life is not only about expression but also about presence. The Buddha's silence in the face of speculative questions is also a teaching for us. He knew that words often trap the mind in circles, pulling us away from liberation. His silence directed attention back to what truly matters: the end of suffering, the cultivation of compassion, the awakening of wisdom. Likewise, in our own lives, silence helps us discern. Not every argument needs our voice. Not every accusation needs our defense. Sometimes the highest response is stillness, the refusal to be dragged into illusions. Living with silence does not mean rejecting words but redeeming them. When rooted in silence, our words become fewer but more true, softer but more powerful. A single sentence born of silence carries more weight than 1,000 uttered in haste. Silence gives words their depth, as the pause gives music its beauty. The goal is not to stop speaking forever, but to speak from a place that has touched silence. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, "Thus shall you think of all this fleeting world, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud, a phantom and a dream." To truly absorb this teaching is not to argue about it, but to sit in silence and let it wash through the heart. In that silence, the truth of impermanence becomes not an idea but a lived experience. We see the fleetingness of all things, and in that seeing we awaken to compassion, to presence, to peace. So let silence be our teacher. Let us pause before rushing into speech. Let us sit in stillness each day, not to escape the world but to enter it more deeply. Let us learn to listen, not only to the voices around us but to the silence beneath them, the silence that holds them, the silence that is never broken. For it is in that silence that truth resides, waiting not to be spoken but to be lived. And when words fall away, what remains? Not emptiness, not lack, but fullness beyond measure. What remains is the smile of Mahakasyapa, the stillness of the Buddha, the boundless peace of the awakened heart. In the end, silence is not just the highest teaching, it is the Dharma itself. Part 8. The simplicity of mind, freedom from excess. There is a Zen story about a master who welcomed a wealthy merchant into his humble hut. The merchant, dressed in rich robes and perfumed with luxury, could not hide his discomfort at the plain surroundings. The master noticed this and poured tea into the merchant's cup until it overflowed, spilling onto the floor. Shocked, the merchant exclaimed, "Stop, the cup is already full." The master smiled and said, "Just so, your mind too is full of possessions, of desires, of worries. Until you empty it, nothing more can enter." This story carries the essence of simplicity. The Dharma teaches that excess is not freedom but bondage. We believe that by gathering more wealth, more recognition, more pleasures, we will secure happiness. Yet the more we add, the heavier the load we carry. Our minds become like the merchant's cup, overflowing with clutter, leaving no space for wisdom or peace. The Buddha himself embodied simplicity. Born a prince surrounded by every luxury, he left it all behind when he realized that no robe, no palace, no feast could shield him from sickness, aging, and death. By renouncing excess, he discovered freedom. By living simply, he uncovered the deepest joy. His life is a testament that happiness is not found in abundance but in clarity, not in possession but in liberation. Simplicity of mind does not mean rejecting life or renouncing all possessions. It means freedom from attachment. It means not being enslaved by what we own, not defining ourselves by what we consume, not filling the mind with clutter that obscures truth. A simple mind is a spacious mind, a mind free enough to hold wisdom and compassion. In the modern world, this teaching is more urgent than ever. We live in a culture of excess, endless advertisements, constant consumption, the pursuit of more and more. We measure worth by what we accumulate, not by who we are. Yet beneath the glitter, many feel emptiness. The promise of satisfaction through excess is a lie. The Dharma invites us to wake up from this illusion. The practice of simplicity begins within. It is the willingness to empty the overflowing cup of the mind, to let go of grudges, of obsessive desires, of the endless chase for status. It is to clear away the noise so that silence can be heard. It is to create space where wisdom can enter. When the mind is uncluttered, even the simplest joy, sunlight through a window, the taste of clean water, the smile of a stranger, become radiant. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, all compounded things are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Excess distracts us from this truth, making us believe that what is fleeting can bring lasting fulfillment. But simplicity aligns us with reality. It teaches us to enjoy what comes without clinging, to release what goes without regret. In simplicity, we discover the richness of the present moment. Ikkyu, the Zen poet, once wrote, "If you break open the cherry tree, where are the blossoms? But in springtime they bloom naturally." Simplicity is like this. It does not force joy, nor does it seek it in excess. It simply clears space, trusts the rhythm of life, and allows joy to blossom on its own. The practice of freedom from excess is not a denial of beauty. It is an appreciation of true beauty. When the mind is simple, we no longer need extravagance to be moved. A single flower is enough. A bowl of rice is enough. A moment of stillness is enough. This enoughness is the essence of freedom. In this part of our journey, we are invited to examine our own overflowing cups. What fills them? What can be released? What is clutter and what is essential? By practicing simplicity, we do not lose, we gain. We gain spaciousness, clarity, peace. We gain the freedom to live not burdened by excess but light, like a traveler carrying only what is needed. To live with simplicity of mind is to discover that the truest wealth is not in what we possess but in what we can let go. It is to see that freedom is not having everything but needing little. And it is to realize that in simplicity we are already rich, already whole, already free. Simplicity is not poverty. It is clarity. It is the art of knowing what is truly needed and what is not. Poverty strips without choice. Simplicity releases with wisdom. Poverty may bring despair, but simplicity brings peace. A mind free from excess is not deprived. It is abundant, for it discovers richness in the ordinary. The Buddha himself often spoke of the middle way. After renouncing the luxuries of his palace, he practiced extreme asceticism, starving and exhausting his body in pursuit of enlightenment. But he soon realized that neither indulgence nor deprivation leads to freedom. True liberation lies in balance, in having what is necessary, but not clinging to what is unnecessary. Simplicity is this middle way applied to the mind. It is the refusal to stuff the cup with excess, the willingness to hold only what sustains clarity and compassion. Consider how clutter weighs us down. A home filled with objects becomes a burden to maintain. A calendar filled with endless commitments leaves no space to breathe. A mind filled with worries and desires cannot rest in stillness. The excess itself becomes the chain. Yet when we release it, we feel lighter. When we simplify, we rediscover what matters. A clear room, a clear schedule, a clear mind. Each is spacious, peaceful, alive. Zen often celebrates simplicity in daily life. The tea ceremony, the careful arrangement of a rock garden, the design of a single flower in a vase, all embody the beauty of less. By stripping away the unnecessary, the essential shines. A plain cup of tea, shared in silence, becomes more nourishing than a banquet. This is the paradox of simplicity. By having less, we experience more. By emptying the cup, we taste the tea. The Dharma calls us to extend this simplicity inward. Our minds overflow not only with possessions and tasks, but with identities, opinions, and judgments. We cling to being right, to being admired, to being in control. Yet these, too, are excess. They clutter the heart and cloud the vision. Simplicity of mind means letting go of the need to prove ourselves, the need to win, the need to cling. In that letting go, peace enters like light through an open window. Freedom from excess also transforms our relationship with desire. Desire is not evil, it is natural. But when desire multiplies endlessly, it enslaves us. One possession leads to wanting another, one success leads to craving the next. The mind becomes like a fire that cannot be quenched, always consuming, never satisfied. Simplicity is the water that cools the flame. It says, "This is enough." It turns the heart from hunger to gratitude, from restlessness to contentment. In the modern world, the pull of excess is relentless. Advertisements whisper that happiness lies in the next purchase, the next upgrade, the next achievement. Social media magnifies envy, showing us the robes others wear. Yet the Dharma points to a different path. Happiness is not in the next thing, but in the simplicity of this moment, in the breath, in the step, in the presence of life itself. Ikkyu once wrote, "I have no robe, no name, no temple, still the moon follows me everywhere." This verse captures the essence of simplicity. When we shed the robes of excess, we lose nothing essential. The moonlight, the truth, the Dharma, it is already ours. It follows us everywhere, asking nothing but our presence. The Buddha compared the practice of simplicity to carrying a lamp in the dark. The light does not chase after shadows, it simply shines. In the same way, When the mind is free from excess, it does not chase endlessly after satisfaction. It rests, it shines, it illuminates what is already here. This illumination is joy. To live simply does not mean abandoning life. It means living more deeply. It means savoring what we have instead of craving what we lack. It means creating space in our hearts for silence, for compassion, for wisdom. Simplicity of mind is freedom not from the world but in the world. It is the freedom of carrying little so that each step feels light. In this freedom, we begin to see that happiness has never been far away. It was not hidden in excess. It was hidden by excess. Remove the clutter, and happiness is revealed as the natural state of a mind at peace. The wisdom of simplicity is often misunderstood as a denial of joy. But to live simply is not to reject joy, it is to reclaim it. When our minds are cluttered with excess, we cannot truly taste the life we have. Our senses are dulled by constant craving, our hearts are weighed down by comparison, and our days are crowded with endless pursuits. Simplicity strips away this noise, leaving only the pure experience of life itself. In the stillness of simplicity, joy blossoms naturally. Think of a child playing with a stick or a stone, laughing with delight. The child does not need expensive toys or endless options. The simplicity of the moment is enough. As adults, we forget this truth. We seek joy in accumulation, in bigger houses, faster cars, more recognition. But each gain only fuels the hunger for the next. The Dharma reminds us, true joy does not come from more, it comes from enough. The Buddha once taught that contentment is the greatest wealth. A wealthy person with endless possessions may still feel poor if their desires remain unsatisfied. But a simple person content with little lives in abundance. Simplicity of mind is the key to this contentment. It frees us from the restless chase and anchors us in gratitude. Gratitude turns whatever we have into enough, and enough into joy. This teaching is echoed in the Zen aesthetic of wabi sabi, the beauty of imperfection and impermanence. A cracked bowl, a weathered wall, a single flower in a plain vase. These reveal beauty precisely because they are simple, unadorned, honest. Excess hides truth behind glitter. Simplicity reveals truth in plainness. When our minds embrace this simplicity, we begin to see beauty not only in polished things but in ordinary things, in imperfect things, in the fleeting moments of daily life. But simplicity is not only about possessions or aesthetics, it is also about speech. Excess words create confusion, simple words reveal clarity. The Buddha often taught with few words, each chosen carefully, like drops of water falling into a clear pond. In our own lives, practicing simplicity in speech means speaking only what is true, kind, and necessary. It means allowing silence to carry what words cannot. A mind free from excess does not waste energy in gossip or argument. It speaks with purpose, and often it does not speak at all. Simplicity is also about relationships. We complicate them with expectations, demands, and conditions. We want others to act according to our desires to fill the emptiness within us. This clutter of expectation suffocates love. But when we simplify, when we love without excess, relationships become spacious. We see others as they are, not as roles to satisfy us. We listen more, demand less, appreciate more. Simplicity of mind allows love to flow naturally, without the chains of possession. The practice of simplicity is revolutionary in a world built on excess. It challenges the very foundation of consumer culture, which thrives on keeping us dissatisfied. It asks us to stop measuring our lives by accumulation and start measuring by presence. This does not mean abandoning the world. It means engaging with it wisely. We buy what we need, not what we crave. We choose experiences that nourish the heart, not distractions that numb it. We value depth over quantity, stillness over speed, presence over performance. The fruit of this practice is freedom. Imagine walking through life carrying a heavy pack of possessions, identities, and desires. Every step is slow, every hill a burden. Now imagine setting the pack down. Suddenly you are free. The air feels lighter, the path clearer, the body unbound. This is the freedom of simplicity, not a loss, but a release. It is not the end of joy, but the beginning of it. The Diamond Sutra reminds us that all things are fleeting, like bubbles, like shadows, like dreams. Excess distracts us from this truth, making us cling to what will inevitably pass. Simplicity aligns us with it, teaching us to enjoy what comes without grasping, to release what goes without sorrow. In this way, simplicity is not only freedom from excess but freedom from fear. When Ikkyu walked the villages in his tattered robes, people laughed at his appearance. Yet his heart was vast, his joy unshakable. He needed nothing, and so he was free. The Dharma invites us to live the same way, not in poverty but in freedom. To carry little, to cling to less, to discover that life itself is already enough. To live with simplicity of mind is to return to the essence of being. It is to clear away the clutter and discover the spaciousness beneath. It is to see that happiness was never hidden in excess. It was hidden by excess. And once the clutter is gone, we see it shining everywhere, in the breath, in the step, in the silence between words. Simplicity is not a retreat into emptiness, but a return to essence. It asks us, what is truly necessary for a meaningful life? Strip away the noise, the possessions, the endless distractions, and what remains? Breath, awareness, connection, compassion, these are enough. The practice of simplicity is the art of remembering this truth and living from it. One of the Buddha's great insights was that suffering arises from craving. Craving is excess. It is the voice that says, this is not enough. I need more. The mind in craving is restless, forever reaching, forever unsatisfied. But when craving is quieted, even briefly, we feel peace. This peace is not bought or earned. It is the natural state of a mind free from excess. Simplicity clears the path to this peace. Zen practice often returns us to the ordinary as the gateway to freedom. Sweeping the floor, washing rice, carrying water, these simple acts become profound when done with awareness. They do not require adornment. In fact, adornment distracts. A simple task performed mindfully opens the door to awakening. The practice of simplicity reveals that liberation is not in extraordinary achievements but in ordinary presence. The beauty of simplicity is that it does not depend on external conditions. A person living in wealth can practice simplicity just as one living with little. It is not about how much we have, but how lightly we hold it. One may live in a palace and still be simple of mind if not bound by possessions. Another may live in poverty and yet be chained by craving. Simplicity is not measured in possessions but in freedom. This is why simplicity is so closely tied to joy. When the mind is uncluttered, gratitude naturally arises. The taste of bread, the warmth of sunlight, the sound of a bird, all shine more brightly when we are not distracted by excess. The clutter of desires blinds us to these small joys. The clearing of clutter reveals them. In simplicity, the ordinary becomes extraordinary. Relationships also blossom in simplicity. When we stop demanding excess from others, excess attention, excess validation, excess conformity, we allow love to breathe. A simple relationship is one built on presence, on acceptance, on freedom. It does not seek to control or possess. It simply delights in being together, in sharing life as it is. The robe of expectation falls away, and beneath it is true connection. The Diamond Sutra's teaching that all compounded things are like illusions echoes here. Excess builds illusions, illusions of permanence, of superiority, of fulfillment. Simplicity shatters them, leaving only what is real. And what is real? The breath, the moment, the heart that beats in rhythm with all beings. This reality needs no excess to shine. It shines brightest when left uncluttered. In practice, simplicity of mind requires courage. It is not easy to let go of what the world tells us we need. We fear being left behind, being unseen, being less. Yet when we dare to release excess, we find that we lose nothing essential. What falls away is only weight. What remains is freedom. The courage to live simply is rewarded with the discovery that simplicity is not less, it is more. Consider the lotus, the great symbol of the Dharma. It grows in muddy water, yet rises pure and beautiful. It asks for nothing extravagant. Mud, water, sun, these are enough. Likewise, a simple mind rooted in compassion and nourished by mindfulness blooms in the midst of life's mud. It does not need excess to be radiant, it needs only presence. Ikkyu once wrote, "With nothing to hold on to, the heart is free." This is the heart of simplicity. When we stop clinging to robes, possessions, titles, and identities, the heart opens wide. It discovers that freedom has been here all along, hidden beneath the clutter. Simplicity is the act of uncovering, of returning, of awakening to what has always been. The banquet of life does not require golden plates or endless courses. It requires only that we taste what is here now. A bowl of rice eaten with gratitude is a feast. A moment of silence shared with a friend is abundance. A mind free from excess sees this clearly. It does not chase after more. It rests in enough. And in enoughness, there is joy beyond measure. As we complete this reflection on simplicity, the image of the overflowing teacup lingers. The wealthy merchant, so eager to learn, discovered that wisdom could not enter a mind already crammed with excess. The same truth applies to us. When our minds are filled with possessions, roles, fears, and endless desires, there is no space for clarity. But when we empty the cup, the Dharma flows in. The essence of simplicity is not deprivation but freedom. It is not about rejecting the world but about engaging with it wisely. It is about seeing that happiness is not found in excess but in balance, not in accumulation but in letting go. Simplicity clears the clutter so that what truly matters can shine. And what matters, presence, compassion, awareness, these do not require extravagance. They require only a mind spacious enough to receive them. The Buddha showed us this through his own life. He left the palace not because he despised beauty or comfort, but because he saw their limitations. He discovered that no robe, no crown, no banquet could shield him from impermanence. By living simply, he touched a joy beyond conditions. His teaching echoes through centuries. Contentment is the greatest wealth. A heart at peace is richer than any treasury. In our modern lives, we are invited to practice the same truth, to pause before chasing the next possession, the next recognition, the next distraction, to ask, is this needed? Does this bring peace? Does this create space for compassion? If the answer is no, then let it go. Each release is a step toward freedom. Each simplification is an opening for joy. The Diamond Sutra's reminder that all compounded things are like dreams, illusions, bubbles, shadows becomes a call to live lightly. If all is fleeting, why carry so much? If all is impermanent, why cling so hard? Simplicity teaches us to walk gently, carrying only what matters, releasing the rest. And what remains when excess falls away? A bowl of rice, eaten with gratitude. A breath, noticed with awareness. A moment of silence filled with presence. In these simple things we find abundance. We discover that we were never lacking, only distracted. Simplicity reveals the fullness that has always been here, so let us live simply. Let us empty the overflowing cup. Let us shed the robes of excess and walk with lightness. In doing so, we do not lose, we gain. We gain clarity, freedom, and peace. We gain the ability to see beauty in the ordinary, to savor joy in the small, to rest in the enoughness of life. The Zen masters remind us, the simplest path is often the truest. When the mind is free from excess, the heart is free to love. When the heart is free to love, life becomes a feast, one not of endless dishes but of endless presence. Simplicity of mind is the doorway to freedom. And freedom, as the Dharma shows us, is the deepest joy of all. Part 9. The Mirror of Awareness, Seeing Without Distortion. There is an ancient Zen story of a monk who asked his master, "What is the essence of the Dharma?" The master pointed to a mirror hanging in the meditation hall and said, "Look." The monk gazed into it, and the master asked, "What do you see?" The monk replied, "I see myself." The master shook his head and said, "When the mind is like a mirror, it reflects everything but clings to nothing. That is the Dharma." The mirror has long been a symbol in Buddhist teaching. A mirror does not choose what to reflect. It does not cling to beauty or resist ugliness. It simply shows things as they are, clear, unbiased, free of distortion. Our practice of awareness is meant to be the same. When the mind is clouded by craving, anger, or delusion, it is like a dirty mirror. Everything we see is distorted. But when the mind is polished with mindfulness, it reflects reality without clinging, without judgment. Awareness is the heart of the Buddha's path. Without awareness, we are lost in illusion, chasing shadows, reacting blindly. With awareness, we see clearly. This is suffering, this is craving, this is impermanence. Awareness does not eliminate the storms of life, but it shows them for what they are. In seeing clearly, we are no longer enslaved. The Buddha compared awareness to a lamp in the darkness. When the lamp is lit, we can see the path. We no longer stumble over stones or walk into thorns. The stones and thorns remain, but awareness gives us the clarity to navigate them. Similarly, life will always contain challenges, but with awareness, we are not blinded by them. We walk with eyes open. This clarity also transforms how we see ourselves. Most of us live not with awareness, but with distortion. We see ourselves through the lenses of comparison, criticism, and craving. We believe we are not enough, or we cling to an inflated image of being more than we are. Both are distortions. Awareness is the clean mirror that shows us simply. This is the body, this is the mind, this is the breath, this is the present moment. Nothing more, nothing less. When we practice awareness, we learn to see others clearly as well. Instead of projecting our fears and desires onto them, we begin to recognize their true humanity. We see that beneath anger is pain, beneath pride is fear, beneath cruelty is ignorance. This does not excuse harmful actions, but it allows us to respond with wisdom rather than judgment. A clear mirror reflects reality without hatred or attachment. Awareness is also the antidote to delusion. Delusion convinces us that possessions will bring permanent happiness, that status defines our worth, that the self is fixed and permanent. But when the mirror of awareness is clear, we see the truth. Possessions fade, status shifts, the self is a flowing process. Awareness does not change these truths, it simply reveals them. And in seeing, we awaken. The Diamond Sutra speaks directly to this. The mind should be kept independent of any thoughts which arise. If the mind depends on anything, it has no secure foundation. A mind that clings distorts, but a mind that reflects remains free. To cultivate awareness is to cultivate freedom, the freedom to see without distortion, to live without illusion, to love without condition. In daily life, the practice of awareness is simple, though not easy. It is the practice of returning again and again to the present. When eating, we taste. When walking, we step. When listening, we truly listen. When emotions arise, we notice them without judgment, as a mirror notices reflections. Joy comes and the mirror shines. Sorrow comes and the mirror shines. Both pass, but the mirror remains. This mirror-like awareness is not cold or detached. It is luminous, compassionate, alive. To see clearly is also to love deeply. For when we see things as they are, we recognize the interbeing of all life, the impermanence of all forms, the shared suffering of all beings. Awareness ripens into compassion as naturally as a mirror reflects light. Thus, the mirror of awareness is both our path and our refuge. It shows us that reality, when seen clearly, is enough. It frees us from distortion, from illusion, from clinging. And in that freedom we discover peace. When the monk looked into the mirror, he first saw only himself. But the Master's teaching invites us to look deeper, until even the self dissolves, and what remains is reality itself, clear, boundless, and free. A mirror never argues with what it reflects. It does not resist the storm cloud or cling to the clear sky. It does not say, "This reflection is too dark," or "That one is more beautiful." It simply receives. In this way, the mirror shows us how to live with awareness. Awareness is not about approving or rejecting what arises, it is about seeing clearly. When anger comes, we see anger. When joy comes, we see joy. Awareness does not add judgment, it simply reflects. The Buddha taught that suffering begins not with what arises, but with our clinging and aversion. A painful thought arises, we push it away. A pleasant sensation arises, we grasp it, afraid it will vanish. This pushing and pulling clouds the mirror, distorting what we see. Awareness restores clarity, it says. This too is a reflection. It arises, it lingers, it passes. Nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be erased. In awareness, all is allowed to be seen as it is. This clarity is not passive. When we see clearly, wisdom guides our response. If we see anger clearly, we are less likely to act from it. If we see joy clearly, we savor it without clinging. If we see suffering clearly in ourselves or others, we respond with compassion rather than denial. Awareness does not paralyze, it liberates. It gives us the space to choose wisely instead of reacting blindly. In daily life, the practice of awareness is deceptively simple. Washing dishes, we notice the warmth of the water, the weight of the bowl, the movement of the hands. Walking, we notice the rhythm of the steps, the contact of feet with earth, the breath rising and falling. Listening, we notice not only the words but the tone, the silence between sentences, the emotions beneath. These simple acts, reflected clearly, become profound. They reveal that life is always happening now, and awareness is the mirror that allows us to see it. When the mirror is clouded, everything appears distorted. A cloudy mirror makes a face appear ugly even when it is not. A clouded mind makes life appear hopeless even when it is not. This is why the Buddha emphasized the practice of polishing the mirror through mindfulness. Each moment of attention, each return to the breath, each pause before reacting is like wiping away dust. Over time, the mirror grows clearer. We begin to see not only the surface but the depth, not only appearances but essence. Awareness also protects us from the illusions of self. The mirror shows that reflections are not permanent. They come and go, yet the mirror remains. Likewise, our thoughts, emotions, and identities come and go, yet awareness remains. To mistake a reflection for the mirror is delusion. To see the reflections as passing and the mirror as constant is wisdom. This is why awareness is central to the teaching of non-self. When we identify with passing thoughts, we suffer. When we identify with awareness itself, we are free. The Diamond Sutra echoes this truth. A bodhisattva should develop a mind that does not abide anywhere. A mind that abides in anger is clouded. A mind that abides in desire is distorted. A mind that abides in fear is enslaved. But a mind like a mirror abides nowhere. It reflects all, clings to none. Such a mind is unshakable, luminous, free. Awareness also deepens our relationships. Often we see others not as they are but as mirrors of our own desires and fears. We project, distort, misinterpret. But when we cultivate awareness, we begin to see others with clarity. We notice their suffering without judgment, their joys without envy. We see that behind the robe of pride is vulnerability, behind the mask of anger is pain. This clarity opens the door to compassion. Just as a mirror does not choose who to reflect, awareness embraces all beings equally. In the stillness of awareness, even suffering softens. Pain reflected clearly is just pain, intense perhaps, but bearable. It is when we add stories, judgments, and fears that pain becomes unbearable. This should not be happening. This will never end. This means I am weak. These are distortions of the mirror. Pure awareness simply notes, here is pain, and in that simplicity the suffering lessens. Awareness is not a gift reserved for monks or sages. It is the birthright of all beings. Every breath, every moment is an opportunity to practice. The challenge is not to create awareness but to return to it. It is already here, like a mirror hidden behind dust. Each act of mindfulness wipes away a little more dust. Each act of returning brings us closer to clarity. Ultimately, awareness reveals that we are not separate from what we see. The mirror does not stand apart from reflections. It is inseparable from them. Likewise, awareness is not apart from life. It is life itself, awake and luminous. To see clearly is not only to reflect but to realize that seer and seen are one. This is the deepest truth of the mirror of awareness. There is no separation, no distortion, no division. Only clarity, only presence, only freedom. The metaphor of the mirror also teaches us about impermanence. A reflection appears for a moment, then fades. The mirror does not cling to what has passed or resist what comes next. It simply reflects. Likewise, awareness allows us to witness the rise and fall of all experiences without becoming trapped. Joy comes and goes, sorrow comes and goes, thoughts come and go. Awareness holds them all, then lets them pass. In this way, awareness liberates us from the cycle of grasping and aversion that fuels suffering. The Buddha compared the unenlightened mind to a monkey, jumping from branch to branch, never still, never content. Awareness is the calm mirror that steadies the restless monkey. When we practice mindfulness, the mind begins to settle. The reflections become clearer, less distorted by movement. Slowly, we realize that peace is not found in controlling the reflections, but in resting as the mirror itself. Zen teachers often speak of original face, the face we had before we were born, before identity, before thought. This original face is like the mirror, pure and unstained. No matter what reflections appear, anger, desire, joy, sorrow, the mirror itself is untouched. To awaken is to recognize our original face, to realize that beneath the passing reflections of personality and circumstance, there is a clarity that has never been lost. In practical life, this teaching transforms how we handle challenges. When someone insults us, the reflection of anger may arise. But if we see it clearly like a passing image in the mirror, we are not bound to act from it. We can choose patience instead of retaliation, compassion instead of hatred. Awareness does not erase difficulties, but it changes our relationship with them. Problems are still problems, but they no longer define us. They are reflections, not essence. This is why meditation is so central to the path. Sitting quietly, we watch the reflections of thought arise and dissolve. At first, we are lost in them, carried away by stories and emotions. But with practice, we begin to notice the gap, the stillness of the mirror itself. Over time, this recognition deepens until we realize that the mirror has always been here, unbroken, regardless of what it reflects. Meditation is the polishing of the mirror, the cultivation of awareness. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud. These images point to the fleeting nature of reflections. To mistake them for permanent reality is to suffer. To see them as passing is to be free. The mirror of awareness teaches us this directly. Every reflection is temporary, but the clarity of awareness remains. Awareness also illuminates interbeing. When we look into a mirror, we do not see isolated shapes. We see reflections interconnected by the same surface. Likewise, awareness shows us that all beings arise within the same vastness. The suffering of another is reflected in our own hearts, and our actions ripple outward into the lives of others. To see this clearly is to understand that compassion is not optional, it is natural. The mirror does not exclude, it reflects all. Awareness, too, embraces all without preference. One of the deepest practices of awareness is learning to see without distortion in our daily choices. When desire arises for more possessions, awareness asks, will this truly bring peace, or is it another reflection that will fade? When anger arises towards someone, awareness asks, am I seeing them clearly or through the cloud of my own pain? This simple seeing prevents us from being trapped by illusions. It is the difference between living unconsciously, driven by habits, and living consciously, guided by wisdom. The mirror also teaches us humility. Just as it reflects both beauty and ugliness without preference, awareness reminds us that we are not more or less than others. We are reflections in the same vast mirror. Pride and shame both dissolve when seen clearly. They are distortions, not truth. Awareness shows us the middle path, not inflated, not diminished, simply present. In silence, the mirror becomes even clearer. Without constant words and noise, we begin to hear the subtler truths of life. The sound of breath, the beating of the heart, the quiet presence of being. These are not things words can capture fully. They must be experienced. Silence allows the mirror of awareness to shine without distraction. Ultimately, the teaching of the mirror is about freedom. freedom from illusion, from distortion, from clinging, freedom to see life as it is, to love without condition, to live without fear. When the monk looked into the mirror, he first saw himself. But the master's teaching was to look beyond, to see not the self but the reflection of reality itself. To live with awareness is to become that mirror, clear, luminous, free. The practice of awareness as a mirror not only liberates us from our own illusions, but also reshapes the way we move through the world. Imagine living each day with a mind as clear as a polished mirror. Insults would pass through without leaving scars. Praise would be received without inflating the ego. Success and failure would be reflected for what they are, temporary conditions, not eternal truths. In such a state, peace would no longer depend on circumstances but on clarity itself. Yet this clarity is not easily won. The mirror of awareness is often covered by layers of dust, habit, conditioning, ignorance. We inherit patterns from family, culture, and society that cloud our vision. We see through lenses of prejudice, through filters of desire and fear. To polish the mirror is to notice these distortions and gently remove them. It is to cultivate mindfulness moment by moment until the dust settles and the surface shines. Zen masters often gave their students impossible riddles or koans to shatter the dust of conceptual thinking. What is the sound of one hand clapping? Who were you before your parents were born? These are not puzzles to be solved logically, but mirrors to show the limits of thought. When the mind exhausts itself trying to answer, silence arises, and in that silence, awareness becomes clear. Words fail, but the mirror shines. Awareness also teaches us to live without attachment to identity. Most of us are trapped in the reflection of I, my body, my story, my role. But the mirror shows that these are passing images. The body ages, the story changes, the roles shift. What we call I is just a series of reflections, never fixed, never permanent. To cling to them is to suffer when they fade. To see them as reflections is to be free. The Buddha once asked his disciples, "Is the body permanent or impermanent?" They replied, "Impermanent, Lord." He asked, "What is impermanent? Is it suffering or happiness?" They answered, "Suffering, Lord." Then he said, "Therefore this body is not self." This teaching extends to feelings, perceptions, and consciousness. All are impermanent, all are not self. The mirror of awareness reveals this directly. Each reflection passes, but the clarity remains. We are not the reflections. We are the awareness that sees. This realization has profound ethical consequences. When we see clearly, we no longer act out of delusion. We no longer harm others to protect illusions of self. Instead, compassion arises naturally. Just as the mirror reflects all without discrimination, awareness embraces all beings equally. Whether someone is kind or cruel, awareness sees them clearly without distortion. Compassion flows not because others deserve it, but because awareness reveals our shared nature. The Diamond Sutra says, "So should you view this fleeting world, a star at dawn, a bubble in a stream." This is the mirror's teaching. Life is transient. Appearances are fleeting, but awareness is vast. To live with this vision is to live lightly, to hold joy and sorrow with equal grace, to act with compassion in the face of impermanence. In daily practice, we can bring this mirror awareness into every action. Eating, we notice flavors without clinging. Walking, we feel the ground without distraction. Working, we focus fully without being lost in future or past. When anger arises, we reflect it clearly without acting blindly. When joy arises, we savor it without clutching. Every act becomes a polishing of the mirror, every moment an opportunity to see without distortion. Ultimately, the mirror of awareness is not something outside of us. It is our own nature, always present, waiting to be uncovered. No matter how dusty the surface, the mirror is never destroyed. Even when we are lost in ignorance, the clarity remains beneath. The path of practice is simply to remember, to return, to polish until what was always here shines again. And when it shines, the world looks different. Not because the reflections have changed, but because our vision has. We see things as they are, not as we imagine them to be. We live with wisdom instead of delusion, with compassion instead of judgment, with peace instead of grasping. This is the promise of the mirror of awareness, that by seeing clearly we are set free. The image of the mirror has guided us through the heart of awareness, and now it brings us to the closing truth. Awakening is not about polishing the reflections but realizing the mirror itself. We spend much of our lives caught in appearances, our achievements, failures, emotions, identities. Yet these are only passing images. They come and go like faces in a glass. What endures is the clarity of awareness itself, unshaken, luminous, and free. The monk who first looked into the mirror saw only his own face. This is where we all begin, mistaking the reflection for the essence. But the teaching of the master was to look deeper. When we practice awareness, when we polish the dust of craving and fear, we discover that the mirror is vast enough to hold all reflections without being defined by them. Anger arises, but the mirror remains. Joy arises, but the mirror remains. Suffering arises, but the mirror remains. Awareness is not broken by what it reflects. This realization frees us. If we are not the reflections, then we are not bound by them. We are not our passing moods, not our fleeting thoughts, not the stories we tell ourselves. We are the awareness that sees them. To live as the mirror is to live without distortion, without clinging, without fear. It is to live in clarity, compassion, and peace. The Diamond Sutra tells us, a mind that clings to nothing is a mind that is free. This is the mind of the mirror. It reflects everything yet clings to nothing. It welcomes without grasping, releases without regret. In this freedom, we discover the deepest joy, not the joy of accumulation, but the joy of clarity. The mirror of awareness also points us toward compassion. When we see others clearly, without the distortion of judgment or projection, we recognize their humanity. We see their suffering as it is, not as a threat, but as a reflection of our shared condition. Compassion arises naturally, like the mirror reflecting without choice. Just as the mirror does not reject a shadow or cling to a light, awareness does not exclude any being. It embraces all. Living with this clarity, we find that life becomes lighter. We no longer chase after every reflection, nor despair when reflections fade. We meet each moment as it is, with presence and grace. In this way, awareness transforms not only our inner lives, but also our outer actions. We respond to the world not with confusion, but with wisdom, not with selfishness, but with love. At the end of the teaching, the Master's words echo, "When the mind is like a mirror, it reflects everything but clings to nothing." This is the essence of the Dharma. To practice awareness is to polish the mirror until its natural clarity shines. To live as awareness is to be free from distortion. And to share this clarity is to bring peace into a world clouded by illusion. So let us practice. Let us polish the mirror each day with mindfulness, with compassion, with patience. Let us remember that the reflections are fleeting, but the clarity is eternal. Let us live as the mirror, open, luminous, and free. For in the end, awakening is not somewhere far away. It is here, in this very awareness, in this very moment, clear as a mirror, still as the sky, boundless as the ocean. Part 10. The Gift of Emptiness, Freedom Beyond Possession. There is a story from the Zen tradition of a wandering monk who came upon a thief in his hut. The thief expected resistance, but instead the monk said gently, "You have come a long way to visit me, and you should not return empty-handed. Take my clothes as a gift." The thief, bewildered, fled with the robe. That night, the monk sat naked beneath the full moon, gazing upward, and whispered, "I wish I could give him this beautiful moon as well." This story reveals the paradox of emptiness. The monk, stripped of possessions, found himself not poorer but freer. Emptiness did not mean lack, it meant fullness. To cling to nothing was to be able to give everything. To need nothing was to appreciate everything. This is the gift of emptiness, a freedom beyond possession, a wealth beyond measure. The Buddha taught sunyata, often translated as emptiness, but perhaps better understood as openness, spaciousness, or interdependence. Emptiness is not nihilism, not the denial of life. It is the recognition that nothing exists independently or permanently. Everything is connected, everything is changing, everything is without fixed self. To realize this is to be free from the chains of attachment. We suffer because we cling, clinging to possessions, to status, to relationships, to even our own bodies and minds. We fear losing them, and so we live in constant anxiety. Emptiness shows us that there was never anything permanent to cling to. Possessions fade, bodies age, relationships shift. To resist this truth is to suffer. To embrace it is to be free. Emptiness is also the source of compassion. When we see that we are not separate selves but interwoven processes, we recognize that the suffering of others is not apart from our own. The air we breathe has been breathed by countless beings. The food we eat is the labor of sun, rain, soil, and hands. To harm another is to harm ourselves. To love another is to love ourselves. Emptiness dissolves the illusion of separation and reveals the fullness of interbeing. The Diamond Sutra declares, "A star at dawn, a bubble in a stream, a flash of lightning in a summer cloud." These images remind us that forms are fleeting, appearances are empty, but emptiness does not mean meaningless. A bubble is fragile, yet beautiful. Lightning is brief, yet illuminating. Emptiness allows us to see beauty without clinging, to cherish without grasping, to love without fear. In our modern lives, emptiness challenges the culture of possession. We are taught to accumulate, to measure worth by ownership, to seek security in things. Yet the more we cling, the heavier we become. Emptiness invites us to release, to see that we own nothing, not our houses, not our bodies, not even our breath. Everything is borrowed, everything is shared. And in that realization, gratitude blooms. Every moment, every gift, every breath is precious precisely because it is not ours to keep. The monk under the moon reminds us that even when stripped of possessions, we are not lacking. The moon, the sky, the breath, all are freely given beyond ownership. Emptiness transforms loss into appreciation. It turns fear into freedom. It reveals that the wealth of life is not in what we hold, but in what we can let go. To practice emptiness is to live lightly. We still use possessions, but we do not cling to them. We still love people, but we do not imprison them with our demands. We still live in bodies, but we do not mistake them for permanent selves. Everything is embraced, nothing is clung to. This is not detachment in the sense of coldness, but liberation in the sense of openness. It is the ability to dance with life, flowing with change instead of resisting it. Emptiness also reveals the nature of the self. Just as a chariot is not a single thing but an assembly of parts, so too the self is a collection of body, feelings, perceptions, thoughts, and consciousness. None of these alone is the self, and together they do not form a fixed entity. The self is empty of permanence, empty of independence. To see this is not despair, it is freedom. It means we are not confined by a rigid identity. We are fluid, adaptable, interbeing with all things. The gift of emptiness is the gift of fearlessness. When we cling, we fear loss. When we release, we discover that nothing essential can be lost. The body changes, but awareness remains. Possessions vanish, but presence endures. Death comes, but life continues in new forms. To realize emptiness is to live without fear of change, to embrace impermanence as the dance of existence. So let us learn from the monk beneath the moon. Let us release our clinging to possessions and discover the freedom of emptiness. Let us see that in giving, we are never diminished, for emptiness is inexhaustible. Let us open our hands, open our hearts, open our minds, until we can give as freely as the moon gives its light. For in emptiness we find the fullness of life. In releasing we find freedom. In letting go we discover that we were never lacking. The gift of emptiness is the gift of awakening, the gift of freedom beyond possession, the gift of peace. Emptiness is not a doctrine to be memorized. It is an experience to be lived. To see the world through the lens of Sunyata is to see its fluidity, its impermanence, its interconnection. A tree is not just a tree. It is soil, rain, sunlight, wind, insects, time, and countless conditions converging. In truth, there is no separate tree, only a vast network of causes and conditions. When we see in this way, the boundaries between self and world dissolve. The tree is in me and I am in the tree. This is emptiness, not void, but vastness, not nothing, but everything woven together. The practice of emptiness requires courage, for it challenges our deepest attachments. We cling to the idea of a permanent self, a secure identity, a solid ground. But the Buddha's insight was radical. All phenomena are empty of fixed essence. This includes the self we hold so tightly. The fear of letting go is natural. Who are we without possessions, without titles, without roles? Yet when we dare to release, we find that what remains is not emptiness in the sense of lack, but a spaciousness in which life flows freely. Consider water poured into different vessels. In a bowl, it becomes round. In a jar, it becomes tall. In a river, it becomes flowing. The water itself is not fixed, it takes the shape of its conditions. The self is the same, fluid, adaptive, dependent on countless conditions. To cling to a rigid identity is to suffer when life demands change. To embrace emptiness is to be like water, flowing freely, adapting gracefully, unbound. This truth also reshapes our relationship with loss. We fear losing possessions, relationships, even life itself. But emptiness reveals that nothing was ever truly ours to lose. Possessions are borrowed from the earth. Relationships are borrowed from time. Even this body is borrowed from the elements. All will be returned. When we see this clearly, loss no longer devastates us. It still hurts. Emptiness does not deny feeling, but it does not destroy. We grieve, we love, we release, and we continue, for we know that clinging was always the source of suffering. The monk in the Zen story offered his robe freely, not because he was careless, but because he understood emptiness. He saw that possessions cannot define the self. By giving, he lost nothing essential. His freedom remained intact, his joy untouched. This is the power of emptiness. It cannot be stolen, for it is not a possession. It cannot be diminished, for it is not limited. It is the vast openness of awareness itself. Emptiness also deepens compassion. When we see that we are not separate from others, their suffering becomes our own. Just as a hand does not hesitate to pull a thorn from the foot, an awakened being does not hesitate to ease the pain of another. Compassion is the natural expression of emptiness. When the illusion of separation dissolves, love flows effortlessly without calculation. It is not, "I help you," but simply, suffering is eased. In the Diamond Sutra, the Buddha tells us that even the Dharma itself is empty. Teachings are like rafts, useful for crossing the river, but not to be clung to once the shore is reached. Emptiness applies even to emptiness itself. This prevents us from turning it into a rigid doctrine. To cling to emptiness as a concept is still clinging. True emptiness is lived, not theorized. It is the openness that allows us to engage life fully, without attachment, without fear. In modern life, the practice of emptiness can be revolutionary. Surrounded by a culture of accumulation, we are told that worth lies in owning, in achieving and displaying. But emptiness shows us another way. To own nothing is not poverty, it is freedom. To cling to nothing is not despair, it is release. Emptiness frees us from the endless chase, allowing us to savor the present moment. When we embrace emptiness, the simplest things, a breath, a smile, a shared silence, become treasures. To live with emptiness is to live without walls. We do not wall ourselves off from others with pride, greed, or fear. We do not wall ourselves off from change by clinging to permanence. We do not wall ourselves off from life by insisting it conform to our desires. Emptiness knocks down these walls, leaving us open to life as it is. In that openness, we discover joy. The monk beneath the moon whispered, "I wish I could give him this beautiful moon." This is the essence of emptiness. The moon is not his to give, yet it is freely given to all. No one owns it, yet everyone receives its light. Emptiness is like this, shared, open, unpossessable. When we live in emptiness, we too shine like the moon, offering light without clinging, love without condition, freedom without end. The teaching of emptiness can feel unsettling at first because it dismantles the foundations we cling to most: self, permanence, and possession. Yet when we sit with it, emptiness is not cold. It is warm, expansive, and alive. It does not strip away meaning but reveals a deeper meaning. To realize that all things are empty of fixed existence is to see that all things are free, interconnected, and open to transformation. Take the example of a clay pot. We usually see the pot as the object of value, but its usefulness comes from the empty space inside. Without emptiness, there is no container, no holding, no function. In the same way, it is the emptiness within our minds that makes wisdom possible. If our minds are too full of opinions, judgments, and cravings, there is no room for new understanding. But when we empty the mind, clarity arises, compassion flows, and wisdom takes root. This emptiness also reshapes our relationship with time. We cling to the past, replaying what has been lost, or we grasp for the future, anxious for what is yet to come. But emptiness reveals that neither past nor future has solid existence. They are reflections, dependent on memory and imagination. The only reality is this moment, open and alive. To live in emptiness is to live in the present, free from the chains of regret and worry. The Buddha once told a parable of a man shot by an arrow. Instead of demanding to know who shot it, from what direction, or with what kind of bow, he said, "We must first remove the arrow." Likewise, emptiness reminds us not to be lost in endless speculation. Instead of clinging to concepts, we look directly at experience. We see that suffering arises when we cling and freedom arises when we let go. The arrow is attachment, emptiness is its removal. Compassion deepens when we live this way. If all things are empty of a fixed self, then we are not separate from others. Their joys and sorrows flow into us just as ours flow into them. This does not erase individuality, it expands it into interbeing. A mother feels her child's pain as her own. The awakened heart feels the world's pain as its own. This is the natural flowering of emptiness, compassion without boundary. In Zen practice, emptiness is sometimes called the great nothing, but it is not barren. It is the fertile ground in which everything arises. From emptiness, a seed becomes a tree becomes a forest becomes the air we breathe. From emptiness, silence becomes sound, thought becomes action, life becomes death, and death becomes life again. Emptiness is not absence, it is possibility. To live in awareness of emptiness is to align ourselves with this great flow of becoming. The Diamond Sutra reminds us that even our ideas of self, others, and enlightenment are empty. This prevents us from clinging even to the path itself. If we cling to the idea of "I am progressing" or "I am enlightened," we have already clouded the mirror. Emptiness teaches humility. There is no self to achieve, no possession to own, no permanent state to cling to. There is only the openness of practice, the unfolding of awareness, moment by moment. In our daily lives, emptiness can be practiced through letting go of small clutches. When we clean a cluttered room, feel lighter. When we release an old resentment, the heart softens. When we stop chasing endless desires, we discover contentment. Each act of letting go is a taste of emptiness. It is the recognition that freedom does not come from holding but from releasing. The monk who gave his robe to the thief and then offered the moon gave us a living image of this. He lost nothing because his joy did not depend on possessions. He gained everything because his heart was boundless. We, too, can live this way. We may not give away all our clothes, but we can give away our clinging. We can share freely of our time, our love, our presence. In emptiness, generosity is natural. It is not "I give to you," but simply "this is shared." And in that sharing, we discover abundance. A world built on possession is a world of scarcity. There is always more to acquire, always more to protect. But a world lived in emptiness is a world of generosity. The air we breathe, the sunlight on our skin, the beauty of the stars, all are free, all are shared, all are empty of ownership. Emptiness reveals that life is already overflowing. It was never ours to hoard. To embrace emptiness is to embrace freedom beyond possession, beyond fear, beyond illusion. It is to live as the moon does, shining freely, owned by none, shared by all. It is to discover that when we let go, we do not fall into nothingness. we fall into vastness. And in that vastness we are free. Emptiness, when misunderstood, can sound bleak, like a void where nothing matters. But in the language of the Dharma, emptiness is not despair, it is release. It is the lifting of weight, the dissolving of chains, the discovery that what we thought we needed to cling to was never truly ours. When the Buddha taught that all things are empty of fixed self, he was not condemning life to meaninglessness. He was opening the door to freedom. Think of a sky after a storm. The clouds scatter, the heaviness lifts, and suddenly the vast blue stretches endlessly overhead. That vastness is what emptiness feels like. It does not erase the clouds that pass through it. It simply shows that the clouds are not the sky. Likewise, our possessions, identities, and emotions are clouds passing through the mind. Emptiness is the recognition that beneath them we are vast and free. The monk offering his robe to the thief embodies this freedom. He saw that losing his robe did not diminish him. His worth was not bound to clothes, his peace not tied to possession. What he had was already borrowed, already impermanent. By giving it freely, he transformed what could have been loss into generosity. His emptiness was not lack but abundance. He wished he could give even the moon an image of limitless, boundless giving. This teaching challenges us in our own lives. We often measure ourselves by what we own, the house, the car, the title, the clothes. We cling to these as if they define us. But emptiness whispers, they are not you. They are garments borrowed for a time, destined to return. Even the body is not ours to keep. It is a robe of flesh, woven from the earth, sustained by breath, destined to dissolve. To see this is not to fall into despair, but to awaken to freedom. If we are not possessions, not titles, not bodies, then who are we? We are awareness itself, limitless, boundless, free. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, all conditioned phenomena are like a dream, an illusion, a bubble, a shadow. Dreams are not meaningless. They are vivid, they can move us, but they are not solid. Possessions are the same. They have their place, but they are not ultimate. To cling to them as permanent is to suffer when they inevitably fade. To hold them lightly is to enjoy them fully without fear. Practicing emptiness does not require renouncing all belongings or abandoning all relationships. It requires shifting how we hold them. A cup of tea can be cherished deeply, but we know it will soon be empty. A friendship can be treasured, but we know it will change with time. A life can be lived fully, but we know it will one day end. Emptiness gives us the wisdom to cherish without clinging, to love without imprisoning, to live without fear. This perspective also transforms our fear of death. We cling to life because we think it is ours. But emptiness reveals that life was never ours to own. It is a gift, a flow, a participation in something vast. Just as waves rise and fall within the ocean, so too do lives rise and fall within emptiness. To fear death is to cling to the wave. To embrace emptiness is to rest in the ocean. In this resting, fear dissolves into peace. The practice of emptiness also nurtures humility. When we see that nothing exists independently, pride softens. Our talents, our opportunities, our very breath, none of these belong solely to us. They are the gifts of countless conditions. To forget this is arrogance. To remember it is gratitude. Emptiness replaces the illusion of self-made success with the truth of interbeing. We are threads in a vast tapestry, not isolated strands. In relationships, emptiness frees us from possession. Love distorted by clinging becomes control, but love illuminated by emptiness becomes liberation. We do not own those we love, we accompany them. We do not cling to their permanence, we cherish their presence. Emptiness turns love into spaciousness, where each being is free to bloom while still deeply connected. Even in the simplest acts, emptiness can be lived. Washing a bowl, we see that the bowl is clay, the clay is earth, the earth is rain and sunlight. Drinking water, we see the clouds, the rivers, the labor of countless hands. Every ordinary object is empty of self and full of everything. This vision turns daily life into a meditation, every act into a reminder of freedom. To live in emptiness is to live with open hands. Nothing can be grasped, and yet everything can be received. Nothing can be owned, and yet everything can be appreciated. This is the paradox of the gift of emptiness. When we stop clinging, we find ourselves surrounded by abundance. The story of the monk and the thief lingers not because of its strangeness, but because it illuminates the truth that emptiness itself is the greatest gift. What we cling to, robes, possessions, titles, are passing garments. What we fear losing was never ours to keep. And yet, when we release them, we find that life does not collapse. Instead, it opens. Emptiness reveals a freedom that possession can never provide. The Buddha's teaching of sunyata is not an abstract philosophy but a path to liberation. To see that all things are empty of fixed essence is to stop building our lives on illusions. It is to rest in the truth that everything is interconnected, impermanent, and free. This vision does not strip away meaning, it deepens it. We no longer live to possess but to participate. We no longer cling to permanence but embrace the dance of change. In this way, emptiness becomes abundance. The monk who gave away his robe discovered that he had lost nothing essential. His freedom remained intact, his joy undiminished. Sitting under the moon, he wished he could give it as well, because in emptiness, generosity has no limit. We may not be able to give the moon, but we can give ourselves, our presence, our compassion, our awareness. These are inexhaustible because they do not arise from possession but from emptiness. The Diamond Sutra reminds us, even the Dharma is like a raft. Once the river is crossed, there is no need to carry it. Emptiness applies even to the teachings themselves. To cling to doctrines is still to cling. True emptiness means letting go even of emptiness. What remains is openness, boundless, fearless, alive. When we live this way, life becomes lighter. We still work, love, and create, but we do so without the chains of possession. We hold everything gently, knowing it will pass. We savor without clinging, give without fear, release without regret. Emptiness does not make us indifferent, it makes us deeply alive. For when we are not weighed down by excess, we can finally touch the present fully, tasting its richness, breathing its freshness, living its truth. This is the gift of emptiness, freedom beyond possession, love beyond condition, joy beyond clinging. It is the freedom of the monk beneath the moon, the freedom of the Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, the freedom of every heart that dares to let go. So let us practice this letting go. Let us open our hands, our hearts, our minds. Let us discover that what we feared losing was never who we were, and what remains is vast, luminous, unshakable. Emptiness is not the end of life, it is the beginning of freedom. And in that freedom we find peace. Epilogue: returning to the source. A journey through Zen stories and Buddhist teachings. As we come to the close of these 10 parts, we return to where we began, with the longing for peace that lives within every human heart. Each story, each teaching, has been like a lantern along the path, illuminating a way back to the center of ourselves. From stillness to impermanence, from anger transformed into compassion to silence that speaks beyond words, from the mirror of awareness to the gift of emptiness. Each lesson has been a doorway, and together they form a homecoming. The stories of Zen masters, of robes and flowers, of teacups and moons, are not distant parables meant only for monks in faraway temples. They are mirrors for our own lives. Each tale whispers, "This is about you, you who cling to robes of identity, you who fear impermanence, you who long to love but are bound by anger, you who seek truth in words when silence holds it more fully." These stories are not escapes from life, but invitations to enter it more deeply. The teachings of the Buddha remind us again and again that liberation does not lie in some far-off paradise, but in this very moment. Peace is not hidden. It is obscured by the dust of craving, the weight of excess, the distortions of illusion. But like a mirror once polished, our true nature shines. Like the moon, it illuminates all without discrimination. Like emptiness, it is boundless and free. Throughout this journey, one thread has run unbroken: freedom. Freedom from clinging, from distortion, from fear. Freedom to live lightly, love deeply, and meet life as it is. Freedom is not found in possessions or achievements, but in the spaciousness of a heart unbound. It is the gift of the Dharma offered to all who dare to let go. And what remains when we let go? Stillness, impermanence, compassion, silence, simplicity, awareness, emptiness. But more than that, joy. The joy of being alive in this fleeting, radiant moment. The joy of interbeing, of knowing we are not separate drops but part of a vast ocean. The joy of seeing clearly, of living freely, of loving without condition. This is the gift of Zen stories and Buddhist teachings, not merely lessons to ponder but practices to live. Each time we breathe with awareness, we enter the doorway of stillness. Each time we let go, we ride the wind of impermanence. Each time we transform anger, we drink from the well of compassion. Each time we rest in silence, we taste the highest teaching. Each time we empty the cup of our minds, we rediscover peace. The path does not end here. In truth, it never ends. Like the moon reflected in countless rivers, the Dharma reveals itself in every moment, in every act, in every breath. Our task is simple: to remain awake, to polish the mirror, to let go, to love. And so, as we close this journey, we return to the beginning, not to where we started, but to the source within us that has been here all along. The stories have guided us, but the truth was never outside. It has always lived in the quiet of our hearts, waiting for us to notice. May we carry these teachings not as words to remember, but as practices to embody. May we live simply, love deeply, and walk gently. May our lives themselves become Zen stories, mirrors for others, lanterns on the path, gifts of compassion in a restless world. And when words fall away, may we rest in silence, knowing that silence is enough. When we began this journey through 13 Zen stories and Buddhist teachings for instant mental peace, we stepped onto a path that has been walked for centuries, a path of silence, simplicity, compassion, and awakening. Across 10 expansive parts, each rooted in a story, we discovered not just abstract philosophy but living truths, truths that can be practiced in the ordinary fabric of our days. Now, as we stand at the end of this series, let us weave together the threads into one clear tapestry, a reflection on what it means to live awake, free, and at peace. We began with the doorway to stillness, where silence became the threshold to awakening. Just as the mind settles in meditation, stillness revealed itself as the ground of peace. We learned that beneath the noise of craving and worry, there is always a deeper calm waiting to be touched. From here, we turn to the wind of impermanence. The story of the manuscript blown away by the wind reminded us that nothing endures, not even our most cherished creations. And yet, impermanence is not a curse, it is a teacher. By letting go, we open our hands to new possibilities. In transforming anger into compassion, we face the fire within. We discovered that anger, when met with awareness, is not an enemy but a messenger, pointing us to our wounds. Through patience and compassion, we can transform it into a force of love. The two arrows of suffering reminded us that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. The first arrow is life itself. The second arrow is our reaction. By refusing to shoot the second arrow, we find resilience. From there, we explored the patience of time, where seeds of Dharma ripen slowly. Just as a farmer does not dig up his seeds to check their progress, we learn to trust the unfolding of our practice, to water it with patience, and to honor the slow rhythm of growth. Then came Beyond the Robes, where Ikkyu's banquet exposed the folly of appearances. We saw that robes, titles, and possessions cannot define us. Only wisdom and compassion endure. Silence returned in when words fall away. The Buddha's flower sermon showed us that ultimate truth transcends speech. Words can point, but silence reveals. By resting in silence, we encounter life as it truly is, raw, luminous, whole. In the simplicity of mind, we learn that excess clutters both our homes and our hearts. Freedom lies not in having more, but in needing less. Simplicity is not deprivation, it is clarity. Then came the mirror of awareness, perhaps one of the clearest teachings of all. Awareness is the mirror that reflects everything without clinging. Anger, joy, sorrow, all pass across its surface, but the mirror remains unbroken. To live as the mirror is to live in clarity and freedom. Finally, in the gift of emptiness, we discovered that emptiness is not lack but openness. By releasing clinging, we find abundance. By embracing interbeing, we awaken compassion. To live in emptiness is to live free of fear, free of possession, free of illusion. Taken together, these 10 journeys are not separate, they are facets of one jewel. Stillness, impermanence, compassion, patience, non-self, silence, simplicity, awareness, emptiness, they all point to the same truth. Liberation comes not from adding but from letting go. We do not need to chase peace. We need only to uncover it, for it has been here all along. Lessons to carry into our lives. What then do we carry forward into our lives from this long path of stories and teachings? Practice stillness daily. Whether through meditation, mindful breathing, or simply sitting in silence for a few minutes, stillness reconnects us to peace beneath the noise. Remember impermanence. Everything changes. Instead of resisting this, let it guide you to gratitude. Cherish what you have while you have it. Transform anger into compassion. The next time anger arises, pause, breathe. Ask, what pain is this pointing to? How can I meet it with compassion instead of reaction? Avoid the second arrow. Life brings challenges, but we can choose not to multiply them with resentment or rumination. Respond instead of react. Trust the slow growth of seeds. Whether you are healing, learning, or practicing, do not demand instant results. Patience itself is part of the fruit. See beyond robes. Do not measure yourself or others by appearance, wealth, or status. See the heart. Seek wisdom over recognition. Honor silence. Let words be fewer and truer. Let silence carry what cannot be said. Listen more deeply than you speak. Embrace simplicity. Simplify your surroundings, your schedule, your mind. In the spaciousness that remains, joy appears. Be the mirror. Reflect reality without distortion. Allow thoughts and feelings to arise and pass without clinging. Respond from clarity, not confusion. Live the gift of emptiness. Let go of what you cannot hold. Live as interbeing. Give freely, love openly, and walk lightly. These are not abstract ideals but living practices. Each one can be woven into our ordinary days while eating, working, loving, grieving. They do not remove us from life, they return us to it. They do not demand perfection, they invite practice. Bringing the Dharma into today's world. In our fast-paced, noisy, consumer-driven world, these teachings are more vital than ever. We are drowning in excess information, possessions, and distractions. Anxiety, anger, and division spread like wildfire. Yet the Buddha's wisdom offers medicine. Pause, breathe, simplify, see clearly, let go. These practices are not just ancient, they are urgent. They help us find peace in the storm and compassion in the chaos. Imagine what our communities would look like if more people practiced stillness, simplicity, and compassion. Imagine families that chose silence over shouting, workplaces that valued patience over haste, societies that honored enoughness over excess. The ripple effect of one person's clarity can extend far beyond themselves, and that one person can be you. We have walked this journey together through robes and mirrors, seeds and moons, silence and emptiness. Now the question turns to you. Which of these teachings speaks to your life most deeply right now? Is it the reminder of impermanence, urging you to cherish what you have? Is it the mirror of awareness, showing you how to reflect without clinging? Is it the gift of emptiness, freeing you from fear of loss? Or perhaps it is the call to simplicity, helping you breathe again in a world of excess? I invite you to share your reflections in the comments. Your words may become a lantern for someone else on the path. If these teachings have touched you, I invite you to continue the journey with us. Subscribe to Buddhism in every moment so you won't miss the next series of stories and insights. Your support helps this channel keep growing, bringing more wisdom, more compassion, and more peace into a world that deeply needs it. Let us walk together, breathing, reflecting, releasing, awakening. For in every moment the Dharma is here, waiting not to be spoken but to be lived.